Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you're both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate or value during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I shall rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
Have a cold, huh?
Yeah.
Too bad they'll never find a cure for the common cold.
What makes you say that?
Well, if they were going to find a cure for it, they would have by now. Why haven't they cured it yet? They have never found a cure, and they never will.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's too bad.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad ignorantium, also known as arguing from ignorance.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy suggests that a proposition is true simply on the basis that it has not been proved false, or that something is false simply because it has not been proven true. Clearly, just because a problem hasn't yet been solved does not mean it will never be solved. Recall that the speed of light was long held to be impossible to exceed, but then warp drive was invented.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad ignorantium or arguing from ignorance. It's only logical.
That was a long shift. You're assigned to auxiliary control, right? Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing.
That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get.
Yeah, they should cool down the engine room. That should slow down the fragmentation.
Surely it's the high power mode that fragments the crystals.
Every time the engine room, which contains the crystals, gets hot, the crystal fracturing gets worse. That's the cause, clearly.
I guess that's true. But
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, It exhibits the fallacy of the single cause, also known as the complex cause.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Single cause is an instance of the fallacy of questionable cause. It occurs when one assumes that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality it may have been caused by a number of only jointly sufficient causes. Individuals making this fallacious argument are ignoring additional causal factors to the outcome. In the case you are discussing, the actual cause of the fracturing of the dilithium crystals is operating the warp engines at high power mode, which we do when we are above warp factor 6. High power mode also causes the engine room to heat up, so you see both the fracturing and the heating were caused by high power mode, which was caused by high speed. All causes must be considered, Ensign Walking Bear, or the argument to cause is invalid.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the single cause fallacy. It's only logical.
So, Ensign Gert has colic. As a Tellarite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellarite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gert's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
Any luck finding who made off with the Grignor 7 artifact from the chem lab?
Oh yes, it was Ensign Stevens. He's in the agony booth right now.
He was caught with the item?
Not exactly. The stolen artifact was found in the corridor on Deck 5 by the crew quarters, obviously dropped by him in his haste to get away from my security forces. It must be Stevens. What's more likely, that the thief's cabin was on Deck 5, or that his cabin was on Deck 5 and he was part of the staff of the chem lab?
That he worked in the chem lab and lived on Deck 5, of course.
Stevens is a chemist. A lot of the chem staff have cabins on Deck 5, including Stevens. It's got to be him.
I guess so.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir,
The argument you are employing, Security Chief, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the conjunction fallacy.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy occurs when it is assumed that specific conditions are more probable than a single, general one. But, sir, I only... If I may continue. The probability of the thief living on Deck 5 and being a chemist is clearly less than the probability that he just lives on Deck 5. because the set of chemists living on Deck 5 is obviously a subset of all the inhabitants of Deck 5. What occurs with the conjunction fallacy is that in the presence of uncertainty, when attempting to determine the probability of an option, persons substitute what is more plausible with what is more probable, since it fits the story better. This is the error you two were making, due to Deck 5 having so many chemist cabins on it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future. That would be advisable, and you may wish to release Stevens from the agony booth until his guilt is better established.
Right away, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the conjunction fallacy. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire.
I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet.
Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons.
What? How can you say that?
Well, the captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war.
Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war.
Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
So, you have the flu, huh?
Not sure. I wish Dr. McCoy would see me soon. This sore throat is really bad.
No need to wait for the doc. You've got a flu, all right.
What makes you say that?
Well, when you have the flu, you'll get a sore throat. Since you clearly have a sore throat, you must have the flu.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hope it won't last too long.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of affirming the consequent, also known as the fallacy of the converse.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Affirming the consequent is the formal fallacy of inferring the converse from the original statement. Arguments employing this error have the general form, if P, then Q. Q, therefore, P. In your statement, you suggest if one has the flu, then they have a sore throat. Given that they have a sore throat, therefore, they have the flu. But having the flu is clearly not the only cause of a sore throat, since many conditions can lead to throat irritation, such as the common cold, tonsillitis, strep throat, or simply straining your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as affirming the consequent or the fallacy of the converse. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Binghamton has entered our sector and is signaling us to coordinate the transfer of medical supplies.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Tell them I'll speak to them from the bridge. I'm on my way. Let's go, Bones.
Well, the Tellarite colony on Arpod 4 will definitely be able to use our supplies. That attack wiped out their main supply depot.
I just can't believe that Andorian forces would openly attack the Tellarites like that. It makes no sense. I know their ambassadors argue a lot, but how could one actually invade the other?
But both governments have claimed all the colony worlds along the Hundley Expanse since they were discovered a decade ago.
It's just impossible. Invasion by the Andorians? Common sense says they wouldn't attack just like that. Argue and bluster during negotiations? Maybe. Or even threaten. But invade with ground forces? Never.
It is surprising. Maybe there's some mistake, huh?
There must be some mistake.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an argument from incredulity, or an appeal to common sense. A logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to common sense asserts that because something is so incredible or difficult to imagine, it must be wrong. Arguments from incredulity happen when people make their inability to comprehend or make sense of a concept their argument. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated the very idea that Andorians could actually invade the Tellarite colony was ridiculous, and thus was not to be believed. The fact that any one of us cannot conceive of a particular occurrence does not make that event or phenomenon impossible. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of relying on what we believe or feel.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the argument from incredulity or the appeal to common sense. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Enterprise has arrived at Hermes 2.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Assume standard orbit. I'm on my way. Let's go, Scotty.
Aye.
So what do you think happened to the colonists that went missing after the attack by that Andorian marauder? 3 of the missing colonists were children. I hope they're okay.
They're probably hiding somewhere safe and sound. It would be horrible if they were killed. They must be safe.
Maybe the reason they haven't been found yet is because they're buried under the rubble.
That couldn't be. Imagine those poor kids dead. They have to be safe and just waiting for our search party to find them.
I guess you're right. I hope the rescuers find them soon.
Me too.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an appeal to emotion, a logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to emotion is a type of argument which attempts to arouse the emotions of its audience in order to gain acceptance of its conclusion. Emotion is not always out of place in logical thinking. However, because strong emotions can subvert rational thought, playing upon emotions in an argument is often fallacious. Appeals to emotion are always fallacious when intended to influence our beliefs. Nurse Chapel, you employ this fallacy when you stated the missing colonists, particularly the children, must be alive because the thought of them dead was horrible. In doing so, you were appealing to Yeoman Rand's desire for a positive outcome. The fact that we desire something to be true gives not the slightest reason to believe it. Just as the fact that we fear something being true is no reason to think it false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, but I too hope they are all safe. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as an appeal to emotion. It's only logical. Mr. Thrax, please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a mark customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed. Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseum, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. All departments report ready to begin helm and navigation calibration maneuvers.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov.
Aye, sir.
So how is that new medical technician working out? Everett, right?
Oh, I sent him back right away. He had transferred from Computer Systems Division.
Oh, Oh, okay. So you didn't even give him a try?
Nope, those computer guys are never nurturing enough.
Why do you say that?
I've had 2 med techs from computer systems before. Tipton last year and Ali back in March. They didn't work out. Just not very empathetic.
Okay then. Well, maybe you should look for med techs from engineering, or perhaps security department next time?
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it employs the fallacy of insufficient sample, also known as the hasty generalization, or colloquially, as jumping to a conclusion.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The fallacy of insufficient sample is an informal fallacy of faulty generalization by which a person reaches an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, essentially making a rush conclusion without considering all of the variables. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated that former computer systems technicians make poor medtechs because they are not nurturing enough, after noting that 2 previous transfers, Tipton and Ali, were insufficiently empathetic. While inferring a rule from the examining of examples is the hallmark of inductive reasoning, one must take care to ensure that the examples are sufficient to represent all instances and that they are not special cases. Likely, technicians Tipton and Ali were not compassionate enough because of their upbringing or their respective cultural norms, not because of a general rule that computer systems personnel are all that way.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, and perhaps give Everett another chance.
Oh, of course.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of insufficient sample or making a hasty generalization. It's only logical. Mr. Gerd, please determine the feasibility of placing the occupants of cells J4 and J5 into one cell.
I will look into that, sir.
It was infernally annoying being held prisoner by all those androids, Cyrano. Especially because androids are inherently inferior to human beings, don't you know? In every way.
Oh, really? Inferior? Why do you say that?
But of course they're inferior, my good sir. It goes without argument. They simply are.
I may agree with you, but exactly why do you think they are?
They're intrinsically not as good as people. That's just the way it is and always will be.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ipse dixit.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of dogmatically expressing an opinion as if it were indisputable fact. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated without proof that androids are inferior to humans in all ways. You further stated that it was true because that's the way things are. Such unsupported assertions are not valid arguments, since they provide no proof of their contentions. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating a conclusion and expecting it to be accepted as somehow intrinsic.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ipse dixit, also known as the fallacy of the bare assertion. It's only logical. Lieutenant Jacarl, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away.
Hattie, I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods. That's a logical fallacy, so you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happened to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical.
I can't believe the chemistry section won the efficiency award.
Why? They improved efficiency by 21%. Your section improved by 19%.
Yes, but we lost. They won.
You should be happy that both sections improved efficiency by so much over last quarter.
But our section lost the competition.
Plus, your astronomy section also increased efficiency by almost as much. That's really good for the ship.
If our improvement were only a bit better, we would have won.
Well, that's true, but...
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacarl, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting a cognitive bias.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but bias is affecting his judgment. Mr. Jacarl, when you expressed your displeasure at losing the competition for most efficient section in the science department, you showed a zero-sum bias since you were thinking that the competition was like a race in which there was one winner with all the others being losers. Zero-sum bias is a cognitive bias that manifests when people tend to intuitively judge that a situation is zero-sum, that is, one winner and one loser, even when this is not the case. Mr. Jacarl, you exhibited the zero-sum bias when you stated that your section's losing of the efficiency competition was a bad thing, when in reality both departments increased efficiency, albeit one section saw a greater increase in efficiency than the other. Crew efficiency is not a relay race. Zero-sum bias sees the situation as win-lose, when it may be possible to be win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the zero-sum bias. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. Mr. Alicombe, please ensure that the personal effects for the occupant of cell M7 are forwarded to Centauri Prime.
Yes, right away, sir.
Harry, are you certain?
Yes, CJ. I think the merchants from Federation planets should have their cargo inspected upon entering Federation space.
Oh, I thought you had previously said that merchants from non-Federation worlds shouldn't have to submit their cargo for inspection.
You are correct there, Cyrano. They shouldn't have to.
So, Federation-based merchants should undergo inspection, but not those from non-Federation worlds?
Indubitably, sir.
I guess so. Doesn't seem fair, though.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacious reasoning practice of the double standard.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the informal fallacy of applying a double standard. Mr. Mudd, you employ this biased and unjust reasoning practice in which hypocritical, biased, and/or unfair attitudes are used, whereby different sets of principles are applied for situations that are in principle the same. When two or more people, groups, organizations, circumstances, or events are treated differently, even though they should be treated the same, it is considered improper reasoning. Having a double standard is not fair because two different standards are applied to two different groups.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit improper reasoning practices, such as applying an unfair double standard. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Uhura.
Yes, sir.
Captain Kirk, what a leader, in charge of the entire ship and crew. We should all take turns commanding the ship.
How come?
It would be great if we could all lead the crew, wouldn't it?
I guess. But wouldn't we risk failing a mission? Because only the senior command staff is qualified to be the leader.
It doesn't matter. Each of us being a leader would be amazing. Imagine that.
I guess so. It would be exciting.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of wishful thinking, or unrealistic optimism.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid.
Wishful thinking is the formation of beliefs and making decisions according to what might be pleasing to imagine, instead of by appealing to rationality, evidence, or reality. is a product of resolving conflicts between belief and desire, in addition to being a cognitive bias and a poor way of making decisions. Wishful thinking is commonly held to be a specific informal fallacy in an argument when it is assumed that because we wish something to be true or false, it is actually true or false. This fallacy has the form, I wish that P were true or false. Therefore, P is true or false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as wishful thinking or unrealistic optimism.
it's only logical.
We should change to 4 shifts per day instead of 3.
Why do you say that?
3 shifts a day would be better. Safety aboard ship is key and should never be sidelined even for personnel staffing decisions.
Safety, huh? Yeah, that's important. But what does that have to do with the number of shifts?
That's right. 3 shifts instead of 4. You can't compromise safety.
I guess you're right.
I'll mention it to the department head when we get back to the ship.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacarl, is not logical.
In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the red herring, also known as a diversionary tactic. I thought he was making pretty good sense. That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. Red herrings are statements mentioned in an argument that mislead or distract from a relevant or important issue. As an informal fallacy, the red herring falls into a broad class of relevance fallacies. Unlike the straw man, which is premised on a distortion of the other party's position, the red herring is a seemingly plausible, though ultimately irrelevant, diversionary tactic. The fallacy is due to the fact that the misleading or distractionary statements used within the argument are not relevant to the issue being discussed, and therefore not valid premises. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the red herring fallacy, which is a diversionary tactic.
it's only logical. Lieutenant Gam, please verify that the Navigation Department provides an updated course to the homeworld of the occupant of cell H2 prior to his release.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I'll take care of that right away.
So, Cyrano, you're back from sickbay. What did the good doctor have to say about your heart?
Dr. McCoy said I have to make sure and get plenty of rest after my heart surgery. He emphasized that medicine can only go so far.
I don't think that's true, Cyrano. The body, in medical terms, is very much like a machine. You have to give the proper fuel. To keep it running, you have to replace worn-out parts, or repair those parts. But where do you improve any machine by letting it sit idle?
Well, I don't know about that. But he stressed that getting plenty of rest was crucial if I was to get back to full health.
That's nonsense, Cyrano. You don't rest a machine to make it run better.
I guess that's right. But,
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the false analogy, or the fallacy of the incorrect comparison.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. A false analogy is an incorrect application of the valid reasoning method of reasoning via analogy. Analogies are commonly used for illustrative purposes to make a complex process or idea easier to understand. Correct analogical reasoning draws a comparison on the basis of what is known and proceeds to assume that the unknown parts may also be similar. The fallacy consists in assuming that because two things are alike in one or more respects, they are necessarily alike in some other respect, with that added aspect going beyond the apt comparison that prompted the analogy. Further, analogies become false or faulty when they are thus overextended or presented as conclusive proof. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you suggested that because the body was in some respects like a machine, and since one does not repair a machine by resting it, one should also not need to rest a body to recuperate. But the analogy breaks down, since machines are incapable of healing as human bodies can, and that healing is aided by rest and lack of exertion.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock. Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the faulty analogy or the false comparison. It's only logical.
Serving on board a starship sure provides ample opportunity for real space exploration.
I'm interested in rogue planets. They're exceedingly rare, especially ones with an atmosphere.
It's amazing, isn't it, that we've come across a rogue planet drifting through the sector.
Yeah, and did you hear? There are animals living on that rogue planet.
Really? I know there's a survey team running scans on the surface, but I hadn't heard that.
Well, they detected there's life down there, and some life forms are animals.
Huh? I guess that makes sense.
I know. Imagine that. Animals on a rogue planet.
How amazing.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle, a syllogistic fallacy.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The undistributed middle is a formal fallacy that is committed when the middle term in a categorical syllogism is not distributed in either the minor premise or the major premise. According to the rules of logic, a term is distributed when a sentence says something about everything the term designates. In the argument, all horses have 4 legs, and all dogs have 4 legs. Therefore, all horses are dogs. Both horses and dogs are 4-legged, but no statement was made about the whole class of 4-legged beings. Mr. Walking Bear, you made the same error when you stated that since life was detected on the planet, that life was animal life. Your argument went thus: there are life forms on the planet. Some life forms are animals. Therefore, the life on the planet is animal life. That is incorrect reasoning.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as
the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle.
It's only logical.
What do you think about giving prisoners in the ship's brig more than one meal a day?
I'm against it.
If they are given more food per day, then next they'll want weekends off, and then conjugal visits with their wives. No, I'm against it.
But the doctor says they're having health issues because they're only eating once a day. It doesn't seem unreasonable to give them 2 meals a day, does it?
It is unreasonable. If we give prisoners 2 meals a day this week, then next week they're going to ask for even more privileges. And by the week after next, they will be running the ship. No, they are prisoners and they only get 1 meal a day.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the slippery slope.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The slippery slope fallacy occurs when a party asserts that a relatively small first step will undoubtedly lead to a chain of related events culminating in some significant, usually negative, effect. But, sir, I only... If I may continue... The core of the slippery slope argument is the contention that a specific decision under debate is likely to result in unintended consequences. Chief Sulu, you committed this fallacy when you held that even allowing a second meal to prisoners would be more than enough to consequentially lead to very bad results.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future. That would be advisable. And Navigator Chekhov, regardless of any slippery slope considerations, the prisoner rations will not be increased, because they are prisoners and they are being punished.
Yes, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the slippery slope. It's only logical. Return to your duties. The artifacts you've uncovered prove that these ruins do belong to the lost civilization of Paralon. Lieutenant Ress, run scans of the twisted wreckage of that ancient anti-gravity building to the east. We still have no idea what caused this empire's collapse.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I think they should change the settings on the inertial dampers. We really got shook up during that last ion storm on our way here.
Oh, that mild buffeting? That was nothing. It could have been much worse.
Yes, but it's still a good idea to adjust the dampers. Less buffeting equals less damage and injuries.
The shaking was not as bad as what we experienced on the Scout Hermes during my midshipman cruise. Oh my, now that was real shaking.
Is that so? Well, I guess it could have been worse.
That's for sure. Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The reasoning you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting the fallacy of not as bad as, also known as the fallacy of relative privation.
His suggestions seem to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of his argument is invalid. The tactic of not as bad as is an informal fallacy in which one dismisses an argument due to what are perceived to be more important problems. Mr. Sulu, you employed this fallacy when you ignored Ensign Chekhov's argument in favor of adjusting the inertial dampeners by simply stating that the shaking was not as bad as it might be. You did not refute that the shaking may be severe enough to require the dampeners to be adjusted. Thus, you committed a fallacy of relevance since you did not address his position at all. The problem with the fallacy of relative privation, or not as bad as, is that it ignores the opponent's argument, which may be valid, in favor of a viewpoint that, even if their position were valid, it is not worthy of discussing in light of how good the current situation is compared to some worst-case scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as not as bad as, or the fallacy of relative privation. It's only logical. Mr. Leslie, it is of paramount importance that the occupant of cell D2 does not escape. Increase the security contingent to 3 full-time guards until further notice.
Yes, Commander. I'll see to it personally, sir.
Excellent. Carry on.
I think that the new Orion Syndicate should never become involved in armed conflicts, sir.
What if the situation is a dire emergency? Like if a group of people are in immediate danger of being taken over by the dictator?
It doesn't matter. The Syndicate has reformed their old ways and shouldn't get involved. There's no reason.
Of course there are reasons. Aside from being conquered by a dictator, there's famine or medical emergencies during wars. You have to agree that trade organizations will always need to get involved in wars to ensure freedom and combat famine and medical emergencies.
I don't agree. They never should. Never, sir.
You're wrong. How will the Syndicate deal with those situations without becoming involved with war?
I don't have to explain. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, sir.
Yes, of course. But what about...
You have your viewpoint, and I have mine.
Well, I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, you are resting on your right to an opinion instead of putting forth an argument for your contention.
But I don't have to explain my opinion.
Yes, you do, if you expect to engage in reasonable discourse about a particular controversy. I'm entitled to my opinion is a logical fallacy in which a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their own opinion. This logical fallacy is often presented as, let's agree to disagree. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because you have an opposing viewpoint. The I'm entitled to my opinion fallacy is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as, I'm entitled to my opinion, or let's agree to disagree. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov.
Aye, sir.
Another search for dilithium crystals. I'm just certain someone will invent an unlimited source of energy.
Why do you say that?
It would solve the reliance of Starfleet on rare dilithium crystals.
But can someone really invent that?
Sure, just think of all the problems that would be solved by limitless energy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Of course, just think. Unlimited energy.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad consequentiam, also known as appeal to consequences.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. Appeal to consequences is an argument that concludes that a hypothesis, typically a belief, is either true or false based on whether the premise leads to desirable or undesirable consequences. This is based on an appeal to emotion and is a type of informal fallacy, since the desirability of a premise's consequences does not make the premise true. The appeal to consequences fallacy does not apply to arguments that address a premise's consequential desirability, good or bad, right or wrong, instead of its truth value. Therefore, an argument asserting that one method is better than another because it is better at achieving the desired results or consequences may be valid if data is used to show the efficaciousness of the method. But this exception was not the case for your argument, Nurse Chapel, as you were clearly making an appeal to the happy outcome of unlimited energy.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad consequentiam or the appeal to consequences. It's only logical.
I hear you're doing the geology surveys of the planet's surfaces differently, Hans.
Yeah. We're surveying the high altitude sections first, and then the lower areas and valleys afterwards.
Why is that? Is that a better way than the old way of surveying in a circular pattern around a central position?
Yes, it's better. I heard about it from a colleague on Starbase 12. It's a new improved way of doing things.
So I guess it yields better results or makes the survey take less time?
Well, I'm sure it's an improvement over the old method of planetary surveys. It's the new way of performing geology scans. Everyone is doing it this way now.
Oh, okay then. I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Yeager, is not logical. In fact, it commits the fallacy of argumentum ad novitatem, also known as appeal to novelty.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Mr. Austin, but the form of his argument is invalid. Just because some new method has been devised does not necessarily mean that that way is the best way. Mr. Yeager, a method is not a good method just because it is a new method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is an old method. A method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. For there to be progress, of course new methods must be devised, but they must be proved to be effective, or better than existing methods, for them to be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yeah. I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad novitatem, or the appeal to novelty. It's only logical.
Breaking into teams of two is the best way to explore a potentially dangerous region.
No, breaking into pairs isn't the best way. You like breaking into teams of two because you always want to go off alone with Sulu. You always want to pair off with him because you want to learn all his best tactical maneuvers.
What? I may like learning from Helmsman Sulu about defending the ship, but that's beside the point. Breaking into teams is best because it allows us to form multiple teams to explore more of the area, and it affords some safety, since no one will be alone.
There you are again. Always with the pairing off.
Well, I thought it was the best way.
It's not.
Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting bulverism, also known as the identity fallacy, a logical fallacy of relevance.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. The method of bulverism is to assume that your opponent is wrong, and then explaining his or her error. The bulverist assumes a speaker's argument is invalid or false, and then explains why the speaker came to make that mistake, attacking the speaker or the speaker's motive. Bulverism is a fallacy of relevance, in which one accuses an argument of being wrong on the basis of the arguer's identity or motive, but these are strictly speaking irrelevant to the argument's validity or truth.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as Bulverism or the identity fallacy. It's only logical.
Looks like a number of the crew have taken shore leave on Rymar too, before they found out that a deadly toxin there affected humans.
Yes, Dr. McCoy just developed a test to determine if someone is infected by the Rymarian toxin. Luckily, only 1 in 1,000 humans are susceptible to the toxin.
That's great. How accurate is the test?
The test has a false positive rate of 5% and no chance of false negative.
Oh, good.
Oh, did you hear? Ensign Joe Stevens tested positive.
Oh, that's too bad. The test is 95% accurate, so he probably has to undergo the painful detox process.
Oh, poor Joe.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting base rate neglect, a cognitive bias.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but bias is affecting his judgment. Base rate neglect is when people, if presented with related base rate information such as general information on prevalence and specific information such as information pertaining only to a specific case, people tend to ignore the base rate in favor of the individuating information rather than correctly integrating the two. Mr. Erickson, even though Ensign Stevens tested positive for the toxin, given the low rate of susceptibility to the toxin, 1 in 1,000, and the 5% false positive rate, he only has about a 2% chance of actually being positive for the toxin for a test that otherwise appears to be 95% accurate.
Wow, really?
Yes, this is a counterintuitive result. Wherein lies the fallacy? Consider if the toxin had a much higher rate of susceptibility, say 40%. We would then expect 400 persons out of 1,000 to actually have the toxin, and 600 persons without. Given the same 95% accurate test, we would expect 5% of those without the toxin to test positive. That's 5% of 600, or 30 individuals. Now, the probability of actually having the toxin is given by dividing the number of persons with the toxin, 400, by the number testing positive, which is 400 plus the 30 false positives. This gives 93% as the chance of actually having the toxin after testing positive for it. In this case, the result is intuitive, given the 95% accurate test. The problem comes when applying this type of intuition to the case with a very low susceptibility as compared to the false positive rate. With 1 person in 1,000 being affected, that leaves 999 without the toxin. We would expect 5% of the 999, or about 50 false positives. Stevens' chance of having the toxin after testing positive is thus 1 divided by 1 plus 50, giving about 2%.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as base rate neglect. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
I do appreciate getting away from the confines of the ship when we are on away missions like this.
Yes, and getting to pilot these shuttles is even better. I remember how happy I was when I qualified as a shuttle pilot back on Stardate 1573.2.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear? Ensign Stevens failed the shuttle pilot qualification board for the 3rd time. They only let you try 3 times.
Oh, that's terrible. Stevens really hoped to become head shuttle pilot on the Enterprise one day. He devoted so much time and effort to studying as a pilot. they should still let him fly shuttles anyways.
Well, I heard he fails each time because he doesn't operate the shuttle safely, flying too fast or missing obstacles just barely due to his reckless and undisciplined maneuvering. Captain Kirk thinks Stevens should stay in Security Division.
Maybe Stevens is not as safe as he could be, but they should still let him fly shuttlecraft. I mean, he's been trying for this for several months, plus he always wanted to be a pilot ever since he was a young boy. He'll be devastated.
I don't know. Safety's important, but he will be really disappointed.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad misericordiam, also known as the appeal to pity.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may be so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument isn't valid. The appeal to pity is a special kind of appeal to emotion, in which one tries to win support for an argument or idea by exploiting one's opponent's feelings of pity or guilt. Mr. Jacaro, you committed this fallacy when you hoped to convince Mr. Thrax that Ensign Stevens should be given the shuttle pilot qualification by reminding him how sad Stevens would be if he didn't become a pilot. The appeal to pity is also a fallacy of relevance because arguments of this kind provide no evidence for the arguer's contention, instead only invoking a feeling to sway their opponent to their side.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad misericordiam, or the appeal to pity. It's only logical. Spock 2 Enterprise.
Enterprise? Kyle here.
Beam down successful. I am heading to rendezvous with the search team. We will beam back in 3 hours unless we detect any evidence of the lost colony ship Ulysses that sent us that distress signal.
Understood, Commander Spock. Transporter room standing by.
Very well. Spock out.
Once this search is over, we're heading to Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. We'll be there in 3 days.
Excellent. So, Ricardo, how do you think we should determine which crew sections should go on Shirley first? We change how we decide each quality. Last time we based it on average crew performance ratings.
Oh, we already held an informal poll of the crew. The consensus was that engineering section should go first.
Is that so? I didn't hear about that poll. When was it held?
Last night at 0200 hours, during the graveyard shift. A whopping 74% of the whole ship's crew voted for engineering section to get shore leave first.
That doesn't seem very fair. Almost a third of the crew were asleep and couldn't contribute their opinion. Plus, since we damaged the vault drive last week, engineering has been working around the clock making repairs.
And?
Well, everyone knows that the majority of staff on graveyard shift recently are engineers working in the engineering hall.
What difference does that make? A poll was sent out last night to all the crew, and the votes were collected.
Well, I guess that's right.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting cherry-picking, also known as the fallacy of incomplete evidence.
His suggestions seem to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of his reasoning is fallacious. Cherry-picking is the act of pointing to individual cases or data that seem to confirm a particular position, while ignoring a significant portion of related and similar cases or data that may contradict that position. Mr. Sulu, you employed this fallacy when you supported polling the crew at a time when the majority of the crew would be engineers working the graveyard shift. This is not a representative sample, so the results would favor or cherry-pick the engineering department over the rest of the other ship's departments.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cherry picking or the fallacy of incomplete evidence. It's only logical.
What a long shift. I can't wait to get off this afternoon. Lieutenant Briel and I are going to make some popcorn in my quarters and watch an old-style movie double feature.
You're not going to stay in your cabin for hours, are you? Dr. Chiefau has told the crew that we should limit our time in enclosed chambers to no more than 37 minutes at a time.
Really? I know that Chiefau is here for 2 weeks as part of the Space Doctor Exchange program while Dr. McCoy is on one of his people's Grazerite ships, but that's a strange policy.
Oh, Dr. Chiefau was adamant about it. He quoted his people's medical guidelines against being cooped up.
You have to understand, Paul. A lot of Chiefau's ideas are based upon his people's having descended from savanna-dwelling herbivores. They're a naturally claustrophobic culture, fearing enclosed spaces.
But he's a doctor. He said it is a proven fact that it's unhealthy to be within enclosed spaces for longer than absolutely necessary. You should really follow the science.
People have lived in enclosed spaces throughout history. Look at the Earth colony on New Reykjavik. Due to the freezing temperatures, the colonists have to stay 98% of the time in small caves. And they often live to 120.
Well, Dr. Chiefau absolutely mandates that everyone in the crew stay out of small rooms, like our cabins. He's a trained doctor, Lieutenant. Science is science.
I know, but you have
Dr.
to...
Chiefau wouldn't say it if it wasn't scientifically valid.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting equivocation, an informal fallacy of ambiguity.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. The fallacy of equivocation occurs when a key term or phrase in an argument is used in an ambiguous way, with the term taking one meaning in one portion of the argument and another meaning in the other portion. Mr. Erickson, you committed this fallacy when you used the term science in two different ways. In one case, you meant science, the discipline learned by doctors, which is the application of the scientific method, namely, verifying or rejecting a new theory based upon experimentation. You then went on to indicate that science also refers to the pronouncements of scientific practitioners, such as doctors, so that it was science when doctors declared a policy or imposed a mandate. Both of these disparate definitions are valid. The problem with equivocation comes when the two differing definitions for the same term are used within the same logical context, and assuming the two definitions are equivalent.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes. Dr. Chiefau is a doctor and a man of science. However, just because a scientist believes Proposition X does not mean that if the scientific method were applied to X, that it would necessarily show X to be valid. Doctors are scientists, but they are also human, and subject to preferring outcomes that meet their cultural, political, or ideological alignment or agenda. Thus, the opinions of scientists are not necessarily good science.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as equivocation, a form of ambiguity. It's only logical.
Captain's log, stardate 6947.8. The Enterprise is approaching the space station at Sigma Draconis 7. Flint the Immortal is giving a concert, after which we will hold a briefing about his assisting my crew with a study of that facility.
That was remarkable, Mr. Flint.
Yes, thank you for agreeing to give a concert for my crew. They don't often have the opportunity of live performances this far from Starbase.
It was my pleasure.
If you're ready, I'd like to go over a few details with you before our pre-mission briefing.
Of course. After you, Captain.
So your brother Brad is transferring to the USS Constitution, right?
Yes, he's very excited. He's applying for the technical officer billet.
But he was a junior engineer on his previous ship, wasn't he? Does he have the qualifications to be tactical chief?
Well, not as such. Between you and me, Brad is going to take credit for leading some of the tactical exercises run on his old ship, to bulwark his experience. He said he'll also put down that he completed several weapons courses that he actually didn't get around to taking.
That's kind of dishonest, isn't it? I mean, faking his quals like that?
It would be if everyone didn't do it. I found out that the helmsman of the Ariel, Lieutenant Brown, wasn't strictly qualified. He faked his way by padding his resume in the same way.
It still seems kind of fishy to me.
If other officers can fake their quals to get a job, why can't my brother Brad? I mean, everyone does it.
Well, when you put it that way, I guess.
Excuse me, officers. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you're employing, Mr. Markel, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of two wrongs make a right, a fallacy of relevance.
His argument was kind of convincing.
That may be so, Lieutenant Bryce, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of two wrongs make a right. This fallacy is committed when one attempts to justify an often questionable or objectionable act by pointing out that others often commit or have committed the same act, thus suggesting that such actions are commonplace, as in, if others are doing it, I can too. Another form of the fallacy occurs when one dismisses a criticism of an action because the one criticizing that action is also guilty of having done it, in effect saying, you do it too, therefore so can I. The fallacy in this reasoning comes because the wrongness of an action does not become less so due to repetition. This is a fallacy of relevance because the rightness or wrongness of the action under debate is never analyzed. Instead, an attempt is simply made to justify it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should definitely consider what I'm saying more carefully.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the two wrongs make a right fallacy. It's only logical. Ensign Chekhov, please coordinate with Mess Officer Briel and ensure that the dietary requirements for the occupant of cell B3 are augmented to include more seaweed and kelp.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Reprehensible! Unjust in the extreme!
Harry, what seems to be the matter?
I am angry, Cyrano, because my spaceship has been stolen from me, don't you know?
Stolen? That's terrible. Who made off with it, if I may inquire?
The nefarious proprietor of the spaceship storage facility on Illyria 6. That's who. He has impounded my ship for storage fee non-payment. A measly 6 months in arrears. A paltry 17,000 Federation credits is all I owe. And for that, he has stolen me trusty little tub.
Well, I don't know about stolen. I mean, it seems he was in his
Illegally holding on to me ship and its contents is the same as stealing it outright. CJ, it's outright piracy. I should lodge a complaint with the authorities immediately.
Well, yes, I guess so. Perhaps.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the false equivalence, an example of a fallacy of inconsistency.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of false equivalence, This fallacy is committed when one shared trait between two subjects is assumed to show equivalence, especially in order of magnitude, when equivalence is not necessarily the logical result. False equivalence is a common result when an anecdotal similarity is pointed out as equal, but the claim of equivalence does not bear scrutiny because the similarity is based on oversimplification or ignorance of additional factors. Mr. Mudd, you employ this fallacy when you liken the spacecraft bay managers impounding your ship to outright theft of your craft. The former is clearly not the same as the latter, which is the crux of this fallacy.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock. Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the false equivalence. It's only logical.
On that note, shore leave will commence at 0400 hours, beginning with duty shift Delta. Dismissed. Let's go, Bones.
Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. Can't wait.
Yeah, I need a new diversion. I'm tired of swimming and tennis.
Have you tried that new sport, Parisi's Squares? I heard it's fun and good exercise.
Oh, but isn't that sport dangerous? A lot of serious injuries came from playing Parisi's Squares.
Oh no. I have a friend back on Earth whose son and daughter played Parisi's Squares and neither of them got hurt.
Oh, is that so?
Sure. And I think Lieutenant Bryce's younger brother played, and I don't think he ever got hurt.
Oh, okay then. Maybe I'll try it during shore leave.
Good idea.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the anecdotal fallacy, also known as proof by selected instances.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The anecdotal fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone argues on the basis of anecdotal evidence. It's an extremely common type of error found in arguments, and although it can be committed deliberately, it often occurs due to a lack of argumentation skills. The fallacy of anecdotal evidence arises when one uses proof that relies on personal testimonies, such as a story based on someone's individual experience, in order to support or refute a claim. That is, one makes a general conclusion from limited examples that are collected in an informal way and typically cherry-picked in favor of the argument. Since arguers using this invalid technique often select from the testimony of persons they know, they believe they are making a good judgment, not realizing that a handful of positive results reported by acquaintances is not a valid scientific sample.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the anecdotal fallacy or proof by selected instances. It's only logical.
I hope the analysis of that substance found on Zarana Prime confirms that it contains valuable rubidium.
That'll be profit for us all.
I believe Ensign Stevens of the chemistry section is doing the delicate analysis of the samples.
Work done by the chemistry section has a high degree of success, so I'm sure that Chemist Stevens will do the test correctly.
Oh, good. The ion storm is only 15 hours away from our colony down on the planet's surface.
Approaching fast. I hope the emergency shelters put up by our construction battalion can withstand the pounding.
Well, they should. They're constructed of many duranium plates. The shelters have to be strong since all the plates it's composed of are very strong.
I think you're right. I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir,
The arguments you are employing are not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting the fallacies of division and composition.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may be so, but the forms of your arguments are invalid. Chief Sulu, you use the fallacy of division, which occurs when one infers that if the whole entity has a certain characteristic, then therefore its parts have that same characteristic. Just because the chemistry section as a whole is capable of producing highly accurate results, that does not necessarily mean that each chemist within that section is equally capable of producing accurate analysis on their own, or at all. I see. Yes. And Navigator Chekhov, you use the related fallacy of composition, which occurs when one infers that if the parts of an entity have a certain characteristic, then therefore the whole entity will have that same characteristic. Just because the constituent parts of the shelter are strong does not mean that the parts are put together correctly so that the whole shelter is also strong. Incidentally, the fallacy of composition is the converse of the fallacy of division.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of composition or the fallacy of division. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on. Do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
If you talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could
You get
religions
me?
be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're
What do you mean?
starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science, in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay, scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
It hasn't been
not in
tested.
a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in
Oh, it's
general
an
common
idea.
language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask
There's
me
your knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size
Okay.
of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to
Okay.
do any science to get
You need
that
to
answer?
need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
Yeah,
so.
you can take a napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah,
I thought it was a part of science.
it's not.
It can
Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person that's, I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely. But the funny
Yeah.
thing is, it's 2022 and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Okay. Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where is this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit, according to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from them. They were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according
to
to
what he's
NASA.
trying to say, what he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not actually?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So
which
Voyager
isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into
No.
orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait,
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
the last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a
It
look
was-
at that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So
I was
what
gonna say
here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball
Well,
that's spinning?
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure. I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them a lot further.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right?
Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why
yes, if there
wouldn't that
wasn't
be your
any
expectation?
What? Sorry?
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
yes, that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just
So
jump to the
you see-
assumption that if I can't see something or something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you
I
a
don't understand. I'm
visual
not
here that
smart.
Yeah, visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
Uh,
I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
Have you
how
ever been in a hallway
rooms
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most players don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like like a plane. Like I don't know if like so every part. So right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do
that
you know
would
do you know what the alleged
inches
drop
per mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would
Yeah,
be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh
definitely heard of it
criterion.
before, but,
So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
So
that
you imagine,
resolution?
yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area,
Sorry.
no. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor, and you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I'm
that?
imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? Like, I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof.
a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
And
check
that's
it out. You
saying
don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25 then 8 inches per mile times it by 8.
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it
Okay,
be
if you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you, right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop, right?
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's
You know
very
what I mean?
significant. So
Oh,
we have
yeah,
something that's 400 feet, right? 400
I
feet.
can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well,
that's
too
like,
bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm
So,
going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something, right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In
no,
fact, 1 order
sorry,
of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
That
behold,
would be a slip.
lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And there's supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, oh, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space
We
Force
also
is
have
going to
that
be
that you
angry
can
about
look
that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
Makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
All right, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like? So now you're gonna have a really good answer. This. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You'd lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you, okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
But
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't go
do
to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stages, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I
Perfectly.
just say this though, real quick? Like, have you not been? Have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's
Because
goofy that people
it's
have
a
this
big
idea
place.
that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. It's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
speed.
anything like
Come
that,
on,
that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when
Right.
you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. let's continue with the conversation. Forget about all that.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false.
Logic.
Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say, for example, that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say, for example, that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that
Oh,
point.
so what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Flat Earth has long been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries as being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves that Earth is a level, stationary plane. 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and most obvious way to know you are not spinning on a ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on a motionless Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is common sense, and what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that people living down under the spinning ball Earth in Australia are actually living upside down relative to those residing in the northern hemisphere, while an invisible force, strong enough to hold people, buildings, and oceans stuck to the underside of a rapidly rotating ball, but weak enough to allow birds, bugs, and planes to take off and fly with ease, keeps Earth's atmosphere spinning in perfect balance and holds everyone firmly to the surface without crushing us. We can clearly see that the horizon is horizontal, but we are told it curves. We can feel that the Earth under our feet is motionless, but we are told it moves. We can observe the luminaries revolving around us, but we are told it is us that revolves. It is obvious that stars are stars, but we are told that stars are suns. We can see the sun is bigger than the stars, but we are told stars are bigger than the sun. We can see the sun and moon are the same size, but we are told the sun is 400 times larger. It is obvious that up is up and down is down, but we are told there is no such thing. As stated by Flat Earth author David Wardlaw Scott, with the modern astronomer, there is theoretically neither up nor down, though his experience belies his assertion every time he looks up to the heavens or down to the ground. Such aberration of intellect is really to be pitied. The 3rd century philosopher Lactantius was similarly perturbed about the idea, stating, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads? Where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards? Where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground? The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is utter absurdity and an affront to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. No child or unindoctrinated man would ever conclude or even conceive, if given to their own devices, based on their own personal observations, that Earth was a spinning ball revolving around the sun. When children are indoctrinated from a very early age to abandon their common sense and lived experience of a geocentric plain Earth in favor of this nonsensical, heliocentric globe model taught in schools, a schism occurs in their psyche. No longer can they trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, taught by supposed experts and authority figures who insist their version of reality is correct. When children see that every adult around them believes wholeheartedly in the spinning globe, and hear that only our ignorant, unscientific ancestors believed otherwise, they readily abandon the empirical evidence of their senses and adopt the prevailing nonsensical model. As stated by Flat Earth author E. Eschini, the one thing the fable of the revolving earth has done, it has shown the terrible power of a lie. A lie has the power to make a man a mental slave, so that he dares not back the evidence of his own senses, to deny the plain and obvious movement of the sun he sees before him. When he feels himself standing on an earth utterly devoid of motion, at the suggestion of someone else, he is prepared to accept that he is spinning furiously round. When he sees a bird flying and gaining over the ground, he is prepared to believe that the ground is really traveling a great number of times faster than the bird. And finally, in order to uphold the imagination of a madman, he is prepared to accuse his maker of forming him a sensiferous lie. 2. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. One clear instance of the latter is NASA's 1990 time-lapse video of Earth supposedly filmed by their Galileo Space Telescope from 1.3 million miles away. This video features the Earth globe spinning in space uncut for 25 hours and shows the exact same clouds present without ever dissipating, changing shape or location the entire time. In reality, if you watch clouds in the sky for several minutes, three things will inevitably happen. The clouds will all move, some will morph, gradually changing shape, and others will dissipate and disappear completely. In NASA's official footage of the spinning ball Earth, however, the entire world's cloud cover doesn't dissipate, morph, or move for 25 hours, which is, of course, impossible, and proof of fakery. A good example of fisheye lens fakery is the famous 2012 GoPro Red Bull jump, where skydiver Felix Baumgartner was lifted to a record-breaking 128,000 feet in a stratospheric balloon, then jumped back to Earth. 7 GoPro cameras on the outside of the craft and strapped to Felix himself recorded the entire ascent and descent. Astute observers will notice that from ground level all the way up to the 24-mile apex, the horizon is significantly curved and remains equally so for the entire ascent. This is because the curve is artificial and being caused by the GoPro camera's standard-issue fisheye lens. Once Felix reaches his peak altitude and the door of his craft opens, an inside camera mounted behind him without a fisheye lens reveals the truth, showing a perfectly flat horizon still at eye level, 128,000 feet high. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are composite images and not actual photographs. They claim the composites are made by taking strips of data sent from satellites, spliced together in Photoshop, and colorized for the final creation. NASA's senior program analyst and lead data visualizer, Robert Simon, admitted in an interview that they are photoshopped because they have to be. When compared side by side and viewed with a discerning eye, the inconsistencies become obvious. The coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the continents drastically changes between images, and they often feature far too little land mass for 50% of a globe. Several of NASA's blue marble Earth images have repeat instances of exact cloud patterns clearly copied and pasted into place. Computer enhancements done on Earth images taken during the Apollo missions also show similar photo trickery. when hues are removed from the black backgrounds and brightness enhanced, distinct rectangular artifacts appear around the globe where they were pasted in, again proving them to be doctored composites. Furthermore, when NASA's Earth pictures are compared with those from the Russians, Chinese, and other space agencies, the differences become evident, and the fact that they are all simply Photoshop images becomes obvious. If NASA and the world's space agencies could provide real, legitimate photographs and videos of a globe, they most certainly would. So the fact that they continue producing and pumping out nothing but fisheye fakery and CGI cartoons is strong evidence that Earth is not what they claim. 3. Water. The natural physics of water are that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a bucket, bathtub, pond, lake, or an ocean, the surface of water at rest always remains flat and doesn't have the ability to show convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fact is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must be somehow curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in space. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way. As anyone can experiment for themselves, bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball and cannot show convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Globe defenders will often point to water droplets, meniscus, surface tension, or adhesion, claiming these are examples of water bending or sticking to a surface, which is nothing but a fallacy of false equivalency, as these only happen at a very small scale, the size of a coffee cup. The claim is entire oceans wrapping around and sticking to the underside of a spinning ball, not a water droplet or the meniscus in a glass filled to the brim. NASA has also recently taken to faking CGI water balls using augmented virtual reality technology in an attempt to convince the public that water can behave this way. This kind of demonstration, done in a reference frame inaccessible to 99.99% of the population, however, is unrepeatable by the world's scientists and skeptics, and is therefore not scientific or permissible as proof of anything. First, they claim only massive objects the size of Earth have this attractive property. Then, as evidence, they show a phenomenon allegedly outside of our earthly reference frame. In other words, they are claiming bodies of water can bend around, stick to a ball, and show curvature upon their surface, but only at a scale too big for the public to recreate. Then they are claiming water can ball up and float suspended in air, but only in a reference frame too far for the public to recreate. As for water level, globe defenders have actually attempted to completely redefine the term level just to fit with their dogma. The true definition of level is a flat horizontal plane with no deviation in elevation along its surface. Water always reliably seeks and maintains its own level, and that is why it has been used in spirit levels and construction projects from time immemorial to create perfectly horizontal structures, no matter their size. Globe zealots, however, unsatisfied with this obvious truth and clear definition, have attempted to redefine level to instead mean curved. Their globe-friendly version of level means equal heights around a ball when measured from a central point. The fact of the matter is, however, that nobody has ever reached this hypothetical center point of the hypothetical Earth globe, so their redefined term cannot be tested or falsified. Until that day, rest assured there is good reason we call it sea level and not sea curve. 4. The horizon. The horizon is always perfectly horizontal, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. If Earth was actually a globe, no matter how large, as an observer ascended, the horizon would remain fixed in position and fall below the observer the higher climbed. In reality, all amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage filmed without a fisheye lens at maximum altitudes of over 20 miles high, show a completely flat horizon still rising to eye level. Only in NASA and other space agency footage does the horizon ever curve or appear below the observer's eye level. In the heliocentric model, the horizon is claimed to be the physical curvature of their globe, and the reason boats receding from a shore-bound observer disappear from view. This was actually one of the original alleged globe-Earth proofs presented by Aristotle and still parroted by believers today. But by using modern zoom technology, we now know that the horizon is not the physical curvature of a globe, and those boats can be zoomed back into full view. This is because the horizon is not an objective physical phenomenon at all, but rather a subjective optical phenomenon based on an individual observer's perspective. If the horizon was actually the objective physical curvature of a globe, then objects receding beyond it could not be zoomed back into view, and it would remain fixed as an observer ascended. In reality, however, the horizon rises along with the observer no matter how high, and modern zoom technology can bring objects receding beyond it back into full view. This proves the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing line of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, on the shore near Waterloo, a few miles to the north of Liverpool, a good telescope was fixed at an elevation of 6 feet above the water. It was directed to a large steamer just leaving the River Mersey and sailing out to Dublin. Gradually the masthead of the receding vessel came nearer to the horizon, until, at length, after more than 4 hours had elapsed, it disappeared. The ordinary rate of sailing of the Dublin steamers was fully 8 miles an hour, so that the vessel would be at least 32 miles distant when the masthead came to the horizon. The 6 feet of elevation of the telescope would require 3 miles to be deducted for convexity, which would leave 29 miles, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 560 feet, deducting 80 feet for the height of the main mast, and we find that, according to the doctrine of rotundity, the masthead of the outward-bound steamer should have been 480 feet below the horizon. Many other experiments of this kind have been made upon sea-going steamers, and always with the results entirely incompatible with the theory that the Earth is a globe. 5. Gyroscopes. Gyroscopes are precision instruments consisting of a wheel mounted inside 2 or 3 gimbals which provide pivoting support and allow the wheel to rotate about a single axis. As the entire contraption moves and shifts angles, the gimbals move and shift accordingly, but the inner wheel never changes its angle with respect to its initial reference frame. This unique property is called rigidity in space, meaning the inner wheel maintains its orientation and axis of rotation in relation to space and not to the surface of the Earth. This means that the base of a gyroscope set in motion with its axis in a vertical position, then placed on a table for 6 hours, should rotate 90 degrees with the spinning globe Earth. As the globe turns under the gyroscope for 6 hours, the axis should slowly turn from vertical to horizontal. This experiment has been tested many times with several full-length videos available online, and never does the gyroscope's vertical axis shift whatsoever. If the heliocentric model were true, not only would the gyroscope detect the alleged 1,000-mile-per-hour spin of the globe, but also the 67,000-mile-per-hour revolution around the Sun, the entire solar system's 500,000-mile-per-hour spiral around the Milky Way galaxy, and the entire galaxy's multi-million-mile-per-hour journey through the universe. Since these hypothetical motions never register on precision gyroscopes, it is clear that they, just like the spinning ball Earth they're based on, do not exist. Gyroscopes are also the technology behind inertial guidance systems and airplane artificial horizon indicators. When military jets are performing loops, barrel rolls, and other dogfighting maneuvers, the artificial horizon allows pilots to easily see their exact orientation relative to Earth without having to rely on looking out the window. If Earth was truly a sphere, by simply flying level, airplane artificial horizon indicators should show a steady decline unless pilots constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into so-called outer space. For example, a pilot traveling 500 miles per hour over a globe Earth 24,900 miles in circumference would have to descend an average of 2,777 feet, or over half a mile per minute. Otherwise, in 1 hour's time, the plane would be 31.5 miles higher than desired. In fact, if Earth was really a ball, there should be no reason to use rockets for flying into outer space, because simply flying an airplane straight at any altitude for long enough would already inevitably send you there. 6. Compasses. The mariner's compass is another precision instrument which can only work on a level plane Earth, and is an impossible and nonsensical tool for use on a globe. It simultaneously points north and south over a flat surface, and must be held flat to work, yet claims to be pinpointing two constantly moving geomagnetic poles at opposite ends of a spinning sphere originating from a hypothetical molten metal core. If compass needles were actually drawn to the North Pole of a globe, the opposing south needle would actually be pointing up and off into outer space. Likewise, observers holding a compass in Antarctica would be at the bottom of the ball, so to show north, the needle would have to point down at their feet. If the so-called South Pole in Antarctica were truly the southern pole of a magnet, observers would be able to walk in a circle with their backs to the South Pole and have their compass needles show north being in front of them in every direction. This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth. The actual type of magnetism present on Earth is similar to a ring magnet found in loudspeakers, which have a central North Pole, with the opposite South Pole being all points along the outer circumference. This perfectly describes the magnetism of our flat Earth, whereas the alleged source of magnetism in the globe model is emitted from a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move and thus forever evade independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. 7. Plain sailing. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constantly glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea, navigation in theory and practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest, thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe." 8. Construction. Surveyors, engineers, architects, and builders are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Plumb bobs are used to establish plumb vertical datums, with spirit levels then used to establish horizontal datums and lay flat foundations across great expanses. If Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, builders would find themselves constantly deviating from both their established vertical and horizontal datum lines. But in reality, canals, railways, bridges, tunnels, and other large projects are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature, and no deviation from established datums. As stated by surveyor T. Westwood in Earth Review magazine, quote, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles, each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is one clear proof of both the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. Another good example is the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge, the longest bridge in the world, just over 102 miles long, which runs parallel to the Yangtze River and connects the Shanghai and Nanjing provinces. This bridge is approximately the same length as the Suez Canal, and was also built without factoring the alleged curvature of the Earth. If Earth was actually a globe 24,900 miles in circumference, spherical trigonometry dictates that the center of both the Suez Canal and the Dunyang Kunshan Bridge would bulge over 1,666 feet higher than either end. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in schoolbooks. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. Railroads are another example of large-scale construction projects spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, working from an established datum line and without deviating for the entire length. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, in an official statement published in Earth Review magazine, confirmed, quote, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal, and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." As an example, the London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. But if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc with its center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the 2 extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible. 9. Long-distance photography. We are consistently able to observe objects at incredibly long distances, far beyond what would be possible if Earth was actually a globe of given proportions. By inputting the observer height and distance viewed into an Earth curvature calculator, it is easy to check how much a target should be obstructed on a globe Earth. For example, it is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, after photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this phenomenon, several news channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy, illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 24,900 miles in circumference should be a full 2,400 feet below the horizon. In Genoa, Italy, from only 70 feet above sea level, on clear days it is possible to see the distant islands of Elba, Gorgona, Caprea, and Corsica, which are 81, 99, 102, and 125 miles away. If Earth was truly a globe of given proportions, all 4 islands could never be visible for such an observer, and would be hidden behind 3,300, 5,200, 5,600, and 8,700 feet of curved water. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days, both Mount Foraker and Mount McKinley can be seen in their entirety, standing straight from base to summit with the naked eye from 120 and 130 miles away, respectively. If Earth was really a ball of given circumference, both mountains should be leaning back away from the observer, with the lower half of each mountain completely obstructed from view. Based on verifiable curvature calculations, 7,719 feet of Mount Foraker's 17,400-foot summit and 9,220 feet of Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be hidden behind a giant bulge of curved globular Earth. The current record-breaking longest-distance zoom photograph recently captured Pic Gaspard from Pic de Finestrelles, a whopping 275 miles away, with an observer height of approximately 9,000 feet, from which, based on correct curvature calculations, the entire 12,740-foot mountain should be invisible behind nearly 6 miles of curved Earth. Even more recently, flat earthers like J. Tolan Media have been filming using infrared zoom cameras at high altitudes to capture lakes, mountains, and other landmarks up to an incredible 1,000 miles away. If Earth was really a globe the size we are told, many of the landmarks photographed would be hidden behind upwards of 70 miles of curved Earth. 10. Lighthouses. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea also far exceeds what could be found on a globe of given proportions. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from a boat 10 feet above sea level, 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if Earth was a globe with the given curvature rate, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson Light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Agero Light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonin Light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, where it should be 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. And finally, the lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. 11. Impossible atmosphere. If Earth was truly a globe, constantly spinning eastwards at over 1,000 miles per hour, it stands to reason that helicopters and hot air balloons should be able to simply hover over the surface of the Earth and wait for their destinations to come to them. For example, during the Red Bull Stratosphere dive, Felix Baumgartner, spending 3 hours ascending over New Mexico, should have landed 2,500 miles west into the Pacific Ocean, but instead actually landed a few dozen miles east of the takeoff point. Likewise, vertically fired cannonballs and other projectiles should fall significantly due west on an eastward spinning ball. In actual fact, however, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. To account for this problem, globe defenders claim that gravity somehow magically and inexplicably drags the entire lower atmosphere of the Earth in perfect synchronization up to some undetermined height, where this progressively faster and faster spinning atmosphere gives way to the non-spinning, non-gravitized, non-atmosphere of supposed infinite vacuum space. NASA refuses to answer at what altitude this impossible feat allegedly happens, but the effect such a transition would have on a craft traversing it would be disastrous. It is also scientifically refuted by the simple fact that vacuums cannot exist connected to non-vacuums while maintaining the properties of a vacuum. As anyone who has punctured an aerosol can knows, two adjacent pressure systems, not separated by some kind of barrier or membrane, will equilibrate. If gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball Earth, that would mean the atmosphere at the poles would be spinning at 0 miles per hour, while over the mid-latitudes it would be spinning around 500 miles per hour, and gradually faster until reaching the equator, where Earth and the atmosphere would be spinning together at over 1,000 miles per hour. Not only would this gravitized atmosphere increase speed from poles to the equator, but would also necessarily progressively increase speed the higher the altitude. In reality, however, the atmosphere at every point on Earth is equally unaffected by this alleged force, as it has never been measured and is proven non-existent by the ability of airplanes to fly unabated in any direction without experiencing any such atmospheric changes. Landing airplanes on such fast-moving runways, facing all manner of directions, north, south, east, west, and otherwise, would also be practically impossible. Not to mention rain, fireworks, birds, bugs, clouds, smoke, balloons, and projectiles would all behave very differently if the Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning. Tests were conducted in the 19th century with cannons facing each of the cardinal directions, which proved Earth and its atmosphere are not spinning. If they were, then north and south-facing cannons would establish a control, while east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, while west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, the distance covered is always the same. Common sense tells us if Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour, this should somewhere, somehow, be seen, heard, felt, or measured by someone, yet no one in history has ever experienced this alleged eastward motion. Meanwhile, however, we can hear, feel, and experimentally measure even the slightest westward breeze. Furthermore, clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably meander every which way, with clouds often traveling in opposing directions at varying altitudes simultaneously. This is altogether incompatible with the theory of a rapidly rotating Earth and atmosphere. 12. Flight times. If Earth and its atmosphere were constantly spinning eastwards over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, then the average commercial airliner traveling 500 miles per hour should never be able to reach its eastward destinations before they come speeding up from behind. Likewise, westward destinations should be arrived at thrice the speed, but this is not the case. In reality, the differences between eastbound and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a spinning globe. As Gabrielle Henriette stated in her book Heaven and Earth, if flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. If the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off, since both speeds are equal. The spinning globe model dictates that Earth and its atmosphere would be moving together 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and progressively slower, approaching zero closer to the poles. The following examples all take place at the mid-latitudes, where the globe model claims that Earth and its atmosphere should be moving together at approximately 500 miles per hour, the same as the average flight speed of a commercial airliner. Flights from Los Angeles to New York City, traveling east with the alleged rotation of the Earth, take an average of 5.5 hours, for instance, so the return flight west should only take 2 3/4 hours. But in fact, the average New York City to LA flight actually takes upward of 6 hours, a time totally inconsistent with the spinning globe model. Flights eastward with the alleged spin of the Earth from Tokyo to Los Angeles take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours, another flight duration totally inconsistent with the globe model. Eastbound flights from New York to London take an average of 7 hours. Therefore, the westbound flights against the alleged spin should take an average of 3.5 hours, but in reality, they take an average of 7.5 hours. Eastward flights from Chicago to Boston with the alleged spin of the Earth take an average of 2.25 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of just over an hour, but in reality, they take an average of 2.75 hours. Flights eastward from Paris to Rome take an average of 2 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take only 1 hour, but in actual fact have an average flight duration of 2 hours and 10 minutes. All of these flight times are impossible on a 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward spinning ball, but are consistent with what would be expected over a stationary Earth. 13. Flight paths. If Earth was truly a ball, then there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, however, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures are too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights aren't made because they're impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way, if absolutely necessary. But in reality, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean, with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Cape Town, South Africa to Buenos Aires, Argentina should be a straight shot over the Atlantic, following the same line of latitude across. But instead, every flight goes to connecting locations in the northern hemisphere first, stopping over anywhere from London to Turkey to Dubai. Once again, these make absolutely no sense on the ball model, but are completely understandable options when mapped on a flat Earth. On a globe, Santiago, Chile to Johannesburg, South Africa should be an easy flight, all taking place below the Tropic of Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. Yet every listed flight makes a curious refueling stop in Senegal near the Tropic of Cancer in the north hemisphere first. When mapped on a flat Earth, the reason why is clear to see, because Senegal is actually directly in a straight line path halfway between the two. On a globe, Johannesburg, South Africa to Sao Paulo, Brazil should be a quick straight shot along the 25th southern latitude, but instead, nearly every flight makes a refueling stop at the 50th degree north latitude in London first. The only reason such ridiculous stopovers work in reality is because the Earth is not a spinning ball. 14. Latitude and longitude. If Earth was truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If Earth is an extended plane, however, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. Practical distance measurements taken from the Australian Handbook, Almanac, Shippers and Importers Directory state that the straight line distance between Sydney and Nelson is 1,550 statute miles, with a given difference in longitude of 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds. Therefore, if 22 degrees, 2 minutes, and 14 seconds out of 360 degrees is 1,550 miles, the entirety would measure 25,182 miles, which is not only larger than the globe is said to be at the equator, but a whole 4,262 miles greater than it would be at Sydney's southern latitude on a globe of given proportions. From near Cape Horn, Chile, to Port Phillip in Melbourne, Australia, the distance is 10,500 miles, or 143 degrees of longitude away. Factoring the remaining degrees to 360 makes for a total distance of 26,430 miles around this particular latitude, which is over 1,500 miles wider than Earth is supposed to be at the equator, and many more thousands of miles wider than it is supposed to be at such southern latitudes. Similar calculations made from the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, to Melbourne, Australia, at an average latitude of 35.5 degrees south, have given an approximate figure of over 25,000 miles, which is again greater than the Earth's supposed circumference at the equator. Meanwhile, calculations from Sydney, Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, at an average of 37.5 degrees south, have given an approximate circumference of 25,500 miles, greater still. According to the globe model, the circumference of Earth at 37.5 degrees south latitude should be only 19,757 statute miles, almost 6,000 miles less than such practical measurements. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator, assuming the globular theory, have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, also testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. For example, during Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day. Later on, farther south, as much as 29 miles. Lieutenant Charles Wilkes commanded a United States Navy exploration expedition to the Antarctic from 1838 to 1842, and in his journals also mentioned being consistently east of his reckoning, sometimes over 20 miles in less than 18 hours. Quoting Reverend Thomas Milner, "In the South Hemisphere, navigators to India have often fancied themselves east of the Cape when still west, and have been driven ashore on the African coast, which, according to their reckoning, lay behind them. This misfortune happened to a fine frigate, the Challenger, in 1845. How came Her Majesty's ship Conqueror to be lost? How have so many other noble vessels, perfectly sound, perfectly manned, perfectly navigated, been wrecked in calm weather, not only in dark night or in a fog, but in broad daylight and sunshine, in the former case upon the coasts, and in the latter upon sunken rocks, from being out of reckoning? The simple answer is that Earth is not a ball." In the globe model, Antarctica is an ice continent which covers the bottom of the ball from 78 degrees south latitude to 90, and is therefore not much more than 12,000 miles in circumference. Many early explorers, including Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, however, in attempting to circumnavigate Antarctica, took upwards of 3 to 4 years and clocked between 50,000 and 60,000 miles around. Captain George Nares, on his Challenger expedition, also made an indirect but complete circumnavigation of Antarctica, traversing 69,000 miles, which is entirely inconsistent with the globe model. Hervé Raboni, who circumnavigated the world during the 1993 Whitbread yacht race, has recently become a flat earther himself, and claims that the deception is done through the hoax of magnetic declination. Hervé insists that on our flat Earth, magnetic declination does not exist, and the addition of this globe-based chart and mathematics to navigation calculations is what keeps pilots and sailors on course. 15. Arctic versus Antarctic. If Earth was truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions, and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator, should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways, entirely inconsistent with the globe model, but exactly as expected on a flat Earth. For example, Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately -57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of -135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes, and the northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. On a tilting, wobbling ball Earth spinning uniformly around the sun, Arctic and Antarctic temperatures and seasons should not vary so greatly. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo also live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found beyond the 56th. Iceland, at 65 degrees north latitude, is home to 870 species of native plants and abundant various animal life. Compare this with the Isle of Georgia at just 54 degrees south latitude, where there are only 18 species of native plants, and animal life is almost non-existent. At the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, Captain Cook wrote of Georgia that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the seabird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in the Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant." At places of comparable latitude north and south, the sun also behaves very differently than it should on the globe model, but exactly as expected over a flat Earth. For example, in the north, dawn and dusk come slowly and last far longer than in the south, where they come and go very quickly. Certain places in the north, twilight can last for over an hour, while at comparable southern latitudes, within a few minutes the sunlight completely disappears. Also, the longest summer days north of the equator are much longer than those south of the equator, and the shortest winter days north of the equator are much shorter than the shortest south of the equator. These facts are inexplicable on a uniformly spinning, wobbling ball Earth, but make perfect sense on a flat Earth with a sun traveling faster, wider circles over the south and slower, narrower circles over the north. 16. The Midnight Sun. The midnight sun is an Arctic phenomenon occurring annually during the summer solstice, where for several days straight, observers north of the Arctic Circle can watch the sun traveling circles overhead, rising and falling throughout the day, but never fully setting for upwards of 72 plus hours. If the Earth was actually a spinning globe revolving around the sun, the only place such a phenomenon as the midnight sun could be observed would be at the poles. Any other vantage point, from 89 degrees latitude downwards, could never, regardless of any tilt or inclination, see the sun for over 24 hours straight. To do so on a spinning globe, at a point other than the poles, you would have to be looking through miles and miles of land and sea for part of the revolution. Some people claim there is a similar phenomenon in Antarctica, but they coincidentally don't have any uncut videos showing this. The few videos available online have been suspiciously edited or manipulated, and the Antarctic Treaty doesn't allow independent explorers to travel there during the winter solstice to verify or refute these claims. Conversely, there are dozens of uncut videos publicly available showing the Arctic midnight sun, and it has been verified beyond any shadow of a doubt, as anyone can travel and confirm for themselves. Furthermore, every year from the 71st degree south latitude onwards, the sun sets on May 17th, and is not seen above the horizon again until July 21st. This is totally at odds with the globe model, but easily explained on a flat Earth. The midnight sun is seen within the Arctic Circle during summer solstice because the sun, at its innermost cycle, is circling tightly enough around the polar center that it constantly remains visible above the horizon for someone at such a vantage point. Likewise, in extreme southern latitudes during that time, the sun completely disappears from view for over 2 months because there at the northern tropic, at the innermost cycle of its boomerang journey, the sun is circling the northern center too tightly to be seen from the southern circumference. 17. Polaris. In the heliocentric model, they claim Earth is a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour around its axis, while revolving tens of thousands of miles per hour around the sun, while the entire solar system circles hundreds of thousands of miles per hour around the Milky Way, and the entire galaxy shoots millions of miles per hour more off through infinite space. In reality, no one in history has ever seen, heard, felt, or measured such motions, and everyone can clearly see for themselves that Polaris, the pole star, situated directly over the North Pole center of Earth, never moves, night after night, year after year, century after century, with all the other fixed stars remaining fixed in their relative constellations, revolving perfect circles around it. Such circular star trails around an unmoving pole star, seen in time-lapse photos, prove that it is the stars themselves moving and not the Earth. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball undergoing these multiple contradictory motions through the universe, you would only ever see irregular, random, spiral-shaped star trails, and the night sky would never be the same twice. It would be impossible for constellations to exist whatsoever if Earth was truly performing all these various theoretical motions. Quoting 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter, why in the name of common sense should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth, if the Earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the 1,000th part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all, and that the Earth is not a globe. 18. Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is claimed to be a southern central pole star similar to Polaris, around which the southern hemisphere stars all rotate around the opposite direction. Unlike Polaris, however, Sigma Octantis cannot be seen simultaneously from every point along the same latitude. It is not central, but allegedly 1 degree off-center. It is not motionless, and in fact cannot be seen at all using commercially available telescopes. There is legitimate speculation regarding whether Sigma Octantis even exists. The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction east to west around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is too vast for any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from one vantage point, so their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes based on perspective and the exact direction faced. Quoting Earth Not a Globe by Dr. Samuel Robotham, another thing is certain, that from within the equator, the North Pole star, and the constellations Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, and many others can be seen from every meridian simultaneously, whereas in the south, from the equator, neither the so-called South Pole star nor the remarkable constellation of the Southern Cross can be seen simultaneously from every meridian, showing that all the constellations of the South Pole star included sweep over a great southern arc and across the meridian, from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. But if the Earth is a globe, Sigma Octantis, a South Pole star, and the Southern Cross, a southern circumpolar constellation, they would all be visible at the same time from every longitude on the same latitude, as is the case with the Northern Pole star and the northern circumpolar constellations. Such, however, is not the case. 19. Local sun. Heliocentrists' astronomical figures always sound perfectly precise, but they have historically been notorious for regularly and drastically changing them to suit their various models. For instance, in his time, Copernicus calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. The next century, Johannes Kepler decided it was actually 12,376,800 miles away. Isaac Newton said during his time that, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." Benjamin Martin calculated between 81 and 82 million miles. Thomas Dilworth claimed 93,726,900 miles. John Hind stated positively 95,298,260 miles. Benjamin Gould said more than 96 million miles, and Christian Mayer thought it was more than 104 million. Nowadays, current heliocentric theorists have settled on a figure of 93 million miles, but all of these ridiculous distances are easily proven wrong by the same method flat earthers have used for centuries. Measuring with sextants and calculating with plane trigonometry, both the sun and moon figure to be only approximately 30 miles in diameter and less than 3,000 miles away. Furthermore, amateur balloon footage taken above the clouds has provided stunning visual proof that the sun cannot be millions of miles away. In several shots, you can see a clear hot spot reflecting on the clouds directly below the sun's spotlight-like influence. If the sun were actually millions of miles away, such a small, localized hot spot could not occur. Another proof the sun is not millions of miles away is found by tracing the angle of sun rays back to their source above the clouds. There are countless pictures and videos showing how sunlight comes down through cloud cover at a variance of converging angles. The area of convergence is of course the sun, and is clearly not millions of miles away, but rather relatively close to Earth. The fact that the sun and moon's reflections on water always form a straight line path from the horizon all the way to the observer also proves Earth is not a ball. If Earth's surface was curved, it would be impossible for the reflected light to bend over the ball. 20. Scientific experiments. Several experiments have been performed and repeated by notable scientists like Albert Michelson, Edward Morley, George Airy, and George Sagnac, proving that it is the stars that revolve around a stationary Earth and not the other way around. The conclusive results of their experiments are not contested or even mentioned in modern astronomy books, but rather conveniently swept under the carpet to keep prying minds from seeing through the lies. For example, the experiment known as Airy's failure, since it failed to confirm heliocentricity, proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model. The Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac experiments also attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they all failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. Suffice to say, these 20 points are just scratching the surface, and there are many, many more proofs available, both in William Carpenter's book, 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe, and my own book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball.
Going on, guys?
Not much, man. How are you?
Yeah, really well. Wonderful Friday.
Beautiful. Morning, Miggy. Morning, Kiwi. Morning, Flatty.
Hey, Bulllicker. Got the gas pressure out in container then, or what?
I'm sorry, what was that, brother?
Have you got the gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I just did that.
I was listening to you and the gator go back and forth.
Gas
that guy was
container. What do you mean? What happened?
he was being dishonest.
Who was?
Negator in another chat. He was just being silly.
Negator. Oh yeah, he's a famous anti-flat earther. Famous for coming in here and trying to dissuade people from, looking into the flat earth. I've had a run-in with him a couple of times. I actually had a channel that I had some clips of him, me and him. He was really hard-pressed when the whole Star Trail argument was running around. He was a part of that. I didn't get nowhere with it, actually. So he switched to, I think he went to, let's see, it was it total stations and how they measure the curvature of the Earth. When he found out that they don't measure the curvature of the Earth because that's not their function, then he started to break down. But he would go on like some of the bigger anti-flat Earth arenas, like Fight the Flat Earth at the time. Yeah, he was doing it, but he never really got any traction because of the way he debates. He shoots himself with his own words in the foot.
Yeah.
So
He did that a couple of times. So I'll say this for him at least. At least he's decent enough to talk to. He's not rude and despicable. So, no, but
he won't let up as far as like his belief. So as far as he's concerned, his belief is completely 100% intact. So the anti-flat earthers, their belief is like unwavering. It's pretty strong. Like whatever faith they have in that belief, it's really strong with them. Like they don't want to give it up, that's their business, right? They can believe whatever they want. And for me, like I always say, I'm happy that they believe whatever they can believe, but when it comes to providing evidence, they come up empty all the time. So there's really nothing in the way for them to, like, in an argument to present. They can't demonstrate anything. And the only thing they do is just talk up a good storm. Like, it's your basic political tactics, fling mud at the opponent, or try to make them look bad by, talking about the way they are, their character, and never really address
herrings, changing the subject. Yeah.
Yeah, never really addressing the topic, and they're really good at it. They've gotten better, I think, these days. But needless to say, that's really all they have to offer. Outside of that, there's really nothing else. Hey, Negator came in here lots and lots of times, but there was really nothing he had that he could present as evidence. So yeah,
I asked him if he could create gas pressure or a gas pressure gradient as we observe it in our atmosphere. Can you duplicate that or simulate that under laboratory conditions? And he said, yeah. And I said, how would you do that? And he said he would get a container.
That's exactly what they said, huh?
He said he would create a vacuum chamber. It's like, okay.
He walked right into it too. He's like, you're talking about a container, right? It's a chamber. That's what it is.
Yeah, he knew that. He said that what did he say, Flatty? He said something about, the question is illegitimate or something. I was like, okay.
He was even saying that, what did he say? It escapes me now. Sorry, dude. But someone else who was quite funny today as well, Miggy, Ball Kicker was there. It's our famous astrophysicist that was in 2 days ago. He was over there, and he's now a flat earther who's seen the light.
No, he's not. He wants to be a pretender clown that weasels his way in here with his. He's going to be nodding his head until people that can't ban him are around, and then he's going to start spewing a bit of like his deception. Like, well, I'm not saying that the Earth's not flat. I just want to. This is what they do. I'm telling you, their tactics are very weaselly, and the reason why they want to be a flat earther is because they think it's a shield. They think it'll cover them if they're in here as a flat earther, and it does not. The moment you hear some inconsistencies, that's the moment you have to cut them to the quick, like immediately. You don't allow that to continue or fester, because the more you let it fester, it starts to invade other people's kind of way of thinking. And this has happened before. There's some people that have been carried on by the ways of those deception ideas with concave Earth. I'll give that as an example. There's some weasels that come in here and they say they're flat earthers, and then when, like in the mornings or like 2 a.m. or something, they're having a grand old conversation about how it's possible that the Earth could be curving upwards. Well, I'm not saying it's not flat. I'm just saying it could curve upwards. We got some evidence for it. I'm just saying, no, you don't have evidence. And so that's the thing. You have to stop it really fast if you hear it. Otherwise, the other people who are listening are going to be like, hey, man, you guys agree with this? Okay, that's cool. And then it catches fire, right? So that's why. It's not easy. It's not an easy task. And what I'm saying is because we all like to be people persons, right? We want to be friendly with everyone. But the thing is, when you're standing up for truth, you have to stand up for it or get out of the way. It's a either or. You're not just going to sit here, let somebody ramble on about inconsistent things of what we're talking about, and then let them say, well, that's a great theory. No, it's not. Because you guys haven't presented any evidence. And if you're saying it's curving upwards, then you need to present some evidence. And evidence isn't just like talking about it. It's demonstrating, making sure that people understand what you're saying. And that's the most important thing. So if you do hear that, you got to always be alert, because there's weasels that come in here that will just say, I'm a flat earther, dude. Like, chill. Like, no, you're not.
Well, yeah, that guy's claiming to be an astrophysicist, and now he's actually claiming to be a clairvoyant. He was saying that he could tell me what I was going to eat for breakfast tomorrow and the time of my death, and it was just kind of ridiculous. So,
yeah,
I was pleading, like, somebody ban this person right now, mute him, and nobody would. So I don't know how people get away with that kind of stuff.
What do we got here? We have to start moving some people up to get the gold status so they can start doing that. Having that status comes with responsibility, because you got to mute people and you could possibly ban them. So I'm going to see what happens. I'm not really sure. I don't see a lot of people being moved up lately. I hear most of the conversation around the server is that people don't really care about roles. And I know how people feel about it, because we just all want to get along and talk about flat Earth. But it's just for the server purposes. It's useful for people that are disobeying the server rules, and then you can do the appropriate moderation. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of movement, so maybe I'll talk to the other mods and see what happens.
Yeah, that stuff's necessary. I really like this place because there's tighter constraints, and people aren't allowed to go off the reservation and say ridiculous things without at least being challenged.
Yeah, the it's not easy, even if you're a flat earther. I would say it that way. Even if you're a flat earther just coming into the topic, it's like you're firing off your guns at these questions that these globers come in here with. But the other ones who are kind of been in here a while, we already know that there's people that are pretending to be weasels, and just the questions that they ask, or they are scattergun questions and try to lead you off on bunny trails. And if you're not aware of all of the tactics, you'll get taken in. Like, it's not just debating the actual topic, it's learning how to debate. There's an extra layer of like being able to handle a conversation with somebody who's not ready to, or pretends to be. Like they put a facade of being honest. No, really, I don't know. I'm just being honest. Like, and you gotta have a really good observation at their conversation, so you'll be able to navigate and be like, okay, this guy said this and that, which leads me to understand that he's really not understanding. You know what I mean? Or this guy's just being a weasel because I asked him this question and he understood what I said. You know what I mean? And
the first day I came in here, I used the word planet, And man, I got jumped on. I was told I was a fake and a fraud. I was like, gosh, I'm sorry, guys.
Well, no, I'm telling you, ball kicker. That's just the beginning of it. I heard you say that like we need to do some more scientific experiments on the Earth, and I started correcting you at the moment because like the way it started, what people started to know about flat Earth, there was a lot of language that we were using that was still from like how the globe perceives language. How they're using it
Sure.
incorrectly. So it's not that we are upset like with people using it. It's just because of the fact that they use that against the people of flat Earth in a way. It's like, no, did you hear what he said? He agrees with me. So they'll turn it.
What you're saying is there's a certain vernacular that really needs to be respected when you enter this forum and this arena. And I agree. Just like if you're in law or medicine, there's going to be a vernacular that's attached to those arenas that should be utilized in order to communicate clearly. So I agree with you. I'm not contesting that at all.
Yeah, no, and what I'm saying too is like, believe me, there's a time and a place to say those words, and of course, in context, you'd use them, right? In whatever context that is, that word is usable for, then you can use that. But it has to be applicable to the conversation. If it's like we're going to do some scientific experiments on the Earth, and you're out of the realm of like, because measuring the Earth has nothing to do with like a how and why question of observing a natural phenomena. So, you know what I mean? You're actually using math, and you're determining by way of length and so forth. So it's not like a how and why question, a cause and effect. So this is like you're really just misappropriating the word or the name science to experiment to what we're actually doing. And it like no fault to you. You didn't know like that. This is how people were misconstruing these words in a conversation. Like usually when we talk to people about like even gravity, like we'll even say like what is gravity, and we'll ask them. And even like you hear people in academia were like, well, we don't know. Next question. Like they don't have the answer to that question. But these guys who are think that they have every answer for the globe, come in here and we'll say, well, all I got to do is drop a pen. Boom, answer. No, what is the definition for gravity? And by definition, I need you to tell me what gravity is, like as per what its definition is. They don't know. They won't be able to define it for you. And if somebody's listening to me right now on the live stream, you have to think about that. Think the Earth is a globe. You have to think about the definition because that people don't know that. So go look it up. I mean, if you're listening right now, go look it up because that's important. You guys need to know. All right, when you step into this forum, it's you start to realize really quick how much you don't know. If that makes any sense for anybody here. It just depends where you learn flat Earth from before you come here, or how you got to the knowledge of flat Earth, and then you come in here. If you're touting off these ideas like you're right, then you better be ready to demonstrate that ability to know that you're correct, because that will be checked 100%, like through and through. So if there's a claim that you say, right, and whatever claim it is, it needs to have valid information so that people can look into it and peer review it and such. But we'd have to call anybody out. That's not just the globe earthers, but the flat earthers as well. Yeah, we do a lot of that here. So yeah, it's unlike the other forums where it's really just people and ideas, and they're just fighting about what they think is what the Earth is, and there's really no adherence to what it is about words and definitions and what things mean. It's just a bunch of people talking about conversations, and on that idea, I mean, that anything goes, right? So long as you come up with a really good idea, then people are willing to listen to you. But it falls short of being able to be inspected. When people are like, okay, that's a great idea, man, but how can I look into this? Is there a demonstration you got that I can? And then you're like, well, no, it's just my theory that I have that the moon has a map of the entire world. It's like these kind of ideas are damaging because they're just like these theories that people have in their head. That's what the globe Earth is. It's all filled with these ideas that people can't demonstrate. Even if they sound really good, trust me, there's people say, well, man, the moon does look like it has a map of the entire world. Come on, you got to think about it. It's like, no, I don't. Because in order for you to tell me that that's exactly true, then you have to tell me that the Earth is exactly what the moon is representing. You can't do that either, because nobody's seen the whole Earth as in its entirety. You know what I mean? Like that's important. And these are the misconceptions, and then flat earthers get swept up by it as much as globe earthers do. But for us, it's a bit different because we're looking into what the Earth can be outside of it not being a globe. And in search of and in that quest, we stumble upon these other things where people are well, we got like 3 suns, or stuff like that, and then we're just all intrigued. Maybe so.
I'm convinced that Chitarian crap is demonic. I haven't really looked into it too much, but the whole moon map and the Chitarian mud floods and all that stuff, to me, that's all just a distraction. It's a psyop. It's an injection of poison into whatever you want to say, the movement or our community or whatever. And unfortunately, those kooky ideas you're right, they swoop a lot of people up.
They do, and they cause factions. They cause factions, which is what we see. And many times, man, like we're not impervious to that, because sometimes when something sounds really, really, really good, you're like, man, it has to be. It just has to be. Like the idea, it's just a very controversial one in the flat Earth, but the ether, right? Once that's spoken of, it starts like this faction. People are either with or against it, and then you hear the side people that fall on the side with it. They're like, well, there has to be something there. Let's just call it ether, and so it's just they're swept up in this idea, and it's void of like really having something solid enough to be. It's like, well, that's our best guess. Well, that's what the Globe says. They say that too. Same thing. It's our best guess. What do we call it then? Well, you don't have to name something that you can't provide evidence for. You know what I'm saying? Like, until there's concrete evidence, until you can actually be able to hold something to a standard where you can investigate what it could be, then why are we, there should be no need for such factions. But there is, obviously. And there's whole ideas. I mean, what we can observe and what we can test, for sure, those things are real. And anything, like, let's say we start mixing a little bit of truth with lies, right? Let's say the Earth is flat, but, the Earth extends for like, there's like 3 ice rings or something. Have you seen that one top-down model where it's got like 3 ice rings and such? Like, people fall for that stuff because it sounds like it could work on a flat Earth, man. It just extends a little farther with more ice rings, maybe some other suns going around, and people will like the idea because it sounds great and it fits something in the flat Earth, but it has no place in this forum where we're actually saying, okay, you're saying that's true, now demonstrate it. Boom. That's the big one. Well, we can't do that because then we're just no better than the Globers who are doing the same thing,
I disagree with you, brother. I really do.
I know. See, here's the thing, though, Ball Kicker. You've been in a realm where people are proposing ideas left and right, and you adhere to those ideas because of the fact they sound really good, but it's void of demonstration. It's void of verification. And when you get to that place and you're actually going with that, you're doing more damage than you are justice to the topic. And you think that it's nice and cuddly
I don't think you understand what I'm saying, but
well, I think that when I mentioned like all these things, it sounds like, well, I disagree with you in a sense of like, why? Everything I'm saying if it's not brought forth in a proper way of examination, why would you adhere to it? Why, in any way? Like, I don't even know what else other conversations could you be involved in that could possibly propose on the flat Earth that something could be logical. Superfluid helium on our, sky, whatever. I don't know, but the list goes on. But there has been a lot of weird ideas.
Well, what I'm saying is if you talk to Witsit, he speculates that the ether is you basically get backed into a corner, and you have to basically initiate something that can't be detected. You're saying that it's a necessary antecedent to account for the phenomenon that we actually do observe. Hold on just a minute. You see what I'm saying? And that's slightly different than proposing an idea like gravity that can't be demonstrated here on Earth, and then covering it up with dark matter to make a patchwork quilt to fix a mathematical equation that's off by 96%.
Yeah, but
you see what I'm saying?
How are you gonna, like, when you propose something, if you say it's our best guess or it's an antecedent, then there has to be something relatable in the way of like an extension of like demonstrating something here on Earth. So that would mean consistently, right? If I was to tell you the gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for that is a container, I have to be able to demonstrate the container being the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure, which in relation to it, you could see how it's only possible this way. Now, on the other hand, if you were...
That's exactly why I feel like proposing the idea of a dome or a firmament or some type of enclosure, that's not ridiculous, because that's the...
Yeah, it has to be so. Otherwise, in the way we understand physics, right, we wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't be consistent. If something goes opposite of what we're saying, it would fall outside of the natural known reality in which you and I can discover together. Like it would take us outside of that reality, and we can't get outside of the thing that we're in. You understand what I mean? That's the point. You have to work within a construct of your own known reality. Otherwise, if you're talking about something that operates outside of that known reality, how can you ever do that? Nobody's ever been outside of the known reality. We've only been in this reality. To say I've been outside and then I've checked something else out, some other idea, and it works this way, that's akin to what the globe is saying when they're talking about, gravity and the space-time fabric. Like that is, as strange as that sounds, that's what it sounds like when people are trying to talk about other topics that don't have the coherence that we say it does when we're talking about known reality. If you propose something, and I know a lot of people, that's why I say there's always factions, but what really cuts through that mustard, it really brings forward the people that want to stay logically consistent, are the ones that say, okay, like you say that, I got open ears, I'm listening to what you're saying. That's great. Now let's check it out. If you're saying it's an antecedent, then I know that gas pressure needs a container. For sure, and I can demonstrate gas pressure being achieved every single time I have a container, right? The container, a balloon, I put air in it, it's high pressure on the inside, low on the outside, I let go of the nozzle, and air rushes out in all directions. I can show that, demonstrate it, and it everything checks out. We can all keep continuing to further that knowledge. But when you're proposing something that's an antecedent, that is outside of known reality, how are you able to make it an antecedent? You know what I'm saying? That becomes an issue.
So are you saying that it is irrational to affirm or to assert or to whatever, acknowledge, whatever you want to phrase that, the idea that there is some type of enclosure over the top of the Earth?
Not over the top of the Earth, containing the system. There's
whatever. However you want to phrase it.
No,
like however you want to phrase it.
Yeah, one second. It's not really however I'm trying to say it. It's exactly what I am saying. So the exact thing that I'm saying is the entire ecosystem in which you and I dwell in is enclosed entirely. Do you know what I mean? It's not something above us. It's not something on the side. It's everywhere around us. So it is all around us. So we are inside of that system.
So how do you prove that?
Does that make sense though, what I'm saying?
It seems to me that you're making a claim that cannot be observed. Like, where is this enclosure?
Okay. Well, once again, if you have gas pressure, right, anywhere, then that gas pressure needs to be inside of a container always. Would you agree with that? Because that has to be agreeable to everybody that can. Of course. Right. So when we perform this anywhere, we understand that it's a natural law of physics. Like, this is something that has to happen always. Now, if it doesn't happen always, then we got an issue. Then you can argue whatever you want. You can say, no, you're wrong, right? And I would admit that because you would show me a demonstration where this is not applicable. So going back to that, you're saying, how do you know there's an enclosure around the Earth? Now, that's your way of thinking because you're trying to equate that to something else. I'm giving you the example only of the gas pressure needing a container. That's what I'm demonstrating to you right now. So we understand that principle. And on the other hand, when it comes to the size or whatever the Earth, when we start talking about Earth, it becomes a little bit different than what we're talking about when we're mentioning, like, using a practical demonstration. How is it different? Because in any way, gas pressure is only achieved by the gas pressing on the walls of its container. That is the very definition of that. You can look it up. That's how you attain pressure. The air would press against the walls of its container that's containing it. Otherwise, you don't have pressure, because as we know, gas pressure will dissipate into its available space if it's got room to go. But if it doesn't have room to go, it's contained. That's why we say that. It's very assured. We can stand on that. It's a principle. It's a law of nature. So there's nothing outside of the antecedent that we're talking about that's outside of the realm of known reality. It's completely within that whole concept. Now, if you're saying that's false in any way, you need to provide evidence against that.
I think you and I are saying the same thing, bro.
No. You just finished saying, how do you know there's a container everywhere? And I just finished explaining to you how. So we're not saying the same thing in the sense of like how I'm proposing it to you, but how you don't understand what I'm saying when in the very beginning when I was saying that needs to be cleared up. Either you stand with.
What I hear you saying is, like, when people say the word dome or firmament, it kind of makes you recoil.
No,
you need to be more nebulous. You need to say, well, there's a container of sorts.
No. Like, listen, firmament is fine. It's not telling us what the structure is. Dome is a specific type. When I say dome, it equates it to a dome. You start thinking dome. But if I say firmament, you don't know what the shape of that is. You don't know. That doesn't give shape. Dome does. Dome is something we all understand. It's a concept. So we can visualize that because we've seen domes before. Do you understand? It's different when I say firmament and when I say container. Those terms don't define the shape. Dome does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think you and I we're on the same team, at least, bro. You and I are, if we're not saying the same thing, we're at least our ideas are bedfellows.
Well, like it's when I state things, I don't state things to kind of make assumptions. I don't do that. That's not in my nature and how I do it. Either I know or I don't know. That's how it's the camp that I put it in. So when you question, like, well, how do you know there's a container? Because you said that earlier, and I gave you the example, and I don't use terms like dome, but firmament is still within the bounds of, like, it's not giving me shape. Even though it does say in like the biblical sense, like it's been hammered out. So we don't know the shape, even though it says that. So I go back to where I say container because that's a contained system that you and I are in. And that's totally valid within the laws of physics. Everything works. It checks out. There's no need to think about, well, what's the shape of it? You don't need to go that far. You just need to know that in this system, everything needs to be contained because you wouldn't have gas pressure.
Well, I think I was equating dome and firmament as being the same thing.
Okay.
And so when you said you can't say there's a dome, what I heard you saying was you cannot say there's a firmament. And what I was saying was I don't feel that that's illogical to assert or to assume there is some type of enclosure or firmament that encloses our realm. I don't feel that's perfectly logical to state that for multiple reasons.
That's one of those.
So I think you and I are saying the same thing, bro.
Yeah, you and where you're equating dome to firmament. You're saying those are the same things. In your mind, that was the same thing to you. And I'm telling you, it's not. Whoever came up with dome and said it was a firmament, they have to make the logical connection to the words. Because it doesn't, whoever wrote they underline firmament as being the dome or whatever, somebody came up with that. Whoever gave that a dome shape, that's the one you actually have to go back to. Because when it comes inconsistently to word, it doesn't mean what they're saying. Because how could they provide evidence of that? You know what I'm saying? That's the important part. If they're saying dome, They're giving shape to the thing that is they're talking about. And how did they get that information? Hopefully, I'm making some sense there because we've had this discussion many times before, and people they stumbled upon it because they don't understand the concept. They try to equate dome with firmament, and it's not the same thing.
That's fine. I don't think you and I are in disagreement, Miggy. I hear what you're saying. Words mean things, and this arena has a particular vernacular, and it's near to your heart that vernacular be honored. I get it, bro.
Yeah, it seems that people have been caught up by that, but like in different ways too. Like not even just dome. So I try to cover a lot of things so people don't have to do a lot of like stumbling. So
there's a lot of those words like experiment, proof, measurement, observation, whatever. We've already gone through several of them, so I get what you're saying. Words mean things.
Yep. But yeah, going back to we're talking about like how people have this misgivings of like the different topics. Yeah, and I was really talking about the divide and the factions, and we always try to stay consistent with flat Earth. That's it. And if you're honoring like the vernacular, if you're in here and be like, look, we don't know what we don't know. So why are we going to play footsies with like speculating with other people to try to get a group of something going? Well, I think there's two suns, man, and I got a good logical way to think about it. You know how you see the sun, and I'm off on a tangent, and I got people thinking of other things. It's like, why? Do we need that? Is that actually needed for flat Earth? Is it something that we don't have to spice flat Earth up? It is what it is. We can make all the discoveries. When we make those discoveries and we're assured that we can do something to verify them, boom, you got gold. You got something that you could stand on. It's truth. No one can take you from it. But when we're in this arena, it's not about like, how many things we can spice flat Earth up with. Well, I don't know. We've already conquered that they can't find any curvature. Let's see what else we can throw in the mix. You don't need anything to make this better. It's fine just the way it is, and it does its job the way it's supposed to. It gets people to be challenged, and if that's not enough for people, and when they start talking about other things, they try to spice up the topic. You don't need that. It's fine just the way it is. Now tell me, has anybody ever proven curvature? No. Or rotation. Or gas pressure without a container. Like nobody's ever done that. With those topics, you could just really relax and just talk to people calmly when they come in here.
Let me ask you this.
As long as they're not weasels,
Let me ask you this, brother. In science, they would say you can't prove anything.
Yeah,
I disagree with that. But
yeah, I know.
What say you?
Same. But the thing is, like, the idea
you believe that nothing can be proven?
Yeah. What?
From my understanding of like what the scientific vernacular when it comes to the word proof and proven is they would say that nothing can be proven.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing is ever proven in science.
They do say that. Yeah, I agree with that. They do say that.
You just used the word proven. And I'm asking you how, because it seems like you're using most of their words the way that they use them. I'm asking you, it doesn't seem that you're using the word proven the way they use it. And I was just wondering when you say proven, what do you mean by that?
Okay, they don't use, you got to make a basket, right? That basket, you can put proven, you can put level, you can put experiment, you can put evidence, you can put like all these other terms in that same basket. And you're going to get the very same thing. These terms have been hijacked. And what I mean by that is that what they really mean, they're not using them appropriately in the way they're supposed to be. So it's not I'm getting it wrong, it's that they have it wrong by their pseudoscience kind of hijacked of terms. So when they're talking to you, and if I was to tell you, well, you said the word level, well, why are you saying a word that they hijack? Like, why am I telling you that when they're actually hijacking the term themselves? It's them, not me. You understand the difference? You're putting flat Earth on trial when it's not really flat Earth. It's them. They're using these hijacked terms in order to perform, this magic that they want so that their worldview can exist. So it's really when we examine them saying like terms like those ones that I just mentioned, then we got to put them on trial. Okay, you just said level. How is it possible in your world level even means following the curvature of the earth? That's an adjective that's being attached to. If you go to Merriam-Webster dictionary, you'd find out that's an adjective that's being added into their definition for level. You can look that up. And what I'm saying is true because that's how it's been hijacked. But it doesn't mean that. Yet on their supposed globe Earth, it has to exist. So they have to use that term to define level as a part of level.
What about proven?
Yeah, we have stuff that we can prove to be true for sure. Why would we say no to that? You know?
Well, I agree with you. The way they say that nothing can be proven, and I disagree. I say that's ridiculous.
And I agreed with you.
It causes water to boil. I think that's proven. I think that's provable. So
yeah, I agree with that. But what am I saying that's inconsistent with how I'm understanding you're understanding it? Like it's the same thing. We do understand.
You mistook my question as a challenge. I was literally asking you a question that was not challenge. It wasn't. It was like I was asking you, do you like strawberry or chocolate?
Well, I'm telling you, they've hijacked the term chocolate to say vanilla. So that's what I'm explaining to you. So the way we're using terms is like, yeah, what do you mean, right? Like that's a good way to put it. But at the same time, because they've used it in an incorrect way, now they're redefining things for us so that when we're talking to people, like we say I would say I can travel around the world. I can say that. What does it sound like to you if I say I travel around the world? Just being a flat earther. If I didn't tell you I'm a flat earther and I told you I went around the world, how would you look at me? Like a glober, right? You would say, well, why did you say that term? Like you went around the globe. And you would start asking me questions, right? And I would tell you, well, I meant like in a circle. And you mean a circle, like a globe around the sphere? Now I would say no. I would just like, if something was flying around your head, it goes in a circle. Like that's what I mean. Like I went around the globe. So
it's say that out loud now. It's the way I put my hand out. Yeah, go ahead.
It's the way you use it because around the world doesn't mean around the world around a globe. But when you say it without actually adding, what are you talking about, then it gets put into like that's what you mean. Like around the globe. So you can be mistaken for like speaking like a glober because that's the way they talk. So when you say I traveled around the world, they're going to think that, well, yeah, you agree with me. I do the same, It's a globe, right? You're like, no.
I was just asking you, when you say proven, what do you mean? And you mean exactly what I mean when you say proven. So we're on the same page, Miggy.
Yeah, I only believe the fruits of that, man. There's nothing to me like when the fruits of that is that because we are agreeing upon the same things. When we start to disagree, I don't believe that. So for me, it's more of like what can be shown. If you start questioning, like, no, I don't. How did you come up with entire Earth is enclosed? Then I start to think like, okay, so what does this gentleman actually really think the Earth is? And it puts into question how do you handle conversations then with the globers? Are you then carrying the words logically and consistently, or are you saying no? You're right. We could have a way out of this thing, or maybe we don't have a container, which then you start doing a lot of disservice for flat Earth. It's not a very good place to be. That's what I'm saying.
What up, Miggy?
Hey, Ron, what's up, dude? What are you doing, man?
Did you get in on that? Did you see that Luna pump a couple weeks ago that it just randomly pumped out of nowhere? I'm like, what the hell?
Bro, yeah. Yeah, we should carry that conversation in another room.
Yeah, for sure. What were you guys talking about? What was a disservice to flat Earth? I caught it halfway in.
No, Ball Kicker, he's kind of new to the server. Not new to the top server. But I was telling him that when we're in here, words mean things. And certain terms have been hijacked by globers and like, level and, the term that they say, or he actually brought up, something he wanted to talk about, like prove and proven, how do we use it? How do they use it? And, if you're not clarifying, if you're in a conversation with those guys and you say things like, oh, I went around the world, I gave him an example, that could be that could be hijacked or even thought of as like, you're going around the globe. See, you agree with me. And we're like, no, I went around the world like in a circle, like on top, like of the known existence, the plane of existence. So it's different. So you have to kind of break it down, but
elaborate. You're circling means circumnavigating as a circle over a flat plane, like a compass does.
Yeah.
You take a compass and draw a circle on a sheet of paper. Yeah, you're circling the paper. It's an accurate term, but you just want to elaborate. Maybe we're not circling a ball, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. It's not easy. Like if you're new to a server like this and you don't know like these sophists, I'm telling you, they got a bag of tricks, man, and they're waiting for somebody who's not ready for it. It's just they'll eat you up, man, because they're really good.
So many. I mean, like the amount of them has diminished over the last couple of years. I mean, we don't get as many trolls because I don't think there's that many. I don't think there's a lot of Globers left, man. I just think they're getting less and less. They're the scarce commodity, right? They're the ones that are finally seeing the light.
Yeah, we are growing in number too because there's been quite a bit of additions to the server.
But I mean, the amount of trolls has died, dude. Every year it gets cut in half or more. The amount of trolls.
That's good.
It was bad. Well, that's what I mean. I think that they're getting slowly waking up. It's like, and then that word like waking or woke, they try to hijack words, like you said. They're going to try and steal words like level. We cannot let them steal these words. We have to stand firm. They've already hijacked words like gay. The word gay was never meant to mean what it is now. Same thing with woke. Woke was an effective word. It was very effective because you're in a sleep. You're sleepwalking through life. You're asleep. And then you woke from your sleep. That was a very visual word, right? And they hijacked it to mean some libtard, some exactly the opposite of what it means. And that's what they do with all of it. Everything. The globe is the opposite of reality. They flipped the word woke to mean the opposite. Someone who's completely blue-pilled, completely drinking the Kool-Aid. It couldn't mean anything further from the truth. So we can't let them steal words like woke. We need to steal it back.
Yeah, for
I don't know if it's too far gone, man. It might be too far gone because their fucking propaganda campaign is so effective. They're like, oh, the woke community. I'm like, no, that's the libtard community. What do you mean the woke community? Oh, God.
You've never needed to say woke until people were actually saying that they're so woke. It's like, why do you guys say that you're so woke when it's like you're complete opposite of that? It's not.
They do that. They flip everything, man. Yeah, everything is flipped ass backwards, man.
It is. I agree. And I guess I was going to with ball kicker because he's, it's everything. It's not. It's a minefield, man. Like if you're out there having a conversation with a really good sophist, he'll catch you on this like, wait a minute, you just said this term, you agree with me, or
I know,
and you're like, no, I didn't. Yes, you did. You said the same thing. It's
subverted. They subverted the language, dude. They even subverted the word inflation. No, inflation just means prices. No, it doesn't mean that. Like we can't. If we let them keep stealing the language, we'll have nothing left, right? Mm-hmm. Like. Can't let them redefine words because they like the word level has always had a meaning. Sea level has always meant what it has meant, right? It was known. The whole ball Earth is relatively new. If you went back even 60, 70 years, people all knew what these terms meant. Like NASA is not that old. The whole NASA thing, it's relatively new. People were smarter back then, before the internet.
Yeah, we've. I don't know. It feels so, Ron. I feel like maybe this is like the tide. It got pulled back, and so it's like what's coming. Maybe there's a flood of like zombies are gonna flood the server. a bunch of woke people are gonna be because really that like for the ones who've been here a while, like we see like the regular people that come in here and try to insert their nonsense in here, but it doesn't really have the effect. Like before, we were kind of grounded. Now that we are, like, you get like the young people, that are making fun of it. Maybe one or two will stick around because they like the content. Other than that, man, you really don't have like, a lot of them trolls at the moment, which is what I was saying is like maybe there's like they're waiting for a moment to capitalize or something. Or maybe they're waiting for.
They're waking up. I think actually the younger ones are woke up to it. We could use the word woke in the old school meaning, like 3 years ago, it never was co-opted. But like my nephew, he's known since he was like 4.5, and those kids are on TikTok, and they're not as brainwashed or indoctrinated. The younger they are, the easier it is for them to see the light. Because remember the child in the metaphor, the emperor has no clothes. They're like, he's naked. And everyone's like, the boy is right. He is naked. Sometimes it just takes that because kids don't have a filter. They tell you what they see. But you look to an adult, he's looking out the window of an airplane. Oh, see, I could see the curve of the earth. And the child's like, no, it's flat. And the child is right.
For sure,
or if he's looking out to the ocean, it looks flat to me. Well, because it is, it's like they're not fully indoctrinated.
Yeah, it's just it's a good thing too, man. I haven't seen you in a while. What you been up to? You've been playing the game a little bit? Oh, we need to go to
trying, dude. It's flatline. It's so hard. It's like we had a dip this morning with Bitcoin, and it's like it never gives you enough on either side. It's too low to short it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it could snap back at you and blow you up really fast and then dump. So it's too dangerous to short at all this support. It's not enough meat either way.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get a hold of you, man, because I still have a small little company that I'm working with. So, and yeah, I'll talk to you about it maybe in another room. But
yeah, sure.
I got some good stuff kind of in the works.
I'm just worried the bear market might be longer than we think, man. Like, look at the charts of the stock market from like the year 2000 when that crashed. It took a couple years to really crash. Yeah.
I was gonna tell you there's still money floating around, but it's a bit scared money. Scared money is what's right now what's going on. And the investors usually go for if they're gonna get at least a 2x. So if something's gonna pump to 2x, they'll throw some bags at it. But
you think they'll bail out as soon as they get a 2x? They're out of there.
That's kind of the play. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, I've been speaking to a guy, so I got something in the works. It should be popping off within the next couple weeks.
I'm just worried of catching a knife. You know what I mean? Catch the falling knife. Like, like you think I don't trust it.
Yeah, no, this is NFTs, right? So it's not.
Oh, NFTs, yeah.
Yeah. It's a little something to kind of get you.
What chain is it on? Is it on?
It'll straighten
I hope it's not on Ethereum, dude. Ethereum's chain is too expensive.
No, I'll get you in on the ground floor and maybe a whitelist or something to get you. I'll get
as
you.
Long as it's not on ETH, man. I don't want anything on ETH because their shit is just too like. You might not be able to sell it for the gas fee. Is what my point, right?
Oh yeah. No, I know what you mean.
It's like here's a free NFT, but the gas will cost you $200. It's like, well, I don't want it, and you can't even unload it because the gas is too high.
Yeah, Polygon. Well, actually, they're doing gas efficient contracts these days.
Polygon's cheap. Polygon's really cheap.
Yeah, they optimize the gas, so now it's a little bit. I don't want to get too far into this, guys, but yeah, the gas has been optimized. It's been really cheap lately with the way they optimize contracts these days. So really, you're not doing those days that you're talking about. Like they're probably about half a year ago. They were still in play. Now everybody's on to the 721 contract, which is like a more advanced version of it's more gas efficient on Ethereum. So you're really paying like maybe for 3 NFTs, you'll get like $5 gas fee. So it's not as bad as it was, before, but something to look at.
Really bad, man. Like I had $100 of Ethereum and I could, or it wasn't quite, was it 100? Yeah, I think it was $100. And on, my smart wallet, or what was it called? The Trust Wallet, you couldn't sell unless it was 150. That was the minimum that you could sell from the wallet. You needed to move it to an exchange because that was the minimum transaction size. Like on Simple Swap, I think they have $150 transaction swap. That's all, the minimum amount they'll let you swap. Anyway, I'm like, well, I'd like to sell it because Ethereum at the time was like 4,500, and that was the first time it pumped. I'm like, dude, I don't see it going much higher than this. I got $100. I'd like to sell it. I think I could pick it up for half the price. I couldn't sell it in my trust wallet, so I sent it to my brother because I didn't have an account. Right? I didn't have an account like Coinbase or anything. Sent it to him, and it cost $30 in gas. I'm like, dude, I just lost $30 in gas fees moving $100 of Ethereum. What the fuck? How is that even a thing? The gas fee is a third? That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense. I was thinking, maybe it's $1 or $2 or $3 in gas. How do they charge such a huge amount for such a small amount of volume, moving such a small piece? That makes the whole chain unusable for at least for transactions. Because you imagine eating up, you go to buy a coffee or something or $100 purchase, they take if your credit card charged a whole third, I mean, it's bad enough they charge 3%, but taking 30, it's like, fuck this.
Yeah, it's breaking you over the coals. Hey, Ron, do you have, can you go to the live stream too? I'll chat with you more over there. I'll let this.
Let's go out of here. Yeah, sure.
Who's going to talk? Get a new person here. Hear from the sea and how they bounce. Back to you, CB.
Yeah, I saw them as well. Looks like they just leave. I'll send a quick message. What are they talking about? Crypto or something?
Yeah, they went on a 5-minute crypto thing. Like a little bit. So they need to prove the law and everything they live on. Everybody wonder what we're talking about here. Everybody says we live on a ball. We need to prove that. Back to you, CB.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that, man. We just came over from Earth Awakenings. Holy smokes. I think Flatty was over there, Glatzman over there. Oh, boy. Here's what I picked up today, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Flatty. Is nuts. Go ahead. I know, it's crazy.
Good one.
Now you go.
Kicker was over there, too. But,
guys, Earth Awakenings is my new favorite hotness. Like, my home is here, right? My home is here 24/7, and I'll always come back here when I'm bored with everything else because I love you guys. But
can I interrupt you for a second, Glad? Somebody send me an invite to there because I can't get in there. I can't find it on Discord.
Hold on. So, real quick, I love you too, Dave. The point about Earth Awakenings is it seems to be a coming together of anti-flat earthers and flat earthers. The VC is actually a healthy mixture of Globers and flat earthers, in my opinion, and they do their best to stay respectful. But they are all over the place with topics, which is fine too. It's not, it's not my server. It's not 24/7. It's how Geo wants to run his place. But it's cool. They go through a lot of great topics. Of course, including everything flat Earth and globe Earth and more. But it's a great place to learn. It's a great place to voice your opinion about kind of whatever. But also the chat part, my favorite part is the text chat where you can really sharpen your skills on how to talk with a pile of garbage anti-flat earther. You can really get in there with, tweak your settings so that, because they never had anything in the first place, right? Earth's not a globe, but you can further obviate that to them and the audience by, like I said, getting in that chat and just, just no ego whatsoever. Just focus on the mistakes they're making, and it's great. It's a lot of fun. So anyway,
well said. You can definitely sharpen your schools. Sharpen your tools.
Yep.
Debating with the garbage.
Obviate. I learned a new word here. I like it. Obviate. I like that.
It's a good word. It means obviously to make obvious, I think. Here, let me look it up. I don't want to be making up a word now. Although it's a sick-ass word if I just made one up. Hang
on. Is that what you meant? I just looked it up too, Clat. Is that what you meant?
No, that's not what I meant. I meant make obvious. I didn't mean to remove or avoid or prevent. 100% Huh.
Maybe that's ovulate. No, that's something different. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I meant to. So I misspoke when I said obviate, to further make obvious the mistakes that the anti-flat earthers make in their approach, because, like I said, there is no globe to defend, right? So all you're going to see is every other playground tactic, argumentative tactic, like debate tactic, that is under the sun. That is used, is employed when one has no stance. They enter a debate, but they don't actually have a substantive position from which to come. So, but they're smart enough to be able to figure out that there's debate tactics to where you may not be right about the overall topic, but they're going to make you sound wrong, or you may be right about the overall topic, but they're going to make you sound wrong about something else that they create, right? It's like you'll start talking about flat Earth, and then they can't provide any evidence, but at the end they make you agree with what they said to end their statement. Like, and really at the end of the day, it's all about liberty, and that's all we really want, isn't it? Come on, don't tell me, flat earther, that you disagree with liberty, right? They'll just go down that road, or something that has nothing to do with Earth curvature, and then it doesn't matter if you're right, wrong, or sideways. It sounds like you're wrong because of the way that these anti-flat earthers directed the conversation away from flat Earth.
Yeah, good point there. Yeah, man, I noticed that a lot today in the Awakenings. So you're saying there's a dome then? What? When did I say that?
Right, then it's into the logical fallacies, all the straw man and everything they can pull out. Just be careful, watch for it, kiddos, and don't let them get away with it. Like, everybody, the problem is, at least for me, I didn't know how to talk about it. I was kind of scared to bring it up because I was like, well, I noticed that they're doing some really nefarious, maniacal shit here. Because not only are they defending a lie, they're trying to get gaslight, get people's emotions all riled up about it, and talk about everything else under the sun but Earth's curvature. And so I was afraid to try to go down those routes at first because I hadn't studied a lot about that. And now that I know a lot of the tactics, the damage control handbook is right in front of me every day now. It's like I can just easily point out the deflection tactic, point out to them, and really the audience. I don't care, because they know what they're doing. These folks know what they're doing, right? These anti-flat earthers, they know exactly what they're doing. But it's up to the audience to see that deception and see, if we get lost in the weeds, even right now I'm kind of lost in the weeds talking about how they talk to us about not talking about the flat earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, even that is helping their case a little bit. But I say this shit so that y'all can wake up to it and be vigilant and be thinking about it, and don't take the bait when they, start poking and prodding and say, well, flat earthers all say this, and I wouldn't be surprised you're a flat earther. Like, don't get worked up. Just sit through it. If you got to stop responding for a second, do that. Take a break, but don't let them get your goad, and focus on the information. That's my suggestion.
Facts. That's facts. Yeah, lots of tactics, eh? I mean,
real quick, you guys think about that phrase "under the sun" that he used? What if there's stuff over the sun? Please discuss.
Over the sun. Well, people say I'm over the moon.
What are you talking about?
Well, if we're on the globe, then I guess you'd be over the sun when it goes down below your feet. Is that what you mean?
I'm not sure what I mean. I just thought it's an interesting question since I heard him say "under the sun" a couple times. Back to curvature measurements or whatever y'all want to talk about. Besides, we can talk about curvature measurements that we never get. How about that?
That is true. It's not like anyone presented that today. No one wants to talk about that. Kind of strange. It'd be like if I claimed I was a certain height and then I just go around, but my hair color is this. I wear these type of clothes. I like this kind of music. Well, none of that stuff doesn't matter until you actually provide measurements for the claim that you made about your height. So none of these other details about the globe really matter until they verify the height that they claimed, the size that they claimed. So,
Yeah, that seems to be the crux of the issue we're having here, isn't it, CB? Or
yeah.
anybody.
I mean, yeah, they want to get away from the surface while we're trying to pin them like a freaking wrestler, pin them to the mat. 1, 2, 3, it's over. So, yeah, they definitely try to avoid the surface as much as possible, it seems. Anytime it has to involve the surface, typically involves some sort of assumption about, for example, the horizon. Ships actually recede over the horizon, disappearing hull first. So, there's a premise. But if that's true, why can't we go out and measure this horizon for its curvature? We can't.
It's like a Fata Morgana. You're running the desert. You see that oasis of water. You want to drink. So you run over to the oasis, but it's not there. Now it's 1 kilometer away, and you run there. It's gone again. The horizon is always gone when you get to it.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
That's a great point. You can never get to this place that they claim exists. And then, I've just got this article pulled up here, Shepherd Software, and just copy and paste from all the other stuff, but this one actually has a flat Earth section, so they're going to try and tell you what a flat Earth is or should be or what other people think about it. For example, it says, in early Mesopotamian, they thought the world was portrayed as a flat disk floating in the ocean.
So, an ocean is floating in the ocean.
Yeah, some sort of disk floating. Yeah, crazy.
It sounds more plausible than the water ball in the vacuum, right?
Well, I do wonder how our opponents would engage if they weren't presented with these ridiculous strawmen. Here's another one. These are, it says, Aristotle provided physical evidence for the spherical Earth being. Ships actually recede over the horizon. And then a disclaimer, in a flat Earth model, they should be doing blah, 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 blah. Okay, the next thing, the border of the shadow of Earth on the moon. If it was a disk, blah, 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 blah. And so it does seem like the most people that we deal with, this is their conception of a flat Earth that involves some sort of space disk casting linear shadows on the moon and stuff. Like, I do wonder what our opponents how they would engage if they weren't presented with these ridiculous garbage strawmen. Probably a little bit different.
I mean, they would probably act like tribesmen, not have a real idea about the world, but they would most likely assume that it was flat because that was what they was observing everywhere they were looking.
At the bottom of this link, it says at the beginning of the 21st century, they have some typos in here. There remain populations within rural cultures which, unexposed to technical civilization, consider the world to be flat. They say, with no long-distance communication requirements or other technological endeavors, their beliefs appear to suffice.
And that leads me to 99% of all communication is through cables and triangulation towers and stuff like that. Like there might be something up in the sky that is having the last percent, but according to the mainstream narrative, like 99% of all communication is through cables and through local towers. Yeah, just gonna throw that in there.
Yeah. Well, the premises are always so faulty and flawed. I mean, even this last sentence here is saying that the premise is that if with technology, everyone should know it's a globe. Like,
but how? I mean, how can we? Again, like I've been looking, and it seems like the only way we can really do this is by math and tools we don't have access to.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have I have read a little bit about plumb lines and sinus angles, and it has raised a bit of questions, but not enough questions for me to doubt the reality I experience and observe. But I must admit that the language with sinus angles and what they say that they are deriving from this, the angles of the plumb lines, blah blah blah, compared to the different locations that they're taking these measurements from. Yeah, sure, it raises some questions, but again, I'm not sure what to take from that. Have you looked into sinus angles and all that?
personally, not my topic that I typically lean on, but I do see people getting into that more often now.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a video, like, Negato from Geos. He has been doing stuff with I think the tool is an auto level or whatever, and I saw his video, but again, like, I have not had my hands on it, so it's hard to give a conclusive answer. But the result was that the plumb lines were not parallel, but there could be errors of margins of error within the entire measurements, because it's the line to the sun, and if you take a measurement from here and you have to travel down, like, let's say 1.5 miles down to the next point and take the measurements back to the first point, you are traveling, aka the sun is moving and all that kind of stuff. So there is a huge there's a huge area for errors of margin of errors, So again, it's not a precise measurement. That's my point. It is a precise measurement in the second, but since the sun or the earth is either moving or rotating, it's like you cannot get a precise measurement. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about surveying, Tim? Is that what you're talking about?
I guess that's a part of it, but it's specifically about plumb lines and sinus angles. But yeah, I guess it's in the surveying field.
I just posted a link in the chat. It was a debate that Whitsitt actually did with a surveyor, and I thought he did really well. And the one thing I came away with it from was realizing, and then you can go to the government websites and read about how they do their math. They presuppose a 3959 radius into the math to get a globe when they do their surveys. So when they do their surveys, to survey the globe, they have to presuppose the globe to end up with the globe. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I have read something about that too. I mean, again, it's not a field I'm very well versed in. I have just started to dig into it because it seems like that is one of the main quote unquote globe nails in the coffins for the flat Earth. So it's a point that you kind of have to look into. But as you said, like, they have to pre-assume or assume that we are on a globe, and if they're adding that into the math, I mean, nothing is objective at that point.
No, that when they drop their plumb lines, they assume that plumb lines 10 miles apart are both going to the center of gravity. They assume they're not parallel.
Yeah.
What's interesting is surveyors, they all use a control point. Those control points are registered with their local municipalities and authorities. so that they know they have a point that they can start from and pull their information when they get to that address and start surveying that property that they're looking at. Again, they're looking at everything above sea level, right? Those
Yeah,
control
yeah.
points
I
are
mean,
all based on above sea level.
but I mean, sea level in itself, when we're talking about the language of math, doesn't really tell a lot, because in their paradigm, there is the same pressure all around the globe, so the sea level will be sea level all over the place. You know what I mean? So, but I understand the point. But I mean, I just dropped that video from Negator, and you guys can look at it yourself and maybe comment on what you are seeing. And yeah, again, like, he's using some tool, he doesn't really explain the tool, come up with some math, says there is a deviation from the plumb lines, a 90-degree angle, that it should have been, quote unquote, strawman the flat earth. But yeah, again, it's just something I've started to dig into a bit. But yeah. But again, if this is all they have, I mean, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, let's check back in. We're starting to fill up the panel a little bit. We got 13, I guess 12. Acid Rain's with us. Durari. We're joined by Ball Kicker. I think he was hanging out with us over there in Geos. Crypto's here. Legend. We also have Cuddy. There's Dave Henkel. Legendary Dead Air Dave. We have Kiwi ×2. There's a Paul V, one of my favorite radio voices. Our Flat Earth Baker, Sasha, KJ, or Steve.
Hello.
And we have Tim, best beard on the flat Earth. So shout out to everybody here.
Shout out to UCB for holding it down as always, man. Our anchor.
Appreciate that. I was just, obviously, if anyone has anything to shout it out, I'm just browsing around for more Globe Earth trivia.
I can't shout at the moment, otherwise I would have.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that Crypto?
I said I can't shout right now, otherwise I would have.
Oh, okay. No problem. Good to hear from you, brother. So, let's see what's out there. Seems like most of these, like the ones that are related to the Earth, seem like they're like geography. Where is this country, or where's this river? Like, there's nothing.
Sorry about the noise, guys. I wanted to ask you guys, because we have a good panel now. I'm helping out with the bot in the morning, like 6, 7 a.m. Eastern is my goal to be on there, because I got to be up for work and whatnot. What I need to find out from you guys was, what do you finds not good language. What do you find is our decent moves on the bot? I played an Eric Dubé piece this morning, which about 20 minutes in, half an hour into it, I realized, like, we're listening to one voice monologue for like an hour, right? Which can become somewhat incessant on our stream, obviously. So is it I should be looking, or we should be looking to put up like more roundtable debates? What is it that you guys would like to hear from the bot specifically?
For me, my 2 cents on the bot is, like, try not to treat it like, and we also are joined by someone named Dennis. If you want to send a ping in the chat, if you want to chat with us.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, try not to treat it like like giving a kid an iPad
you know, like some parents would like just give their kid an iPad, tell them to go sit in the corner and be quiet. You know, like we do want to appeal to the people who are listening on YouTube. Obviously, if you click the live stream and it's just nothing there, like that's what we want to be able to fill that. But like a couple things, like if you're gonna be here, try and host the show. Like when I'm in the VC, not all the time, but I try to sort of get on and host. And if it's dead, maybe I'll play a couple of short things. But I think the thing that I see that may be an issue is just playing super duper long 4-hour clips, and then you notice there's like nobody in the VC, so people don't gather around. Unless there's like, you know.
Well, people don't gather around a campfire unless it's an actual campfire versus we've seen those campfires on like TVs, right? It's not the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I think short, sweet, but I like live components. If there's something running live, a debate live, just tag us in. That's good. But short and sweet are always good. Go ahead, Dave.
Only thing I would add to that is my mic working.
Yeah, you're good, dude.
I like the bot, just generally speaking, playing factual information that can be verified, and you guys know the drill. You don't want a lot of speculation on there.
Tackling that aspect, I mean, that's where I can lean on someone, and again, like Eric Dubay, and know that he's going to be spitting straight facts, especially when it's like 200 proofs and blah, blah, blah. And that's just going to be just straight facts, right? But again, the aspect of engagement is required. So they'll be the first person to say, yeah, I'll run the bot and whatnot. There's going to be, half an hour, 45-minute stints where, I'm not going to be directly on the mic hosting it. So that's why I was more curious to know, like, on the lengthier pieces, is it more looking for monologuing or debate? So that's cool. The facts is what would be what I'm going to be looking to do.
Just the facts, ma'am, like I used to say way back in the day.
Speak on its own, or it should be, anything presented should be able to stand on its own. And if it needs to be defended, it could be left.
Let's say hello to Dennis, and they left. Sorry, Kiwi. Somebody just left.
Where is it?
CB scared them off.
Oops. I'll send them.
That was actually,
they want to come back.
That was something that I was talking to Lou about late last night, and Helio, we were chatting just about like when people do splash in, how we can engage with them, just so that maybe we don't scare them off, right? There's a little bit of maybe potential stage fright that would exist if somebody splashes into the chat and we just look at them and we're like, hey, you, welcome to the chat, speak. So I don't know. It's another thing to maybe think about, be considerate of. What do you guys think?
Sorry, I was focusing on the chat. Are you saying like we shouldn't call on them directly, or we should engage with them?
Well, that's the question. Is like, Lou specifically mentioned like reading the room, right? Which is to a degree like I know obviously a name on the screen, we have no reference how they're going to engage with us if we do shout them out. My thing, guys, what I'm putting on, the table for consideration at this point is, should we be maybe a little bit more sensitive, kid gloves? I don't know, in calling people out, but we do a really good job calling them out. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah,
because we're trying to, and I apologize for being so scatterbrained on it. It's just a matter of like, how do we be cordial and warming and welcoming to people, but at the same time not make them feel like they walk into a room and a spotlight's on.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, it's a delicate balance for sure. But yeah, I think like you said, you got to read the room and go from there.
No, you're good, dude.
I generally agree with what y'all are saying to me, but if the person coming new, they know that we're going to say hi to them. That's how you engage with them. I mean, you can tell them if they just want to listen, they're feel free to do that. We'd like to talk to you. Go ahead.
That's the big thing. It's like conveying that message of like, hey, we're genuine people, which we're really developing, or we really have that running, I guess, MO out in the streaming world. Because,
doing?
Pardon me?
Dennis, check in with us. What's up? I saw you were leaving and joining and leaving and joining and leaving and joining. So you wanna say something? He's deafened. All right, we'll just. Sorry, this kind of goes into Kiwi's point. Actually,
No,
he kept leaving and joining the call.
yeah. Because every time you leave and join or mute and unmute, it's going to ping or make a little ding sound. So we just want to make sure that we're being, again, reading the room and being welcoming to those who come to say hi. I also want to be respectful of your space and not be, what's the word? Too intrusive. There you go.
Isn't what everybody usually does, Kiwi? I mean, the moderators, they welcome them, they acknowledge them, they unlock their mic and say that you're welcome to speak or to listen. Glad to have you. I mean, isn't that is that not good enough?
That's just it, and that's what we do. What we noticed, or we talked about last night, because we had it happen, was we did that exact same thing, and the guy left. And Lou's like, maybe we shouldn't be talking and greeting them directly, and so on and so forth. So I'm like, okay, well, it just raises the question, right? It is being mindful and welcoming to them, but in the same breath, like, try not to be intrusive. So I like, we're really just throwing the ball around. And more than anything else, I think anybody who is in fact listening to this stream, it just goes to show that we try to be as considerate of our guests as possible, like our friend Dave, who's still completely trying to join and leave. But yeah, so it's many things, guys, where, it's not even for us specifically here, people listening, is that we try to be respectful of folks who come in and try to meet them on their level. Say hi. We like. Oh, I see Banker. What's up, Banker? Paul.
Yo. Just stopping by to see if we get any response out of this Dennis character.
Negative. He's playing Nicky Nine Door right now because he keeps going ding dong. So.
Yeah. We yeeted him.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I mean, the VC can be difficult or it feel intense if you're new. So yeah, softball, questions, kid gloves, not a bad idea. All right, so
So there's still a lot of people that think they live on a spinning ball. Isn't that funny?
they're doubling down on it now too. Yes, it is funny to me, especially in 2022. I got some more questions lined up just in case it gets too boring in here. But yeah, I mean, I was in Geos. Nobody wanted to talk about the thing that would actually verify the Earth being a globe, of course. So they want to avoid it as much as we want to talk about it.
And then they complain they have nobody to talk to.
Even in the chat, I mean, this morning I woke up and spoke to the guy that's in the Helio cult convention, the forget his name, Dark Side of the Globe or something like that. And
Even he's like, well, ignoring the surface of the Earth. I don't need the surface of the Earth to do celestial navigation. I create my own horizons.
So sextant navigation is not a thing. Right? You don't use your sextant to navigate then. Is that what you're saying? I'm not saying you, CB, but this idiot. That was
Yeah, he
asking
holds
this
something
right
in his hand and creates his own horizon.
So if he can just create his own horizon, then the globe horizon's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, I don't need to use the surface of the Earth.
So you don't need a globe then.
Exactly. Very well stated, actually.
Oh, he left the server.
I think Wolfgang tossed him. Got sick of him.
He was no good. He was no good.
I mean, I was asking him one simple pointed question, probably literally for 5 hours, and just answer.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah, it's not a perfect sphere, so the radius varies throughout the sphere, right? So it's like the max, like the upper limit. What does it vary to? Just would not answer. So he's basically just telling me that, like, well, it could be anything. So he's claiming like an infinitely variable radius, which is worthless. It's as good as no radius.
If anyone needs to see the kind of like chicanery that he was posting, I dropped a screenshot at 42 minutes past the hour. Dark Side Globe Lover.
Back up your... holy crap. Yeah, backing up what you're saying, I just posted up a little meme to back you up.
So yeah, but yeah, like Dave said, like they don't even want to address the ground. I mean, nothing. I was in Geos for hours this morning. Like, nobody wants to get into that type of thing. They want to create straw mans. Well, what about your dome and this, that, and the other? What about the claims that are on the table that we're all supposed to believe in? You guys think Flat Earth is dumb, so why don't we just talk about like the thing that you already believe? All those claims. Let's get into that. Why do you guys want to reverse the burden and talk about things that you don't even believe in? So...
Not only that, they won't even acknowledge the things that the model universally affirms, like gravitized water pressure and the idea that gravity in their model creates air pressure. I mean, they won't even accept the claims that the model explicitly affirms.
Yeah, you better not point it out. If they hear it from a flat earther, don't tell them their own worldview. They don't.
He doesn't even accept the main part, which is the radius. His radius was infinitely variable, meaning it just could be anything. So that's not the globe model.
That's just maddening.
It's not a perfect sphere, so the radius could be anything depending where you are. So he can't give me a definite value at all. So what are you even arguing for? You don't have a claim. You don't have a radius to argue for. You don't have a radius that you proved with celestial navigation, because according to you, it can just be anything.
I was reviewing comments in the YouTube chat this morning while I was in here, and a guy was arguing his numbers. So I asked him for what would be the observable depression over 100 kilometers. Couldn't come up with anything, so I went to the Earth curve calculator and punched in 100 kilometers for him and posted that in the live stream chat and asked him about the observation, and he chose to just whistle past it, of course. So, lesson point, boys, sticking to the numbers. If you stick to the numbers, ask for the numbers ain't there, their entire model falls apart.
So what are the best answers that they have? I'm not saying they have any good answers. I'm saying, what are the answers that they give?
No.
When we say, who measured it? How did he do it? How do we do it today? How do we measure this curvature? What are the top answers that we get?
I don't know what the best one per se would be, but it seems like the flavor of the week is celestial navigating. There's been a brigade of them that just come in and use that and say that that's how the sphere was measured. Then measured to what? Infinite radius or radius?
And they discount the horizon's use in the sextant. Like, you can't, because in order, and again, I want people to really understand this concept. In order for SOHCAHTOA, sine, cosine, tangent, which is the calculation that sailors use, I'll put it into the voice stream chat so that they can calculate their angles and distances, you have to assume that the intersecting angle is 90 degrees. And when I say you have to assume that, I'm being facetious in making that statement, i.e. it's a known factor, because that formula cannot work if that intersecting angle at the base of the at the opposite and the adjacent is not 90 degrees. If you have an arc there, your whole thing is blown out the water. It's no longer a triangle. It's two straight lines with a curve at the bottom. It doesn't work.
Nuh-uh.
Exactly.
He said he could do the same procedure on a basketball. So it's like, oh, it doesn't matter what nonsense shape you want to insert then. So it's irrelevant. Like, you can just make up a shape. Just make up a globe that you're doing it on. Doesn't seem to matter, I guess.
But here's the thing, if you were to do that on a basketball, if you guys look at the live stream, that bottom label, that line that's labeled the adjacent, that becomes an arced line, because that's the base of the triangle that we're looking at. So that doesn't work. Bullshit. Shit.
All right, I guess it's time to get into these questions.
Wheel of Death!
Speaking of which, did you get mine from yesterday?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
All right, cool.
I added it to my I started like a little note section with some questions, so that's good.
Because here's the thing, I actually, if they know the formula, the first two answers are a possibility for them. That's just it, right? Because if you know the formula of 8, whatever the hell it is, it involves an 8. So it's the default, they'll automatically go to A and B if they know the globe math. So I chose those two.
Yeah, there's lots of good examples with that kind of the math, you know. I mean, I just sent a message in Geos because some lady was like, why don't you guys keep believing in flat Earth? And I said that's like telling me to keep believing how tall I am. And sorry, she's messaging me back. I said that's like saying to keep believing how tall I am. And
than just like somebody random is like, well, what's the height of the sun? It's like, what does it have to do?
Well, if you know everything, then you must know that too, right? Or if you know that the Earth is flat, you must know that too. That's their logic.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah,
How much are you?
Pretty good. Took today off, so not working.
Nice. Who is that? JJ? Hey, man.
Julie.
Yeah, I was looking through. I was like, who is that speaking now? What's up, Julius?
Yeah.
How's your day going, man? You enjoying it?
Yeah, pretty good. I just went and had to drop a friend off at work, doing like a temporary thing at Subway. So
nice.
Took them to work, and then I went and washed the car. And well, that particular friend actually I met like a couple years back, but they moved away and then moved back. And I kind of showed her a few things around that time about the flat Earth and stuff. And we're supposed to smoke a little bit later this afternoon. I'm going to show her a couple things. I don't know what to show her exactly starting out. I'm not sure. Like, I was going to give her, a little bit of Hibbler Productions. Like, he's got a couple good vids, and then like, I don't know how in depth we want to get. You know what I mean? Probably might show her.
If it's a Friday afternoon, you guys are gonna smoke one. Definitely keep it light.
Yeah, no, she knows. I mean, it's not something that I'm surprising her with.
Nice.
That's the intention to have her just check it out.
Whereabouts are you?
Yeah.
Location. Are you close to a body of water?
No, dude, I'm pretty landlocked. There's one lake that's south of me that I could probably do like a 3 to 4 or 5 mile, maybe. I don't think it's even that big though. But like lengthwise, north to south, kind of sits a little diagonal. But that's my closest thing I have here. Otherwise, probably have to go up to like the Great Lakes or something, I would think.
Nice. Well, if you do come up the Great Lakes way and you want to come by Ontario, there's only a couple of hops skipping away, jump away, so let us know.
I got to get my passport updated. It expired. Are they still weird about if you have DUIs and shit like that, or have had DUIs? Because I got one of those.
I don't bloody well know what the.
They used to be weird.
I think you have to be like. I think you have to be criminally convicted. At the border, but
yeah, it's been like it's 7 or shit. What is that? 9 years. So it's been a while.
Be right back.
Don't want to do that again. But I was a little younger then, so what happens. Yeah, but I didn't know. I don't want to go like 200 proofs on her. I know Dubay just dropped like that 20 proofs. The Earth is not a spinning ball. Maybe that would be good, but I don't know. I kind of watched it, and I wasn't super. Maybe it's just because we've been doing it for so long. But I don't know if you guys seen that Dubay one that just came out like a week ago. It was basically like a very condensed version of 200 proofs, but it's like 20 or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, can you please post that in the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's actually comes up. I can search him on Tube, and I can search a few channels come up. I mean, not everything's totally jacked. But if you're in doubt, go to Odyssey. They got tons of stuff. You can search stuff, and it'll come up. Like a lot of content creators have Dubay. I know ODD has a channel. Yeah, here I'll post it. Shit, better be careful not to put that. My buddies, I got a couple Blue Pill guys that have a server, and it's just where we go to hang out and talk. It's only like 3 of us. But they're like, fuck. They think I'm off my rocker with the flat Earth thing. They won't look at anything. They're super, they wouldn't question 9/11, shit like that. So what?
Then they're hopeless as far as I'm concerned. If you can't admit that airplanes don't disintegrate, I mean, what can you do for a guy?
And I haven't brought that up recently, but I'm just guessing that if I asked them about it, they're not going to. They just don't. They don't look into anything. They just, of course, they both got the jabby jab, and everybody's pressuring me all around, family, friends. I'm just like, yeah, I'm fine. Leave me alone. It's like, shit.
Yeah. I like to use 9/11 as testing the waters to see what kind of discussion or conversation I can have with people.
Yeah. Or I'll straight up ask about the moon landing. If they think that shit's true, I won't even talk flat Earth with them.
I think that's smart, Julius.
I just feel 9/11 is much more closer at heart, especially when you are like 30 plus.
My opener a lot of times with random people is if the Earth was flat, would you want, or if the Earth was flat and space wasn't what they told you it was, would you want to know? And if they say no, then I'm all right, peace out.
Yeah, bro, that's my exact question, and I've had multiple people tell me no. What about you?
Oh yeah. I've had people tell me no, or either that, or they'll hit me right away with "What's it matter?" Right away. Like, who cares? It's not going to change my life. I'm like,
I don't even know how to respond except to laugh at those people. Seriously,
I just say, you know what? For you, you're probably fucking right. Like,
what's funny is the people who will say "What's it matter?" are the ones who sometimes are the most violent globe zealots.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, and that's usually what. That's usually even if they're like, yeah, I don't know, maybe, and then I start explaining stuff, and then it'll be like 5-10 minutes later, and they're like, yeah, but what's it really matter? Even if you're making sense, they're just like, they don't. That just means, hey, I'm not open. I'm not gonna, That just means they're not gonna. They're not up for reevaluating information. Another main hit I was thinking is, you don't become a flat earther by looking at flat Earth. You become a flat earther by deconstructing what they told you was real. I mean, that's really how you do it. And obviously, long distance observations, but it's the same thing. It's all saying, yeah, I shouldn't see that, but I do. I don't know. It seems like you need more seasoned people to that'll pounce out with refraction or whatever. Like, most people don't even go there if they're stupid about it. They're just, I've got, had people years ago, and they're like, oh, why can't you see, across the Atlantic, and it's like, never mind.
Maybe some people are just born to be sheeps. Follow whatever is the consensus.
I think you're born with that, or you're not. Curiosity.
I mean, there is a saying that there is like 50% born leaders and 85% born sheep or followers. I don't know how much facts there is in that, but some of it makes sense when you read it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a natural thing you're born with. I mean, if you have younger kids and stuff, obviously, you can talk to them about things so they're aware, and they're gonna be more open-minded if they have the awareness when they're younger. But yeah, I think some people are just, whatever they went through in life, they don't, maybe just too much. Some people, it's just, they're too busy. There's too much going on. They don't have time or whatever, but some people make themselves busy so they don't have time.
One thing I've noticed is that if you experience hard times, you also start to open your eyes up for critical thought, because
Yeah.
you have to consider all options. How do I get out of this mess, and all these kind of things? Really look in also.
Yeah.
I think you're on something with that, Tim.
It takes a curious mind.
Yeah, and if you've lived in this world and you haven't suffered any adversity and the globe has been good to you, why would you want to question that? There's something to that, Tim.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't apply to everyone. I'm just saying that there is
it's a principle.
Exactly, there is some science that is pointing towards that direction, that if you have experienced hard times in your life, you are what was it? I can't find the English word for it, but yeah, you get what I mean.
Survey says if you struggle in this world, you question this world.
Yeah, something like that.
It's two things. It's number one. It's in my opinion. Number one, it's an unwillingness to admit that they were duped this whole time. Okay, that's number one.
Yeah.
It's there's no fucking way I could have been duped.
Yeah, that's
smarter than that.
Some people.
No way. There's no way. My family, my friends, they're all smarter than these flat earthers are so dumb. Is they go along to get along. God forbid I step out of line and start believing something other than the mainstream. Because why? Because I don't want to get made fun of. That's the only reason.
Bingo.
It does that. They know it's flat. They know it's not a globe. They just don't want to get made fun of. It's pathetic.
Yeah, no, glad that's definitely part of the programming too. Is fear, the fear of being made fun of, but also part of it is these people genuinely believe their positions, and they've been programmed. We were all programmed since childhood to believe this narrative about where we live. Then you add fluoride into that.
Yep. I agree totally. And we're supposed to fantasize about space and make it, like a big adventure that we may or may not go on, but God, it's cool to imagine. And you know what I'm saying? Like aliens, man. Aliens. You can't take my aliens away from me, God damn it.
Yeah. I remember in my younger years that I was defending or discussing, space travel and aliens and black holes with a passion, without even knowing a lot, except for what I have read in a book.
I have. Oh, go ahead. No, I was just gonna.
They often.
Sorry, fuck. I got a delay. Sorry,
Crypto. Oh.
What's up, Crypto?
Hello. Please go ahead, please.
This was nothing. It was just I don't know if you guys ever observed anything at night weird, but back when I was about 17, this would have been like 20 some years ago. I'm driving in like middle of frickin' nowhere, Iowa, farm area, and just driving down the highway. And I don't know what it was. All I can say, there was a light in the sky, and immediately you're like, oh yeah, it's a plane, but it was like kind of solid, and then it just jetted, just did a total adjacent movement, just straight across, way faster than anything, and then stopped, and then just took off out of my sight. That's the only one thing I've ever seen that I didn't know what it was. And, I don't know what it was. Anyway, side note.
Military. Almost certainly military, isn't it?
It has to be. Unless it's from across the plane and it's from, advanced technology bullshit that, we would call aliens if they showed up.
Yeah, could be.
I don't know.
But yeah, just adding on to the previous point about the, one day we're gonna. This is one of the things they say a lot is, when we go to space, when commercial space travel is viable, then you'll be sorry, kind of thing. It's an escape to the people fallacy, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I remember. I don't know how old you guys are, but I remember in the 90s when they were talking about this stuff. It's going to be like, we'll be able to go to Mars by 2010, shit like that, and then the 2000s came around, and then that was pushed back to 2020s, and then 2010s rolled around, and suddenly 2030. It's always 20 years away. All of this stuff's always 20 years away.
They were saying that in the 70s, bro.
I know.
But the world going under is in a 10-year cycles.
Yeah, so it's always going to be 10 to 20 years off. Whatever. whatever advancements that are going to prove us wrong, they'll always be 10 to 20 years off.
Yeah, if they made it to the moon in the 60s, dude, you should be at Mars by now.
I like how their advancements, their quote-unquote advancements, keep pushing their times backwards instead of forward. They're like, hey, we just built this new awesome rocket that's going to take us further than we've ever been before. But also we have to wait another 8 years for it. Sorry. Maybe next time. But yeah, anyway, advanced technology, though. Yeah.
We just built this rocket, which is way more advanced, but can't go to the moon, even though we went there in '69.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool fucking story.
6 times perfectly, no accidents, nothing exploded, everything went perfectly right, dude. By the way, we've only tested everything in a water pool. Except for the one video that exists where they show the guy testing his suit in a vacuum chamber that almost died.
Right.
Which I have that video because I put it on my YouTube because it's something to keep a hold of.
Going to a much stronger vacuum is no problem.
Yeah. That and then the hot cold transitioning, I don't see that being possible with a little backpack going from those temp extremes.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. I don't know if Matthew Flurfs is still in the call. Maybe he can try and elucidate some of the hot and cold swings, or
As you guys, he's deafened. Did you guys hear about? You guys heard about that company? They haven't released hardly any content, but it's like called Truth or Comedy Hour or something like that. It's like THC, but there's apparently it's not even damn it, now I can't think of the name of the company, but it's out in California, and apparently they designed replica. I should post the link. Replica everything space suits, all the way to suits. They're not costumes. They're supposed to be replica production of actual things, and they supposedly have models of like the ISS and like all different things you can rent. But they're literal not costumes. They're like actual replica stuff.
Yeah, cool. So I want to put one on. Yeah, I want to put one on, and I want to get the breathing apparatus going and everything. I want to feel this experience. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do it. Why don't we have a commercial version, a consumer version of a motherfucking spacesuit that we can get in and try out yet? What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Did you guys ever see the evolution of the spacesuit?
It should be able to go underwater too.
Dude,
that's right. They have snorkels now.
Can you imagine how cool that would be? How cool that would be to go somewhere and put on a spacesuit and go into a vacuum? I would
fucking do it.
Heck yeah!
I'll watch you.
Money. People.
I'll watch you. Oh, I get your point, though. I get your point. Yeah,
I don't think
why?
it sounds pretty
Listen, it would be an internet phenomena that people would have. They get the webcam going and watch people get in and out of the vacuums of the space thing.
Spacesuit challenge.
Like hotcakes.
Spacesuit challenge. Yeah, until everybody started dying immediately. Hey, spacesuit. Guess what that fucking means?
No, see, listen. You're missing my point. If it's possible to have the space travel and all that, the crazy medium out there, well, then it shouldn't be too hard to replicate that on Earth and keep everybody safe, right? Didn't you motherfuckers get out there with no problems and no deaths? How many times did you do it first try? Okay, so on Earth it should be even easier, safer, right? Come on now, let's get to it.
Yeah, you just need a little insurance policy and you're fine. Disclaimer.
That's a good point. The Globers should be jumping at this cause. The not only that, the spacesuit challenge. Can't talk yet. Yeah, also the Glober navigation using Sphere. I can't wait to see how they triangulate their way through that without running into the rocks. But yeah, join the club, join the boaters now. The Glober boaters are going to go navigate themselves using only the Sphere. They'll have to design their own
they're
chart
using
table.
GPS? I use GPS.
You'll have to design your own chart table for a curved surface.
Sorry, Matthew, you were saying you use a GPS?
Well, he was saying navigate using the globe, and I was saying I do that all the time with my GPS device.
Oh, with your ground positioning system.
Yeah, ground positioning system.
So even as somebody who honors or who supports the globe, you even call it ground positioning system versus global positioning system.
Well,
Appreciate that.
it's your position on the ground.
Dude, here's the thing. The guys on your team are calling it global positioning system.
Because they think they can think of it as a globe. That's why they can think of it as a globe. It's not a globe, but they can think of it as a globe.
Well, I mean, the people who named it would get to decide what they're going to name it. If you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want to.
Who named the globe?
Yeah,
no, I'm saying the people who designed GPS.
We can decide whether we go along with that or we call it something else. I mean, it's kind of, falling along the lines.
And you're welcome to use their satellites, even if you deny that the satellites exist, I think.
Yeah, and you're to think that those satellites exist in a medium that I don't think exists. Yeah, that's fine as well.
Okay, let's talk about that. So do you guys, and Matthew, let me ask you, do you think that there's satellites or satelloons?
They're both.
With no evidence of sky litter, though.
With no evidence of what?
Don't you think that we would see some evidence of sky litter?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
I mean, the evidence for satellites is pretty clear. GPS works, and also satellite TVs have been working since the 1980s.
No, I think that's correlation instead of direct evidence. Why can't I see any satellites from the ground, no matter where I go, no matter how high up I go, at night or during the day? Why can't I see a fucking satellite, Matthew?
But you can.
No. Why can't I? I don't want you to lie to me. I can't. You can't. You're lying. So why can't I see a satellite at night? And not only that, listen, one or two here and there, get the fuck out of here. There's supposed to be 7,000 plus up there. Where are they?
Have you ever been outside late at night in a dark time and just watch the sky? You can see satellites every once in a while.
Yep. Have you every once in a while see one light pass over real slowly? How is that 7,000 satellites?
Oh, it's not. It's just the one that's visible.
Okay. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Why do you buy this?
Because it's
Why do you buy the story?
What are you talking about? The satellite TV works.
There's supposed to be 15,000 of them or something.
Listen, I could say unicorn TV works and then say there's unicorns in the sky and then boom. Is that you're going to buy that shit? Get the fuck out of here. You're so much better than that, dude.
No, I'm not going to buy it if I turn on my TV and can't see anything. But if you turn on your TV and get a satellite,
so you're just assuming that that you got a signal from someplace that can't exist in reality. So you're assuming that, right?
No, I'm assuming that it can exist in reality, and I'm assuming that's.
Okay, but you can't prove that it can exist.
It could easily be done with high altitude balloons, or satelloons. It could easily be done.
Or drones.
I can prove satellites exist. 1968 famous satellite, man.
Oh, you know what? Somebody changed my name again. I'm tired of getting it changed. All right.
Was it Echo? Was it Echo 1? That was the first one.
Oh no! All the satellites are on balloons.
Anyway,
what will they do now?
I just posted that video. If you guys want to check it out, it talks about that WonderWorks. These guys are just apparently a bunch of stoners. It's at 13 past the hour, called WonderWorks ? But it's called Truth or Hour of Comedy, which is obviously THC. But as far as I can tell, most of their stuff's just like smoking and looking at shit. So I don't know. It's kind of fun, funny. But that particular video talks about that WonderWorks company out of California that does replicas of like all the space shit. And you just go on their website. You can look at all the shit you can rent. I don't know how much it costs, but there's all sorts of shit. But it's supposed to be like replica, not costume, not movie set stuff. Well, they probably use it for movie sets. I guarantee you, for like Gravity.
Strange Glober fetishes happening out there.
Guys, did Matthew Lund just leave?
Yeah, he's pissed somebody changed his name, I guess.
Oh, that was me. He could have just asked me to change it back. I changed it yesterday. I actually changed it before he came into the DC.
He might not have noticed. I don't know. I don't know. Would you change it to?
I've always had the same name. I've never changed it.
Yeah, Matthew, I'll change it back if you want. It's just meant to be a gentle joke. It's like Matthew Fluffs. I mean, come on.
Sure. How many other names do you change for other people?
Loads of people.
He changed mine. He changed mine. If you want an example. Listen, Matthew, if you're gonna get butt hurt, I don't know what to say, buddy. Grow up. And look what happens to satellites when they fall back to Earth and when they get put into space.
Of everybody that comes into this room, Matthew is one of the most cordial Globers that comes into this room. Let's try to treat him with some respect, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, Matthew, I'm not picking on you. I'm actually trying to include you in one of my jokes where I change people's names. If you don't want me to do that,
okay, no, fair enough. I retract my request. So yes, I understand now. I won't.
He does it all the time.
I've changed Sonny's name before. I've changed to Rainy, if you remember. I've changed Batman Cam's name. I've changed your name.
He changes Lulu several times a day as long as she's here.
And Matthew, just a heads up. I want to let you know, like, you do get referred to a bit in the server, right? We do call you by name and stuff. We do respect you because, as was outlined, you are cordial about it. And you do admit to things, right? So don't think that we don't, let's say, hear what you have to say and include you in conversation.
Talk for yourself, bro.
In fact, if and when I ever get gold or mod status, I might change Crypto's name to Cryptomatic. So how do you like that?
I would love that. That'd be brilliant. I might do it now, actually.
You can't do it as a gold, or gold plus, so don't worry about it.
You've already tried it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I haven't tried. I really haven't tried. I don't care about that.
You can only change yours.
I'm just an innocent bystander.
Oh, shame.
Maybe not the innocent part.
Kurt, I'm actually going to message you with a name change request, please.
When I pull over, I might do it.
Yeah, buddy, trust me, it's no...
That'd be a great rock band name. Not So Innocent Bystander. Or a song.
So Matthew, how do you think the nylon spacesuits managed to handle a 400-degree swing on the moon?
Careful engineering.
What could
Real good engineering.
Could you enlighten us on what type of engineering?
The real good kind.
Yeah. Real good kind. Real good engineering.
Matthew didn't answer. Go ahead. What'd you say, Matthew?
No, I said I don't know the specifics.
Wonder who might know about them. NASA. Guess we have to ask the fox guarding the hen house how their stuff works.
They'll tell you the truth, Sonny. They dedicated their lives.
Yep, definitely. So how do you think, Matthew, how do you think that the nylon managed to, and the very thin spacesuits managed to protect against the vacuum of space?
I don't know how much pressure they were holding, but it was something like maybe less than 14 psi. And we can engineer containers that hold 14 psi, no problem.
Against
like
a
nylon
17
suit can hold that.
against this negative 17 torr vacuum, really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
14 psi against negative 17 torr, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Great. So how does 14 psi hold up against that?
What do you mean? So when you drive around in your car has 30 psi.
We're not talking about a car. We're talking about the vacuum of space.
Yeah,
when
I'm
they do
saying
like
that
spacewalk or something.
I'm saying
So
it's
he's
twice
saying
as
different-
hard. It's twice as hard to hold in 30 psi in your car tire as it is to hold in 14 psi in space.
That's besides the point. That's a non sequitur. It's not even what we're talking about.
Spacesuit isn't made out of
in the vacuum of space. In the vacuum of space with a nylon spacesuit that has 14 psi inside the spacesuit, how does that stand up against 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Clever engineering and careful testing, I would imagine.
So the nylon can withstand billions of pounds of negative pressure?
No,
Awesome.
not billions of pounds, but 14 per square inch.
No. What's outside of that suit?
0.
Oh, how much is the differential between 14 psi and negative 17 torr? It's negative 17.
No, it's the difference between 14 psi and 10 to the negative 17 psi is 14 psi.
I didn't say negative. It says negative 17 torr, not psi.
Okay,
outside
the difference
in
between 14 psi and 10 to the negative 17 torr is 14 psi.
So when something's pressurized from the inside and it's pushing out within a container that's like flexible in an environment that's kind of a low pressure, how does that look?
It depends on the materials, I would imagine. I don't know.
So, for instance, rubber or nylon or latex, how does that look?
Those type of things sort of balloon out. Like if you take a rubber
balloon out,
blow it
don't
up. Yeah.
So do the guys on the moon look like they had ballooned out?
No.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
No, I would chalk it up to clever engineering and careful testing.
Oh, so clever engineering. Stop.
Maybe like
where were they tested?
Film
in
engineering.
vacuum chambers.
They were tested in vacuum chambers. Where?
They were?
Yeah, the space
Are you sure about that?
in vacuum chambers before they were used.
Okay, tell us where. Tell us when, where, and how they were done. That was done.
I don't think they were, Matthew.
So you think they?
Well, the only way,
why
the
don't
only
you
way
think
to
they were?
prevent that kind of ballooning out with like a nylon material is to have a relatively even pressure on the outside and the inside. So how did they engineer that on the moon?
Well, it doesn't matter where they were doing it, but that you could test it in any vacuum chamber.
Oh, you're right, buddy.
Well, yeah, that's what we're saying is I don't think they ever tested them, bro.
Did anyone else hear that?
I heard they filmed the moon landing a full year in advance.
I would believe that. But no, I'm asking Matthew, like, where were they tested at, bro? When? Where?
Probably some NASA facility. I don't know where.
There should be way more videos of that testing, guys.
Really? What?
Well, the only video I'm aware of that NASA took of testing any suits in a vacuum chamber ended in the astronaut almost dying and having to be rushed to the hospital. That's why I was asking. The only one I'm aware of ended up in a near death, and then, as far as I know, they never tested it again.
I'll post it. It's on my YouTube.
Also, if anyone has the really good engineering clip from Don Pettit, please send that my way.
Oh, that's good. That's just that capsule that when they're going over the cupola, right? And he's talking about the seals.
Ah, the cupola. Let me search that up. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's when he's showing hey, what if you have a leak? And he's like, it's in that one, isn't it?
I just couldn't find the original video.
Try Odyssey.
I searched cupola. Hold on.
I was gonna say try Odyssey. Otherwise,
I know that they did that first with the monkey. They put the monkey in the astronaut suite, and they put them in a vacuum chamber. I don't know where that was done, but I know that they use monkey, and I know I don't know where that was done, how that was done, but I know that they did that.
Here,
His tongue was boiling before he passed out. Matthew's like, they tested it before they put people in space.
That's a link on my channel. I posted it. It's just a short vid. If you guys want to check it out.
So mic check, guys. Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Julius, what's your channel, bro?
5 minutes. What's that?
Matthew's response to my question. Can anyone summarize it for me?
I think you should rehash it.
Good engineering.
This one's pretty good too, actually. If you guys, this one's kind of got lost. It got stripped.
It's called real good engineering.
Oh my gosh. Stop it.
So somebody was asking when they tested the Apollo spacesuits, and I found the answer. It was June 1968, and I linked an article about it.
Can I just get the question? So I asked you about the ballooning out, right, and why they didn't balloon out, and then I said that if there was a pressure on the inside and the outside, then you can stop the ballooning, but with a pressure differential, you're not going to be able to stop that, right?
No, it depends on how they're designed.
It doesn't depend on the design.
Sure, it does. If you like an oxygen canister that you take scuba diving doesn't balloon out.
But that's metal.
Right.
Metal.
Not made of nylon.
It's designed differently.
Okay, so can you name something that's like clothing that wouldn't balloon out?
Sure. If the clothing is not flexible, if it's not made out of rubber, then it wouldn't balloon out.
So nylon.
I don't know. I don't know the properties of nylon, but that sure.
Yeah. Pretty sure nylon wouldn't just stay rigid. Because
isn't that porous as well?
Sorry?
Isn't nylon porous also?
Yep. Because see, here's what's happening. You've got the material that's porous, as CB just outlined, and you've also got to think about the stitching that takes place along the surfaces and how all that's going to interact. Right? It's a lot of variables that leave a lot of space, pardon the pun, for questions to be asked.
Yeah. I mean, the reason this is such a good question to ask these globe guys is that the very thing that makes something wearable is what makes it impossible to be used in some kind of differential like that. Whenever you have,
so you're claiming that no engineers could figure out how to make something that's wearable and works in a vacuum. That's what you're saying. That nobody.
No, I didn't finish my statement, so I don't know how you can respond. Can I finish?
Please finish.
Okay, so whenever you make something that's flexible, the physical properties of a flexible thing is that there's space in between, right? So if you've got something with space in between, at that point, you've then created something that's porous. So it won't form a good physical barrier between two pressure differentials. That makes sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so how did they make something flexible and suitable for space?
Clever engineering. Are you claiming that nobody could figure that out?
I'm claiming that no one's ever shown anything that could be used in that way. Yes.
Okay, that's fair enough. I believe you that you're claiming that you don't understand how it would work, and I admit that I don't either. But I don't think it's true that nobody could figure it out. We're pretty smart.
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter how clever people are, though. Like, there's lots and lots of clever people, but no one's ever managed to make a pig that could fly.
It's true.
So the cleverness of people isn't really the subject of discussion.
Yeah, the subject is whether it's an impossible engineering problem or not, whether human beings can engineer that or not. And you're claiming, without reason, I think, that it's impossible that could ever be done. And I'm saying, I don't know how it was done, but I don't think it's impossible.
Well, I would like to be proven wrong. Maybe you've got some resources on that.
You can go look at Apollo spacesuits and museums
I've
if you
seen
want to, and look up the.
We've got a
details on
space
how they
museum. There's space museums everywhere.
Right.
So I believe it's the Natural History Museum in London where they've got like a little space section, and go and check out a replica of the LEM, and you can go and check out all this other shite. Oh no, it might be the Science Museum actually. Definitely seen it there. You can go for free as well. Get free propaganda. Lucky you.
Here's another way we
I
can
would
check
visit if I
this.
were in London.
Here's one way we can check this. We look at how did people go into massive pressure areas in the past. Oh, deep sea divers. Even though that's a positive pressure on the outside, I would propose that anybody going into a place that's a negative vacuum, they would need an exoshell, just like a deep sea diving suit. There's no way around this. You would have to be protected from that differential pressure, or else, like, nylon would blow up.
What is the pressure differential?
It doesn't matter. The gases would try to escape a nylon suit. They would try to go out through the suit. They would manage to do this. If the pressure was great enough, the suit would simply just implode or explode.
Yeah, what happens with helium balloons when they reach a certain height? They blow up.
Right.
That's such a valid observation. The pressurized suit.
I mean, if the suit looked like those Space Marine suits that you get, not that you get, but if you've ever seen like a 40K movie or a game or whatever, those Space Marine suits that are entirely armor, I could believe that because it's physical solid barrier, right? But the spacesuits that we see are nylon. They look pathetic, to be honest.
And here's what's interesting too, even down to the wrists, the glove enclosure, however the glove enclosure would work, right? Because that can't be just a standard zipper, because a zipper is not a pressurized enclosure.
Question: which altitude vacuum approximately started?
Pardon?
It's gradual, so it depends on how hard of a vacuum you're talking about.
Well, let's say the out of space. Which point is starting?
It's gradual, but about 250 miles high, where the ISS orbits, it's almost a near vacuum.
Can you tell me in feet?
250 feet miles times 5,280. What do you mean feet? You want me to do the math for you?
Yeah, if you can. Sorry, man.
Is it like 5,000 feet in a mile?
Yeah, about 1.3 million feet.
Okay, 1 million. There is a vacuum, let's say, approximately.
Close enough.
Yeah. Did you read the article what you posted?
Yeah, the article, they said they tested it at about 200,000 feet equivalent.
Okay. That means? If you simulate 2,100 feet, that is still not vacuum.
That's close. It's close enough.
No, it's not. 1 million is something. It's not close. What are you saying?
I'm saying the vacuum at 200,000 feet is pretty strong. There's not much atmosphere up there, and going another, 1 million feet isn't going to change it that much. It's enough to test it.
That means they tested something for the vacuum on 2,000 feet, but they went out on the minus 17 door.
Right.
To minus
yeah, they tested it under slightly different circumstances. Yeah.
Oh, great. That means if I take the fire, for example, and take the candle and put my finger on the candle, I will feel the heat, but it's the same way if I put my hand also in some of 700,000 degrees heat, it will be the same thing. I will test this, but I will test my suite on 100 degrees that can resist. Then I will go inside of 700,000 Celsius inside. Because I tested, I can go in 100 degrees. If nothing happening, it doesn't make a damage. That means that I can go also in 700,000 degrees.
I think they'd be quite a bit different.
You think that it's quite different, the pressure, the vacuum, 10 to minus 17 torr and 10 to minus 5 torr?
Yeah, they're pretty much about the same. They're close.
They're pretty much the same. How much is the same 10 to minus 5 and 10 to minus 17?
0.00001. That's the difference.
It's 5 and 7. It's 12 zeros between them.
If you subtract one from the other, you get 0.0001.
That means 1,000 times. That means 1,000 times. That is not so big difference, 1,000 times.
1,000 times. I felt like saying that. Hi.
Okay, that's it.
Matthew, I made an image for I want to share with you later on.
And the interesting thing also, it's because it's written there. We can see the photos. There are 3 photos. That mean they was there inside the vacuum chamber. Look, the photos showing. Look, I can see it. He's in vacuum chamber. Look, the pressure is 10 to minus 17 torr inside. Okay, good. Is that true, Matthew?
I don't know if the pressure is at 200,000 feet.
And how we can know that they was in the side of vacuum chamber? Through these photos and this article, or there is something provable? Like
no, the photos in this article could be completely faked. They don't show that there was any pressure differential just from the pictures.
They don't show anything, any pressure.
No,
I see photos.
These photos don't prove anything.
Yeah, okay. But at least that exists there. Because if that exists, that article, that means there was in the vacuum chamber for sure.
This guys claims to tell how they tested the spacesuits. That's all this article claims to say.
But when I watch the YouTube videos, there is only explanation how they tested something. There is no video that the guy is going inside the vacuum chamber. It was example, I think, that I saw years ago, but it's only hand inside the vacuum chamber, nothing else, not the man. That's interesting. Yeah? The only thing we need to believe, and that's it. If we believe enough, that must be true. But when you make the examples of vacuum chamber, anything what you put inside, it's fucking explode, but doesn't matter. This is something different because this is astronaut suite and cannot be destroyed. Interesting.
Matthew, is there anything at all that you find suspicious about the moon landings? Like, not anything at all, even slightly suspicious.
No, I don't see anything that's suspicious. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm asking what you're talking about. I want to know if there's anything you find suspicious.
No, the narrative sounds about right to me.
Matthew, listen, I got a better question. Do you think the audience buys it that you believe in the moon landing? Do you think the audience is sitting there going, yeah, it seems legit because the moon landing itself is legit, so there's no reason for Matthew to lie about that, right? You think they buy it? You think they buy it?
For sure. Most
for sure. They buy it for sure. Well, thanks for at least admitting that the word buy applies. Thanks.
I just find that staggering, to be honest, Matthew. As I say, I'm not trying to attack you.
I mean, likewise. I mean, I find it staggering that you think that the Earth is actually flat and that the sun doesn't go down at night.
But that's not the topic of discussion, though.
No. I'm saying, if we're talking, since we have such divergent views on the way that the world is, it's not surprising that we would not agree on basic things like that.
Well, do you find it staggering that or anyone questions the moon narrative, like the moon landing narrative?
No, that's okay. I mean, I know people who question the narrative, and I think that it's not. I don't have as strong of a belief in the moon landings as I do that the Earth is round or spherical.
Okay. So again, like the 400 moon doesn't pique your interest, and the fact that the suits are nylon doesn't pique your interest. Like nothing, the footage where the astronaut appears to be well, fair enough. I mean, it is what it is.
So Matthew, the idea that the moon landing did or didn't happen, what's your thought with that? Is there land in the sky?
I wouldn't call it land, but the moon landings did happen, in my opinion.
How do you land on something you don't call land, bro? This is basic English, Matthew. Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's the follow-up question.
Well, I wouldn't call it land, but I believe in moon landings. What the hell's going on, dude?
Yeah, when we invented airplanes, we used the same word landing, even though we're not a ship on water coming to land. It's an airplane going from air to the land.
You're landing on land. So when they say moon landing, they'll be landing on land. Come on, dude. This is not Chinese.
Landing.
I understand the word. I'm saying that you can use that same word in a different context, and the moon landing is just
Sure. You can use globe in a different context too.
Okay, Matthew, question. The picture that I just posted up showing the moon, what would you say is happening in that picture?
The sky in front of the moon is obscuring some of the moon and filtering, making it look blue. It's kind of like looking through blue glass.
Okay, so you're proposing that the moon, even in a new moon, is actually still there. We just can't see it.
Right. It's too dark.
Because the issue that I have looking at this image is that the moon appears to be translucent. And then every 28 days, it completely disappears. And this happens, this translucency happens 2 times every 28 days, and it completely disappears every 28 days once. So my whole thing is, I'm thinking in my head, is it a good idea, even in the original plan of let's go land something on something that disappears every 28 days, is it a good idea to go propose to put a vehicle on it? Because if it turns out we get there and it's not there, what the hell do we do?
Well, actually, I don't know if you heard about the very first moon landing. It's the one that happened before the 6, They launched the rocket during a new moon, and then there was nothing to land on. They just kept going.
Because that's the concept I'm not understanding. If you can have all these planets that you observe that planets, and they're all based on this idea of gravity, which is a whole nother idea that I still don't totally understand. I'm not seeing how we arrive at this idea that there's land in the sky, or even something like we don't have water and we don't have trees and we don't have anything that we can observe that even resembles anything that looks like us here. So how do we come to the conclusion that we can resemble things out in the sky when there's nothing that resembles us out there?
I mean, when you look at the moon, it looks like a big old rock, and so they assume that that's what it was, and then go based on that assumption, I guess.
Okay, no, and the fact that you said assumption really helps me, and I really appreciate you saying that, because I can engage the fact that that's an assumption at that point in time. But spending millions and billions of dollars on landing something on an assumption, well,
they wouldn't do that unless they were very sure. So they must have been pretty sure.
As sure as you?
More sure, I would assume.
Even more sure than you?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure that if I was the guy in charge of the budget, that I would like to go on the feelings, like the thoughts and feelings of other people. I would want to have some hard evidence that it actually was there.
True, the guy who is in charge of the budget believed the moon exists.
Yeah. They think it'd be easier to fake, though.
Yes.
So why didn't they?
Their character?
Oh, they're just very moral people.
Right.
Yeah, I think if I was in charge, I'd have just faked it, to be honest. Save myself a bunch of money, no chance of anyone dying. Just seems like a better idea all round.
What would be the point of that? I mean, if you're just faking something, you're just faking something. You're not actually doing something. I'd rather do something than fake it.
Oh yeah, well the point would be to save a bunch of money and to not risk anyone dying. On top of the fact that you have to push the narrative because you've been told to. Right?
And win the quote-unquote space race against Russia.
Yeah.
Hey Matthew, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You don't mind? I'm curious about how you feel about other, and I hate to use the term conspiracies, but like 9/11 and stuff like that. Do you believe that a guy in a cave orchestrated all that?
Well, so there's a whole range of different conspiracies. Some are obviously true. I think some are obviously false. Like the Gulf of Tonkin incident that started the Vietnam War is now.
Well, that's not really a conspiracy, though.
It was at first. I'm saying.
Well, there was this conspiracy. I guess in the beginning it was.
Yeah, but now it's been admitted. It seems like probably somebody had JFK had what's his name, Lee Harvey Oswald paid him to do it, or somebody paid him to do it, or convinced him to do it. I'm not sure who, but I think he was the only shooter. But it kind of depends. There's like a whole range of conspiracies.
So you don't find it a bit strange that JFK gave this speech about secret societies like a week before he got murdered?
No, that could have been one of the motives.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I personally think that if I was like the head of a secret society and I was about to get outed by the president of the most powerful country in the world at the time, I'd probably want to get that situation dealt with before it dealt with me.
The JFK situation is very interesting because they gave us the magic bullet theory.
Does this bullet have a magic speed? Oh, actually, yeah, Matthew, that's a good question. Do you believe that meteors have a magic speed at which point the angle of their impact no longer matters?
Oh boy.
What do you mean? Like, I think so. The angle of the impact doesn't matter to the shape of the impact, usually.
No, but do you think that that's dependent on a magic speed?
No.
All right. So do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking out of his arsehole sometimes?
I haven't heard him say anything that I find objectionable, except for his obvious hatred of theism.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we can agree on. He is a bigoted atheist. But I think there's more to it than just that. Do you believe that
sorry,
No, go on.
Chris.
I'm just asking Matthew a bunch of gotchas, so carry on.
I was just going to quickly ask, so do you think, Matthew, would you, like, if you had to find a science communicator, would you find somebody maybe better at the job than that goofball, Neil deGrasse Tyson?
He's pretty good.
Good enough. Hold on. Or is he good enough? Does he fit the bill? Can everybody take him fully seriously? You know, like he's all science. He's no guff. He's no fluff. He's an actor. I forgot he has an IMDb page. Well, anyway, science communicators shouldn't have fucking IMDb pages. So, like I said, Matthew, my question still remains after all my nonsense I just said. Would you pick Neil deGrasse Tyson, or would you maybe vet the person a little bit more? You know,
if I want somebody to do science, I would look for a scientist. If I want somebody to explain it well, I would look for somebody who's good at presenting. Neil deGrasse Tyson is okay at that. He's fine. I just disagree with him fundamentally about his methodological naturalism.
Okay, all right, that's an answer. Appreciate it.
Can we have a vote in this chat who thinks Matthew would be a better science communicator than Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Fuck yeah! Oh, I would stand behind that in a minute.
I think he's much better science communicator.
He doesn't add diversity though, Crypto. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, how would you get?
He can't shut the column. Nice one, Andy.
Yeah, Matthew, how are you with African Americans?
He's better than Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Probably, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I like communicating things well, and so I would love to do that kind of thing. It would take a lot of work, though.
Well, he doesn't seem to put any effort in, so I think he'd be fine.
I have learned how to use a teleprompter. That's kind of a skill, to be able to read off a teleprompter and make it sound like you're just saying it.
And you actually do have a fan base, unlike Neil deGrasse Tyson. So,
thanks. I think his fan base is bigger than mine, though.
I think that his fan base is entirely inorganic, and I don't think yours is. But anyway,
it could be.
Do you think that whenever a kicker for a field goal makes an attempt, that he has to factor in 1/3 of an inch Coriolis drift?
No, he doesn't have to factor it in.
Okay. So why did Neil deGrasse Tyson say
that? He was saying that it had an effect, but I don't think anybody has to factor it in. Like 1/3 of an inch isn't going to factor into your aim.
Wait a minute. Do you believe it has an effect?
Maybe.
Are you in agreement with Neil deGrasse Tyson, Matthew, that a field goal kick when a field goal kicker kicks a ball, that there's a Coriolis effect happening that somehow really?
Yeah, I don't
So
know.
would you say that the Earth is rotating beneath the football? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a third of an inch. I don't know what the number is.
All right, but you're saying that the Earth rotates beneath the football.
Yes.
I thought the atmosphere was kind of moving with the Earth, so there wouldn't be that.
Yeah, so the atmosphere is moving with it, so it wouldn't have that much of an effect. And especially, since it doesn't take that long for the football to get to the field goal, so it doesn't have much.
So the Earth rotates beneath footballs. Does the Earth rotate beneath airplanes?
Yes.
So if you had an airplane taking off from San Francisco and headed to New York, and you had an airplane taking off from New York headed to San Francisco at the exact same time, and the Earth is turning, would the Earth be turning under both of those airplanes?
Yeah, but also the airplanes fly in air. That's why they're called airplanes. And if the air is moving along with the ground, then it wouldn't make a difference.
There's a funny thing
about say that they're flying over a plane, and that's why they're called airplanes. But if they're flying east to west, and one's headed west and one's headed east, and the Earth is turning beneath them, how do they arrive at their prospective destinations at the same time?
Because the air is also moving with the Earth.
So if you have two different airplanes going two different directions, and you're saying that it nullifies the fact that the Earth is rotating beneath them, how is the Earth rotating beneath a football?
It's the same thing. It's the air and the ground move about the same, and so you're not going to notice much of a Coriolis effect.
Okay, the Earth turns west to east, right?
East, yes, west. East.
And so, an airplane taking off from New York to San Francisco shouldn't, as an airbound airplane flying through the air towards San Francisco, shouldn't San Francisco be rotating and turning toward the airplane?
Yes, but the air is also rotating towards the airplane, so that the airplane has to fly through all that air.
Okay, so how does an east-west airplane, if an airplane leaving from San Francisco to New York and New York to San Francisco, simultaneously flying over a spinning Earth, how do they get to their prospective destinations at relatively the same time?
Because the air is also moving at the same spin as the ground beneath it.
But we're talking about the ground spinning, not the air.
Yeah, and the air also spins. The ground spins and the air spins.
So just work it out with me mathematically. So an airplane takes off from San Francisco to New York, right? Okay. And it's going to fly about 500 miles an hour. And it's going to be flying with the rotation of the Earth, right? That is rotating at approximately 700 miles per hour at the 37th parallel, something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So for all intents and purposes, it's flying at 1,200 miles per hour? Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you have an airplane flying at approximately 500 miles an hour, leaving New York, headed towards San Francisco, with the Earth that's turning against that airplane at that same 700 miles per hour. So is that airplane actually moving negative 200 miles per hour? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's right. Relative to the North Pole.
Come on, bro. Come on. Seriously?
I don't think you understand how airspeed works.
I don't think...
It's the speed in the air.
You just told me an airplane is moving at negative 200 miles per hour. How does that correlate to reality, brother?
It's relative to the North Pole. If you want to talk about the airspeed, both planes are going 500 miles an hour.
No, relative to the North Pole. The North Pole doesn't move at all, does it? It just spins.
No. Right.
Oh, my gosh. How can you go negative speed, Matthew?
When you ignore the idea that airspeed matters, that's how you can do it.
Turns out there's a magic speed.
Really believe that the airplane is moving negative?
Magic.
Have you ever been in an airplane?
A magic speed.
Yeah, I have.
Did you ever get up from your seat and go? Did you ever get up from your seat and go to the restroom?
Just like at the beach, Matthew has to ignore reality and go on with his fantasy realm. That's
So was it harder to walk to the back of the plane, or was it harder to walk to the front of the plane?
We have non sequitur.
That's not the same thing, Matt.
Oh, so the relative.
You're saying the Earth rotates beneath footballs, but not beneath airplanes. That's what you're saying about it.
Well, I mean, I've been on an aeroplane, and it's generally harder to walk to the front than the back. If that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm. But it's still non sequitur because you need a reference, a standard to use for this motion you're claiming, and you don't have any standard of motion. It's never been measured or detected. So I don't know what you would be using as a reference to start with. You in any kind of case, you need some kind of reference point or starting point. Your starting point would be your standard reference of measurement, like standardized, like they do with machine tools. The different things
Sonny, as a point of order, sorry, Sonny, as a point of order, it's actually a red herring and not a non sequitur. But I did
a red herring. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Thank you for the
Thank you, Crypto.
I felt like I would just clear that one up. But people often use them interchangeably, and they're not really interchangeable.
Yeah.
So Matthew, you really believe that you can move negative miles per hour? You can go at a negative speed?
Typically, speeds are measured in airspeed, and so airplanes obviously can't fly at a negative speed. But if you want to measure it relative to the North Pole, which nobody does, then you could say that a plane moving from New York to San Francisco is going a negative speed.
What do you mean by that, man? Why would you relative to the North Pole?
We were measuring it relative to the 37th, latitude, 37th parallel. That's what we were.
Why would you talk about something that is never done in reality? Once again.
No, but it doesn't matter. I just want to understand, what do you mean by relative to the North Pole? Because the North Pole isn't moving. It's obviously, in your paradigm, it's part of an Earth that orbits, but in this specific scenario, the North Pole stays still, right? So what do you mean relative to the North Pole? What does that mean?
I'm saying that at the equator, the Earth is rotating at a speed of 1,040 miles per hour. But that's 1,040 not relative to the ground, because the ground itself is moving. And so if you're saying, okay, it's moving 1,040 relative to what? Relative to stopped as it is on the poles. And so relative to the North Pole just means if the North Pole is 0, the equator is 1,040. That's what I meant.
Okay, so what you're actually saying is that the aeroplane is going 500 miles an hour. The ground underneath the aeroplane between San Francisco and New York is going at 700 miles an hour, but that 700 miles an hour is relative to the 0 at the North Pole.
That's what I mean, yes. Thank you for clarifying. Right, okay. You said it better than I did.
Well, no,
do you understand? Do you understand what he's saying, Crypto?
Yeah, of course I understand what he's saying.
Okay. And do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Could you explain that to me then?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's difficult for me to explain it in good faith because I don't agree with him. So I don't really want to be the guy like shitting on the argument while explaining it, if that makes sense. Like, so I don't want to be unfair.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Matthew. Could you build a physical model that represented the 2 airplane flights flying over the spinning ball that we talked about? Could you replicate that in reality, like in a physical model?
Sure, you could get like a 12-inch globe and build a little thing that would have a little dot moving across that at 500 miles an hour. I mean, the equivalent of that to scale.
Okay. And the Earth is also spinning in that model.
Yeah, you could make a model that replicates that. Sure.
So the Earth is spinning beneath 2 airplanes that are headed in the opposite direction, one with the spin, one against the spin. There's 1,000 miles an hour differential, and yet they arrive at their destination simultaneously.
Yeah, so okay. I'll give an analogy.
No, not an analogy. I'm asking, could you build a physical model that demonstrated that reality that you're proposing as real?
Yeah, how does that work in the model, the physical model, Matthew?
If you put 2 trained ants and
no, not if. Matthew, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you like that. I apologize. But we're not starting with if. We're talking about exactly in a physical model. You would need to explain how it would work in the physical model, not pretending by starting with if.
I'm sorry, Sonny. We're not working at the really is level.
Well, that's too bad.
So he was asking for a physical. I was going to describe a physical model. I'm not going to build.
You're saying something about 2 ants.
Yeah. So let's say that you take a globe and you start spinning it, and then you drop 2 ants on there. One is on the San Francisco spot in the globe, and one is at New York. And then they're trained, so they walk towards each other. That's an example of physical model.
It's another red herring. We're not talking about ants on the surface. We're talking about aircraft separate from the surface.
We're talking about physical models, Sonny.
That's another red herring.
No, he asked me about a physical model.
No, it doesn't represent what you're saying. It doesn't represent what you're saying, Matthew.
Okay, well then take it up with him. If you don't like the fact that I'm
taking it up with you, I'm taking it up with you right now. We need the model that you're describing, which means aircraft flying above a surface with the surface moving.
Oh, let me just do a thought experiment with him and work with his model for a minute, Sonny. Matthew, if you had a conveyor belt and you put one human being at one end, you know those long conveyor belts at the airport?
Yeah, I've used it.
And it's going one direction. And you put two human beings of equal, composite strength and ability and whatever. They're equal speeds, and they both sprinted one from one direction to one the other. Are they going to arrive at the end of the escalator at the same time?
No, but they'll go the same distance at the same time, relative to the conveyor belt. I like your analogy, by the way. I think that's a good thought experiment.
So I'm just trying to work this out. Like, I've run with those things and I've run against them. You run slower when you run against them. You run faster when you run with them. Would you agree with that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So wouldn't that principle apply to these trained ants?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, that's okay. The point.
So then in that thought experiment, wouldn't the ant going from New York to San Francisco arrive there more quickly than the ant going from San Francisco to New York?
No, because you're measuring, like, if it's going to arrive at a certain place on that little model. Or to use your conveyor belt example, let's say you get a really long one that's 200 meters, and then you paint on that conveyor belt a 50 meter, a line at 50 meters and another one 50 meters away. So you've got a 50 meter race, and you tell them both to start facing each other at the 2 different lines. You get what I'm saying? One is facing one direction, one's facing forwards, one facing backwards. They're 50 meters apart. And then you say on your mark, get set, go. And as they're sprinting towards each other, they will cover the 50 meters at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think what is being said is, imagine that you've got, like, say that there's a point in the middle. This might be an easier way to envision it. So, name a city in the middle of the US.
Denver.
Is Denver right in the middle?
St. Louis.
Pretty close.
Kansas City.
St. Louis, Kansas.
Somewhere right in the middle. Okay, so if you were, say, let's just say that you were on a conveyor belt, and there's a conveyor belt going from left to right, say. On the left-hand side is San Francisco, on the right-hand side is New York, and right in the middle is St. Louis, right? St. Louis, whatever you call it. What he's saying is that if the point itself was moving, and you were moving at the same speed on the right-hand side, then you're still having to cover that distance. And if the point was moving towards the other guy on the left-hand side, even though the air would be moving against you, then the ground is moving with you, if that makes sense. So because the ground is moving towards you, it's effectively cancelling out the air that's working against you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy. It's a good way to describe it.
Well, I kind of went between 2 analogies and I realised I fucked up, but hopefully I saved it at the end. But I mean, I'm not saying that I even agree with it. I've got a separate question that I've never actually had answered satisfactorily, but I just wanted to know if Globe, is it Globe Kicker? Are you happy with that answer, even if you don't agree with it?
No, not really. I don't think that would work in reality. I've raced people on those escalators, and you run faster when you're running with the escalator than when you run against it. I mean, it's just I don't even see how this is arguable. Matt had already conceded this point.
Okay, so ball kicker, the answer is because if you're, let's say you're at an escalator, you're running up the escalator and somebody else is running down the escalator, and you start at the same moment and you have the same speed, you will reach the top of the escalator, an up escalator. You'll reach the top of the up escalator faster than the person reaches the bottom of the up escalator because they're having to go more steps. That's why you're doing the same number of steps.
However, if you were to paint like a point halfway up the escalator, and then that point was moving as well, right, at the same speed as the escalator, then the guy at the top and the guy in the bottom would reach it at the same time, because the point itself is moving as well.
Right.
That's his argument.
You're saying, Crypto, you're saying that's Matt's argument?
Yes, he's describing it.
But you've already conceded that the Earth is moving beneath the football, that the target itself, the platform itself is moving.
Yeah, so that's a whole separate thing about the Coriolis effect, is something different than relative motion.
I don't think this can be actually plotted out in reality, Matt. I think that this is, Matthew, this is not something that can be modeled in reality. It's something that can only be modeled mathematically. That's why you have one airplane going negative 200 miles per hour. I don't know how you can have negative 200 of anything.
Yeah, nobody would call it that. I mean, nobody says negative 200 because people measure based on ground speed or airspeed, not North Pole speed.
I think what you mean is ground speed relative to North Pole speed.
Right.
We can move on to something else because this isn't going to be answered.
I'm curious. Crypto said he had a question that he'd never heard an answer to, and I don't think that I'll be able to answer it, but I'm curious what the question is.
Okay, so the conservation of momentum, right? Does the conservation of momentum work in circles?
I think so.
You mean you think so?
You're talking about something rotating, like if you just have a spinning tire or something. It doesn't. I mean, there's a force acting on it, so rotating objects have energy to them, like potential energy.
Okay, let me put it this way, right? Let's just say that I've got a bucket and I'm swinging it round, and then I let go of that bucket. Does the bucket just keep going around in a circle, or does it fly?
No, it goes off in a straight line when there's no more force.
Okay, why is that?
Because of Newton's first law that things continue in the motion lest acted upon.
Yeah. So it conserves the momentum, but in a straight line, not in a circle, right?
Right.
So you've got two aeroplanes taking off from the planet Earth. One of them is on the sun side, so it's during day, and one of them's at the night side, and it's nighttime. Why are they able to maintain altitude relative to the Earth, which is moving in a circular path?
You mean the rotation of the Earth, that circular path, or are you talking about the?
Not the rotation, the orbit. So the orbit's a circular path, and the aeroplane on the day side would be on the inside of that track, right?
Right.
So why doesn't the Earth crash into the plane?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I think that the plane and the ground underneath it are starting out with the same relative motion, and so it depends on if you're counting the speed and kinetic energy from the perspective of the ground. It depends on the frame of reference, is my guess.
It's nothing to do with frames of reference or ground speeds. We're talking about the conservation of momentum here. So the only momentum that you can conserve is in the straight line, right? But the Earth is actually moving in an elliptical, but let's just call it a circular path for simplicity. So it moves in this path, the aeroplane on the night side takes off, the Earth is actually going to move away from the aeroplane, and the aeroplane on the day side is going to move towards the Earth because of the circular path of the orbit, right?
Yeah, I think maybe your argument would be better if you said, let's say that's at the equator, and it's the sunset side and the sunrise side, because that's where the Earth is moving. I mean, if it's noon and midnight, then it's sort of right.
It doesn't really matter. Wherever the Earth is, there's aeroplanes flying on all parts of the
That's right.
globe, right? So it would be whatever I said would be true, whether it was sunset or sunrise or night or day. But regardless, in your model, the day is on the inside track of the orbit, right?
Right, but those motions are pretty small compared to the accelerations required are pretty small.
I'm not talking about acceleration, bro.
Well, they have, when they're on the ground, they have the same exact motion as the ground, and so if they take off, then they have to experience the same acceleration to keep up with the ground.
But I'm not talking about acceleration. I don't know why you keep saying it. I'm talking about the conservation of momentum.
Well, so it conserves the same momentum that it has at the ground. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so as soon as the airplane takes off, right, it's no longer attached to the ground, and so therefore, it would there would be a natural divergence between the orbital path and the plane's straight path, right?
Yeah, but that diversion is acceleration. If you have a change in motion, that's acceleration.
It wouldn't necessarily. Two things that aren't accelerating but moving at a constant speed in different directions would still diverge even if there's no acceleration.
But they're moving in the same direction. If they're moving in the same direction, they wouldn't. Same speed, same direction.
So they can't be because of the conservation of momentum. Because you can't conserve momentum in a circular path.
Yeah, I can't think of a good way to answer your question. I get what you're saying, but I think it has to do with reference frames and acceleration, and I mean, because the acceleration due to the rotation.
Sorry, exactly terms at it. No,
yeah, just to give you a sense of the scale here, the acceleration required to maintain the rotation of the Earth is 0.034 meters per second squared.
Yeah, I'm not talking about acceleration. We can move on. How about the star trails? So you see the star trails in the sky, right?
Right.
How many degrees does the Earth orbit the sun in a day?
Well, about 1 degree, because it's 360 degrees and 365 days, so it's not exactly one.
Yeah, but it's close enough, right? So it's 1 degree. Why don't we see that 1 degree shift in the star trails every day?
So you do. That's why there's a difference in the day and the sidereal day. So if you look at the stars at midnight today, and then look at the stars at midnight 6 months from now, you'll see different stars.
No, the day and the sidereal day. So the sidereal day, for anyone who doesn't know, is 23 hours and 56 minutes. Whereas the kind of standard day is 24 hours. I'm asking about the actual visual effect on the star trails.
Yeah, so that's why the star trails move 15 degrees per hour, a little bit more than 15 degrees per hour. That same ratio, 24 hours to 23 point whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about that again. I feel like you're not answering the questions I'm asking there.
Okay, I'm trying to. What?
No, I know you're trying to. Look, you wouldn't see perfect circles. So there's 11 different vectors allegedly, or maybe even more, depending on which person you ask. I'm of the opinion that most of those vectors wouldn't be noticeable. So I'm with you on that, right? But there are two that should be noticeable. Now, one of them is said to be noticed within the circular pattern of the star trail itself. I'm actually okay with that. I don't think that it proves that the globe is turning, because it could be the stars themselves, maybe. But if it is the globe rotating, then you would have to see all of those motions. Okay, most of them wouldn't be detectable. However, a 1 degree difference from the orbit would be detectable every single day.
I see. No, I get what you're saying. Finally, no, that's a good question.
So why don't we see that in the star trails?
Because I would say the axis of rotation and the axis of the orbit are close enough that a 1 degree difference isn't noticeable.
You wouldn't notice a 1 degree difference in star trails every day.
Yeah. So it's not just it's a 1 degree difference in rotation. So the Earth, if you look at the North Pole, the Earth is rotating counterclockwise, right? And also, if you look at the North Pole of the Sun, the Earth is rotating counterclockwise, is in orbit counterclockwise, same direction. So basically, it's just a little bit more spin, but the axis of rotation and the axis of orbit is pretty close, so that 1 day's worth isn't going to be noticeable.
But 1 day's worth would be 1 degree, so it would be 1 degree of squiggly line to every 360 degree of circle.
It'd be it's just 1 degree more rotation. So it's rotating a little bit more. That's all.
No, because there's a tilt on the axis, bro.
Yeah, it's a 20 degree tilt. Divide that up into 365. I don't think it's
23.4.
Yeah. So you would definitely notice it. It would be offset by 23 degrees. So you would have the circle, and then you would have a 1 degree, let's just say, elongation that was offset 23.5 degrees. You would definitely see it. If you did a 2-day star trail, then you would see them compared to each other. They would look different.
Yeah, I'd have to think about the math for this, but I think it's, 23 degrees or 24 point whatever degrees divided by 365, because you're only, in fact, divided by 365 divided by 2, because you're only doing it for half of the day when the stars are out. So I think you're right. There would be some aberration, but I think it's pretty small.
Yeah, I don't agree with your summation of how the maths would break down. It wouldn't be just like 1 degree divided by 23.5 times, divided by 360 times 23.5. It would be that 23.5 degree tilt would be the offset where the entire 1 degree lived. But you can't just divide it all and then say, oh, it's a small number. That's not really how this works.
Yeah, but it's only doing 1 degree of that circle
every day.
Yeah, so half a degree at night.
Okay, but that you would be able to, like, even visually, if you were taking, say, the star trails over 3 or 4 nights, you would notice that. That would be obvious.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, you might be right about that.
Okay. Another one. How do you have a new moon at night?
A new moon is never visible at midnight.
I didn't say midnight. I just said at night.
If it's close enough to this, the new moon is close to the sun, and so generally the new moon you won't see at night. You'll see it at sunrise or sunset. But if it's not that new of a moon, and it's close enough to sunrise or sunset, then you can see it near the horizon.
Okay, but you do get new moons at night.
Yeah.
So how do you get a new moon at night?
Not brand new moons, like a new moon that's like 2 or 3 days old, maybe.
Doesn't matter.
So are you saying that there have been some observations that don't match the model?
Well, if you have a new moon at night, then the only way to get a new moon is to have the entire face of the moon illuminated by the sun that's behind it. So you can't have a new moon at night during the day.
Okay, so when it's a brand new moon, like an exactly a new moon, you don't see it.
You see a new moon at night every month.
You see one that is plus or minus 1 or 2 days, but not on the day of the new moon. You don't see it.
What? So,
okay. Yeah, let me get an example.
I honestly, I have no idea what you're saying right now. The moon goes through phases every month, right? So there is a new moon every month. Well, actually, more than once a month. A little bit more than once a month. And that new moon happens the whole 24 hours. So it's day and night.
Okay, so the next new moon is October 25th at 3:48 a.m. Pacific. That's the moment in time where it's a new moon. And I would say plus or minus 24 hours from that, you can't see the moon because it's too close to the sun.
So how do you have at 3:46 a.m. a new moon at all on the 25th of October?
It's there, but you can't see it.
But the only way that you can't see it is if the sun's directly behind?
Yes. In fact, the newest of the new moons is a total solar eclipse.
Yeah, but is there a total solar eclipse on the 25th of October?
No, because it's slightly off.
So how do you have a new moon at night?
What do you mean have a new moon at night? Are you saying how do you see a new moon at night?
You can't see new moons.
Yeah.
So what's the reason that you can't see a new moon?
Because it's too close to the sun.
No, it's because the sun hits... So in your model, the sun's light hits the moon at a 90-degree angle, correct?
No, a 90-degree angle?
No. The lit portion of the moon has to be perpendicular to the sun because it gets the light from the sun.
Yes, okay.
So if you're seeing a new moon, where is the sun?
Near the new moon.
Directly behind.
What do you mean by a new moon? One that's half lit?
Let me just calm down.
I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to be ornery here.
Okay.
Okay, so a new moon is when you can't see it.
In the sky. You understand there's two balls in the sky, right? One of the balls is lighting the other ball.
Yes.
Okay, and the one ball, let's call it the sun, that's lighting the other ball, let's call it the moon. It's the side that's perpendicular to the sun that is lit.
Yes.
So the unlit side, if you are seeing only unlit moon, because that's the other half, the sun has to be perpendicular to the other side of the moon.
Yes.
At night.
That's why we don't see the new moon at night.
So how can the new moon be in your night sky if the sun's behind it?
It can't.
That's my point.
Okay, so the next new moon is October 25th at 3:48 a.m. If I go outside at 3:48 a.m., I won't see the moon.
Is anyone else struggling with this?
I'm right with you, dude, 100%. And this is why I mean, we enjoy Matthew is that, like, you get him, and he fully admits.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen on October 25th? What will people see?
I'm not a fast seer. I can't see the future.
Okay, well, charts say that the October 25th is the day of the new moon.
Okay, is it new moon in London? Can you, or is that?
It is. I mean, the phases aren't dependent on where you are.
Oh, that's an interesting phenomenon in itself, isn't it? But regardless, yeah. Okay, so I'll have a look and see. Do you know what time the new moon is in London on the 25th?
Yes, in London, the new moon happens at 11:48 a.m. on October 25th.
Okay, so that's basically during the day, so that's got nothing to do with.
But it'll
Interesting.
be 3:48 a.m. at the same moment here in California.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of moon, 2 days from now we have a full moon.
Yeah, I think we've got a full moon.
October 9th. So all night long from London, the moon will rise and then go across the sky and set as a full moon, and it'll be the same angular size the whole night.
Crypto still beating his head through the, against the wall.
No, I like Matthew actually. I think.
Nah, it's just the hot miking. It sounds like you were slamming your hand or something.
Yeah, I decided to stop because I'm getting frustrated, so I'll stop there.
Actually, this is to everyone. I'm trying to wrap my head around orbits in general. Because every time we see a depiction, it is these perfect circles around, let's just call it a central point. But when we read about the heliocentric model, the sun, for example, is moving, which would imply that the orbit is not this kind of perfect circle or perfect ellipsoid or whatever. That the planets, quote unquote, are chasing the sun. What is my point with this? And if the planets are chasing the sun, the moons must be chasing the planets. Yeah, I can't wrap my head around that. Like,
you described it well. Yeah, that's the heliocentric model. It's not perfectly circular orbits, but the Earth, for example, has a small eccentricity that the distance to the sun varies from about 92 million miles to about 94 million miles.
yeah, but my point is, like, I mean, the moon, for example, to the Earth is actually not orbiting it, but it has a circular path behind the sun. No, the Earth, right? As the same way as the Earth would have a circular path behind the sun, while the sun is speeding in its direction. We would be chasing, everything would be chasing in some sort of way. How are these? My main question is, how are these gravitational wells or something like these wells? How are they depicted? Because is it like a cone that is widening behind them, or is it a cone that is getting smaller and smaller, like a jet stream, for example? You know. Like, is it a cone? Oh, how can I? Fuck, I'm stumbling in the words right now.
You're asking about a gravitational well, right? When does that ever happen in reality?
It doesn't matter. Like, just go with the thought experiment for a sec. Because obviously we don't gravity rise.
Because every time I see a depiction of a well, it is just on this 3D model that is standing still, and every planet or moon or something like that is just like, you know, falling down and creating this hole or well in that sheet. But if everything is also moving, which none of these 3D models is depicting, like what is the shape of this well? Is it starting out big and getting smaller, or is it starting out small and getting bigger? And yeah, I mean, and it ties again into like the thing I cannot really grasp about the moons and the planets are chasing the object with the greater well. Yeah, I have a hard time really wrapping my mind around it, but yeah.
Oh, we're all with you, Tim. We get it. or not, as the case may be.
It's just a mind twister. Like it's really hard to.
It really is. I was just thinking about objects falling up, because if the Earth's moving up to meet objects, right? And I drop something, and I don't know, someone in Australia drops something. How is it moving up in all different directions? It's very odd.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand that point of it. I'm not saying that we can experiment it in reality, but it's all on a theoretical plane. But I do understand that a well is not a. I mean, they do explain a well like as a 2-dimensional plane or 3-dimensional plane, but in reality it must be a 4 or 5 or 6-dimensional, where there is like wells in all different directions, which would cause that everything is like tightening up to a circle. Because if it's just a 3-dimensional plane, like planets would be flat because of the spin and all these kind of things, Yeah, it's just hard to wrap my mind around. It's really something where you have to take it on faith, to be honest, because it's
Somebody was talking about earlier having a pizza ball and spinning it until it goes flat. I thought that was funny.
Well, I was wondering about the you were saying about the sun shooting through the galaxy or whatever silly speed they say it does, and then that sun is pulling the planets, right? So surely the pulling would have to happen directly behind the sun. So you should have all of these planets, like, how like you get these cars and it's like this woman was just married or whatever, and you got these tin cans on the road behind it, right?
Yeah, it would be in a line.
You'd imagine the planets would be like the tin cans; they'd all kind of be clustered together, following the sun.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean that is one of the dilemmas I cannot figure out in my head when I'm reading about these kind of things. It's hard, and even back to the cones. Like if the cone starts small and widening, I just don't see this depiction of the orbiting that they're claiming, that it's this ellipsoid around something, because it must always be in a ellipsoidal path chasing.
It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds reasonable when they're just very simplifying it with a 2D depiction of it, but when they're starting to add in all these kind of motions and like the concept of a well and the chasing, and I mean, sure, it ties back to the three-body problem, but holy shit, it's really a mind twister. Like, I have tried a lot thinking about this.
It becomes more and more far-fetched, doesn't it? The more they add.
Exactly.
It's like someone telling you, "Oh yeah, well, I went." I don't know, I went to this club, and you're like, okay, yeah, I believe the club. Yeah, I went there and I was wearing my 5 Rolexes. Okay, I'm not sure that's true now. Oh yeah, and when I went in the 5 Rolexes, I drove my Lamborghini and I drove outside and I parked right outside the club, and then they start adding all of these details, and you're like, not sure about any of this. The second I got in, the bouncer let me skip the queue, and then the second I got in, they gave me a free bottle of champagne, and you're like, don't know, this is all starting to sound like a load of bullshit right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
wasn't there an experiment where they tried to model the solar system and it was totally unworkable?
I mean, it worked when they had the moon and and Earth alone, but when they started to add in a third or fourth body, it started to crumble on its own. That's as far as I have read. Yeah, that's what I know about it.
Larry mentioned something about. I mean, it's similar. About Saturn, I think it was the rings that are going around the edge. Can't remember exactly, but basically, Zarnik was saying that you got to have the centrifugal force that's forcing it outwards and the gravity forcing it inwards. But then Larry was like, Well, what about all these stones and pebbles? They're all different sizes. They've all got different mass.
Right.
That was a good conversation. Well, that brief little moment.
Yeah, Matthew. How do you have gas balls in a vacuum?
Oh, he left when we were starting. When I started to talk about this wells and cones and chasing. I think. I don't think he would be able to explain it, and that's why he maybe left.
Damn, I was hoping to engage with him on the aspect of gravity and energy, but next time.
Well, worse for me, the gas falls down to the ground.
He made a.
I'm going a second, guys. So I just wanted to say something quickly. I've been thinking more and more about these positions to the moon and the sun and new moons and this is stuff I used to talk about a lot, and I felt like I didn't get anywhere with the globe guys. But I realise now I could actually do I could compile some evidence, maybe like 10 or 20 of these evidences that the model doesn't make sense with what we observe. And I wonder what they would do if I showed them, like, so this is the 25th of October, here's the new moon, here's the sun, explain this kind of thing. And I wonder what they would do. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's so much that Matthew doesn't have explanation for. So going back to the planes, for instance, at every elevation, while they're saying that the atmosphere, which is really crazy, is moving same speed as the surface, yet the aircraft is moving through unbonded gases. Anyway, that's one problem. The other problem is that every height or elevation above the surface requires a higher speed. That's a big deal. How are they getting this extra speed from? What source is this energy coming from that increases the aircraft speed no matter what height they're at, or a hummingbird or a bumblebee or any other flying creatures or objects?
There should be a lag as you go up and up. For example, if they had a volcanic plume, that shoots up way into the sky, all that gas, that gas should lag opposite of the Earth at some point.
Well, the astonishing thing is that supposedly they've known these things for all this time, but there is no practical models or demonstrations of any of these things. Like, you can't go to a source somewhere and go, okay, how do aircraft flying in opposite directions over the spinning ball, how does that work out? And then you would be able to have a physical model, and it would show you exactly how that works out.
All the air moves perfectly with the Earth.
Yeah, but you have to believe that aircraft are going backwards and all different sideways directions, like all these different things. There's no way that an aircraft could fly that way. It's not possible.
It is kind of funny when you say these things out loud. I don't know if you ever caught yourself. You're saying them out loud, and they sound really silly. You catch it, you know what I mean? Have you ever done that? Where you're explaining it out loud, and then you go, "Oh God, I know how silly it sounds."
All you have to do is remember what Matthew said and repeat that back, and silly is the silliest things you ever heard in your life. So you have to believe that aircraft are flying backwards, that footballs and things like that, there's a deviation from the surface because of rotation, but a helicopter can just hover there and the surface is not moving. You have to believe that it's moving anyway, that they're both moving together no matter what height the hovering. See, that's another thing. Hovering, just going vertical from the surface like a helicopter or a drone, there's another set of problems, that it can stay in the same place without deviation, needing that higher speed, the higher up it goes, and lower speed, the lower it goes. It applies both directions. But then when you have an aircraft traveling linearly, they're saying that's on top of the ball at all times. Are all aircraft on top of the Sagitta at all the same time? Matthew can't explain these things. It's a paradox. These things do not exist in reality. They cannot exist. And that's a very easy way to find out. Look at these aircraft. They're all on the Sagittarius at the same time. No, if they're not, then why isn't there an elevation change looking 20 miles to an aircraft at the same elevation? You should be looking up at it, even if it's at the same elevation. See all these problems now? When you start just attacking it logically, you're flying in the aircraft. Yeah, it doesn't work on a ball. It couldn't not work at so many levels. Every kind of level you can think of, aircraft do not work on a spinning ball, period.
They say conservation of momentum. It's a catch-all MacGyver.
Yeah. So does that include the elevation speed changes at elevation differences, different elevations, going up and down? That requires different speed. That means a braking going down and a speeding up going up. That doesn't.
Well, if the air is faster above, right?
Their momentum.
Faster.
Their conservation of momentum, or whatever they want to say, does not account for these changes. And then what about variable wind directions, crosswinds, surface winds, different directions? They have no explanation. That can't be allowed in their model. Everything has to be static, just like we said before.
Hang on. I can put my air conditioner in my car. No problem with that. So the globe is a car going down the street. See? Perfect.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Godric's demonstrating
with the air conditioner
thermodynamics in his automobile.
However, if I had a beach ball in my automobile and I began to spin that beach ball in a circle ever so slowly, that wouldn't bring anything with it. It would just, there's a fly above the beach ball. That fly would be pulled away from that spin. If I spun the beach ball, so I don't see how that works.
So where's gravity then? Yeah, shouldn't the gravity be pulling the fly to the beach ball? Why don't the Globers have any of these things? That would be just so common sense. Well, we'll show it. We'll just show you right here. I'll show you how a ball, and it attracts smaller things like a fly. Or have a fly.
Gravity be pulling down a raindrop on a blade of grass, as I heard someone so eloquently stated in this server a few weeks ago. Right? Why is it that gravity gets to check in whenever it wants to? It can just show up.
Whenever the Globers start speaking, that's when it shows up.
Right?
Only then.
Yeah. I'd like to know what put gravity in place. What allowed gravity to exist? Oh, you see the pen falling. Cool. The grass, Tyson. You see the mic falling, but did your fat ass forget that you picked it up too?
Yeah. I might forget about all that stuff. Yeah.
You know.
Well, if the pants fit.
But hey, you had to pick it up, right? But you get to drop it, you narcissist. Because you're like, oh, look, gravity. I just conveniently forgot that I picked up the mic. Get out of here with that, man.
How could they be so one-sided, man? That's just...
The microphone is potential energy until it's picked up. When you pick it up, it becomes realized energy because you realize it has weight in it. It weighs something. A microphone has weight to it. And holy crap, I released the potential energy that I picked up, making it actualized energy, and I dropped it. It's a dead weight. It stopped moving because it found its rest. Buoyancy observed. Can't energy observed. What else is there? Why are we questioning for more? People.
It's just the ones that are insecure without all the answers to every single thing. They're stuck with the dilemma that now they have the burden of proof for proving every single one of those claims. So that's why we're in this mess, because they haven't proven anything, and we're still here.
You're going to tell them... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think the Globers are terrified, and they're threatened that their globe may be flat, and they come in here to defend it. hoping that we're not right.
Yep. And beyond.
Otherwise, why would they come in here and argue?
Yeah. Beyond reason, like it doesn't make any sense that if something's just stupid, why would you pay so much attention to it?
And again, this goes, I will shout it out from the mountaintops. Anybody to walk in here with anything other than what another man created or another organization created, put that on the table for consumption. Let us play with it. Let's throw the ball around. But I can guarantee you that there's nothing you can bring to this community that hasn't been created by another man that states a model of a globe.
Yeah, and gravity makes perfect spheres in the universe. So there's gravity.
Yeah.
Or just
Or go ahead. Pause it.
Or just listen to L. Ron Hubbard. Hey, wasn't he buddies with Jack Parsons and Disney and Werner? That gang.
Oh yeah.
What do you guys got to give L. Ron, man? Come on, L. Ron.
Hanging out. I got a thing in the mail. That's why I looked at it. It's like from L. Ron Hubbard Library. I'm like,
Are you going to the convention?
Hell to the no. There's one of those cult offices not far from where I live here. I don't want to get
What
anywhere
if
near.
Scientologists said the Earth was flat? Would you go then?
They don't. They say it's a planet. Save the planet. They're eugenicists, right?
You know what? It's a need to know, dude. Like you get higher up, and then they know it's flat in the higher ups.
High-ranking.
Save the planet because we planned it.
The eugenicists are the ones that got this whole globe thing in modern times moving along. Like they're the ones. Yep. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
As you should. As you should.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Thursday, 10/7. Oh, it's Friday. Holy shit.
I was about to say, bro. And
Friday.
ladies' night is in 2 hours. I hope the ladies will be showing up
Friday
to
Wow.
hold the microphone for a little bit. Yeah, man, it's Friday, bro. It's Friday it's a flat Friday.
Yeah, flat indeed.
I thought this. I've got a new topic. If anybody's bothered, the claim from flat earthers that it's never been, traversed the north-south navigation, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I've heard other people say that it has been done. Have you ever heard that?
We'd like to see the data. Well, they say they've gone down to the peninsula over there, crossed over a stretch.
I think I have
and then
something
came
on
back
that.
north again. That's not north to south. They went from the north to the south, then turned around and came back north. That's not north to south. They need to go around the other end of the ball, to the bottom of the ball. Look,
yeah, that's right.
If they can get to the supposed Barbara Pole and the South Pole, then why can't they go around it? It's a very short distance from there to the other side. They could have just done it that day. If they got that far, and they hung out to put in a Barbara Pole saying this is the South Pole. Believe us.
The argument goes like this: millions of people every day circumnavigate the world, going west to east to west, but nobody circumnavigates it going south to north to south.
Ever.
But when you looked into it, there's 3 people that supposedly went over Antarctica. But if you look at where they went, they just went to, into the ice shelf, like not even that far, and they came right back out. They didn't.
It just shows the wiggly line. I've seen that, Godric. Yeah, and I think Dave Weiss showed something like that, just a wiggly line, and then they come back out. They don't actually go over the ball, so to speak, or under.
Now, one of the guys, he has a journey recorded. He has a news article, and then they show him that he has a beard, and his beard turned to ice. He has a big icicle on his beard. So basically, he's telling us, listen, don't cross Antarctica because you're gonna ice. You'll freeze your beard off. It's just stupid stuff like that. Like, who would keep their beard?
Or what
frozen,
about
you know?
no? I never even heard of any crossings from, let's say, Southeast Asia to South Africa. It's probably just too darn far. That's where it's all spread out. We know this place is just water. It's a water world, pretty much.
Did you hear that, Tim? You'll freeze your beard off.
We got someone named Billy Bob Beans in the house with, let me see, any rollage? No rolls. Should we unmute them? Yes, we shall. Billy Bob Beans, hey.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? I think I know that voice, but nice.
I've never met you. My friend sent me an invite to the Discord server, and I need to know is this a serious Planet Earth Discord?
Yes, the Earth is seriously flat too. It sure is.
Oh, you're.
Yeah, we're for
you
real.
poor souls. Okay.
Hold on.
I thought this was gonna be some meme. It's the kid. You actually believe the. Bro, it's a fucking globe. Bro.
Slow down. Hold on a second, dude. Honestly, slow down. Okay. How are you, my friend?
What?
How are you?
I am doing quite fine this evening. How about you, my friend?
Awesome. Good to hear that. I'm so
I
very
do not have the energy to debate the Earth. I'm just.
I'm just curious to know.
I respect your opinions. I respect your opinions. I simply do not agree.
That's fine.
Okay, well,
and
you
I
haven't
just put out. Hold on a second, Sonny, please. I just put out a challenge. So if Billy's answering the challenge, I'd like to know, Billy. I just put out a challenge. Do you have anything for us to consider as evidence that this realm is in fact a globe? What is your evidence?
I don't have. I don't really have more evidence than you do, but I do have a question. Do you consider that every planet in the entire solar system is planet, or is it just Earth?
We need to.
Do you have to establish that there's in fact actually Earth or things that identify the same as this realm out in that area? There's no identifiers.
Do you think Mars?
Hold on, you asked for an answer.
Is Mars real?
My friend, you've asked for an answer. I'm providing you. If you can allow me, there is no evidence of water. There is no evidence of greenery. There's no evidence of Earth that exists out in that area. So for us to try to identify stuff that exists out there that we can reflect the same here is asinine. So I'm saying to you again, from a standpoint of consideration, what you can render as evidence for this, beyond walking into a room, calling us all crazy, what is your evidence?
Well, what is your evidence? Like, what? It's been common knowledge. I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence.
I'm not asking you for common knowledge. I'm asking you for evidence, and I will state to you one simple thing is, and
I'm just confused why Earth is flat by every other celestial.
Okay, I'll clear this up really quick. Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't a planet. Did you hear that? Earth is not a planet.
Why is it not a planet?
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. He had a presupposition that Earth was some kind of like planet. No, let us get cleared out before we start the discussion. He thinks that we're like a flat Earth society type of concept or something. You got to clear that
first
up.
First thing you got to do is define planet. What is a planet?
Yeah.
Why would Earth be one?
A planet is a spherical object in space.
Is that what you observe?
It's from what I understand, a planet is a large spherical thingamabob in space. I don't know the English word for it because I'm not English.
That's a story you've been taught about lights in the sky. Is that what you observe when you go outside and look at those lights at the sky in the sky?
Lights in the sky? You can't. Well, that's
so the etymology of the word planet.
Stars.
Planet derives from the ancient Greek word for wanderer, and it's just a word that means wandering star. That's why they're called planets in the first place, because the ancients observed that they are lights in the sky that don't move with the other lights in the sky. In the globe model, they claim that those lights in the sky are other, like Earths, in orbit around the sun. Is that what you observe when you go outside? Go outside and look at the wandering stars.
Wait. Could you say that again?
So planet just means wandering star, essentially. Can you confirm that they're actually giant spinning rocks in a vacuum of space when you go outside and look at them?
I mean, if you use it like I don't know what's the word for the. I'm not too good at English, but I mean, if you use one of those really cool, longy, biggy, cool thingy looking mobobs, which everyone has access to, you can look into space and you can probably see a planet.
You can look at the sky and you can look at a planet, which is a wandering light in the sky, but can you confirm that it's a giant spinning space rock in a vacuum of space?
I mean, you can. What do you mean that? Are you saying that? Are you saying that a distant planet would just be a disk that's changing?
No, he's saying how would you actually know or be able to verify something like that versus just believing what someone said about it?
Well, people have been on the moon. I don't see why other planets.
That's hearsay. That's hearsay. You've been told that.
You think the moon landing is? Oh.
Have you validated the moon landing yourself? Can you validate the moon landing yourself?
No, I'm not. No.
No one good. Can. So you're relying on hearsay. So you believe that they landed on the moon, just like you believe that Earth is a ball.
Could you explain the moon to me then? How does the moon function? How does tides function?
We're on about the surface of Earth still. We're not.
Yeah. Okay. But I have a new question now that I want to.
We're not allowing a new question.
No. I want you to tell me how tides work if the moon isn't.
You're not going to ever talk me or anyone else. That's a start, right? Yeah. We won't be talked over. So once somebody starts speaking, that's your clue to not talk until you've heard what they said, and then you can speak once it's your turn. So that's how we're going to behave in here. So don't start talking over people. Listen, we're on the surface of Earth. We're not going to the sky. We're talking about planets. You would have to tell us exactly how anything in the sky, they're just lights that you observe optically, how those lights compare to the ground you stand on with trees growing on it and rivers and oceans.
So follow-up question to all that is, what is your observed depression over a distance? If it's in fact a globe, what's the observed depression?
Observed depression?
Yeah.
That means curve. He's talking about the curve.
Wait, the curve. Well, if you're looking at if you're looking at a boat, and the reason that it doesn't tip down is because the Earth is big.
I need a distance.
Wait. So you're saying that it doesn't dip down. So what you're saying is
it doesn't look like. I've seen a lot of like people on Twitter. Where they're sending like tiny ass boats down a 4-meter river and like it's not tipping down. The Earth is extremely big.
What you're saying to clarify is that it's so big that you don't observe any curve. Therefore,
not instantly. It's
Okay. So you're telling us that you don't observe curve. Can you tell us where you do observe curve?
Oh wait, fucking hell! I'm trying to English help.
Give us a number. It's not English.
Observe curve.
A number.
But I'm trying to process what your English sentence is. I'm Swedish. I don't know this.
Okay.
Well, no problem.
Let's do this easier. If I drive a car down a road. How long do I have to drive, right, over a distance to know that there's going to be a drop over your proposed globe model? It's a simple question, and I have a site that can help you. I would like to know, based on the distance, what is the drop?
I don't know the distance, but there's a.
What I'd like you to do
horizon. But what's the horizon?
Hold on a second. What I would like you to do is, can you see the voice stream chat?
The voice stream, here, voice.
Okay, I would like you to click on that link that says earthcurvature.com. Click on that link.
Yeah.
Punch in a distance.
It's too complicated for him, Kiwi.
Punch in a distance. I don't know, a kilometer. Yeah.
Kiwi, it's too complicated for him.
I really.
Bro, there's a lot of English. Why is
Well, we can
everything in
cut to
English?
the chase.
I
You
don't
know
know
how you
this.
were
This
talking about.
language is. I'm not good at this language.
Yeah, but you're good enough to say what you just said there.
Oh yeah,
So
I can
think
speak,
we
but
can have this
it's
conversation.
confusing to read.
Okay, well, you were just talking about boats going over the curve horizon, right?
Well, that's the horizon is where you are unable to keep preceding the Earth because eventually, very slightly, it does curve, so you can't really.
So that's
Yeah,
the
can I ask
furthest
a
edge
question?
of the curving surface of Earth that you can see before it just curves out of your line of sight. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because eventually it does. I mean, it's very big, so it seems flat to us, but it's
So-
because it's just so extremely large.
Do you think that based on the radius value that they've given the globe, that we can calculate where that furthest edge we should be able to see is?
Can you repeat that sentence?
Do you think we should be able to calculate where the globe horizon is based on the size of this claimed globe? They gave
Bring up
dimensions for it, right?
Wait. Let me get translate.
Well, they gave a specific radius, so that just gives you the size of the ball, right? So based
Can you
off of that,
can you just type that sentence so I can put it in translate, please?
okay. What part?
This thing you said when I told you to repeat.
Okay, so I guess I'm just asking you if you think we can calculate the distance to the horizon based on the rate
I
of
asked you to
curvature
type
of
it
Earth's
down so I
surface.
can put it in translate, please.
I don't know. I am translating it. I'm translating
Yeah, well,
my English to other English that I hope you might understand.
I don't speak. I'm asking you to write the sentence with text in Discord so I can copy paste it into Google Translate.
Okay, fine.
He's telling you that in distance it should to be drop on the sphere.
This is my point, right? You walk in, and again, let's just bring it back to the beginning. You walk into a room, you laugh at a bunch of people, right? Talking about it's a globe, it's a monitor, blah, 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 blah. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's put things in place right now, right? And now that we put the spotlight on you, saying where's the number, you're lily padding, scrambling, saying English is not a forte. Right, these are numbers.
No, I'm just saying I'm bad at the language. I'm not saying there's anything. No, I realized I was an asshole. I was being mean. Now I'm just actually trying to see this from your point of view. I'm not really too good at evidence because, well, I am still a child, basically.
I wonder if I could just put it more simply, even than what I did. Do you think we can calculate the distance? Do you think we can calculate the? Hold on. Do you think we can calculate the distance to the horizon?
More.
Because you've already explained that the horizon is globe curvature, the surface is curving away, so there's a maximum limit to how far you can see over that before it just curves out of your line of sight. You've already said that, so do you think that we can calculate the distance to that horizon?
Tror du att vi kan beräkna avstånd till horisonten med hjälp av angivna mått?
Consider geometry.
I mean, kinda. I guess it won't be exact because the Earth isn't like. I mean, there's still mountains and hills and ups and downs.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I guess kinda.
That's why you'd want to do it over water because the surface of it rests flat. It doesn't have topography. So you do it out at the ocean. And there should be a maximum limit because the ocean should be curving. It's supposed to be 71. Yeah, go ahead.
But if the Earth is flat and you're standing on a high point and you're looking down, can you explain to me why you can see farther when you're higher up?
Because your angle is opening up. Your angle to the surface of the Earth is opening up as you go higher up.
But why then if you're looking out of the ocean, why do you eventually just why can't you see all the way to the land on the other side? Why does it eventually stop?
Well, for one, angular resolution won't allow you to do that. The human eye can't see that far, and there's also weather. There's air you can't see through 7,000 miles of air or something like that.
Yeah, but because this is what you see, right? Oh, I can't send images. Never mind.
Well, this is what I was trying to get to with my point about calculating the distance to the horizon. Right? Because based on the globe math, the horizon at a 1 foot height, which is what the camera is set at for that picture that I think you're probably looking at in the live stream voice text, it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. The horizon is.
If the Earth is a sphere with radius, I don't know what. Radius. I don't know what that translates.
Yeah, that's just okay. That's like a measurement of the size. I don't know what the word in Swedish would be, but like this is giving you the size of the
Okay,
globe,
that's really
basically.
simple. It's radie.
I mean, radius means the same in all languages, pretty much. So you should understand radius from Swedish.
I'm no linguist, so I can't help. But but the horizon distance is supposed to
I'm
be.
here to learn of your side. I am still I'm still a child, so I'm here to learn and then try to see what I think, and if I find that what you're saying is more correct, then maybe I'll start believing in it. Probably won't, though, because I mean
yourself.
Well, let me just finish the point real quick that I was trying to get to by talking about calculating the distance to the horizon. So, based on the globe dimensions, the horizon in that pic must be at 1.2 miles, the one with the 2 oil rigs that says bye-bye ball that you were just reading off of. The horizon must be at 1.2 miles based on the globe math. But you can see that it is further than 9.4 miles because it's behind the oil rig that is at 9.4 miles. So that is a huge mismatch between what we're observing on Earth and what the globe model says. So that's basically it. Any questions?
Sorry, guys.
Text form, please. I need translate for this shit. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm here to get my.
Do you know what is sphere?
That's basically the point. Somebody else.
Also, all the math doesn't really work. I failed math. I have like F in math. I'm merely 15. I do not know math.
Okay.
I have math.
Do you know what is sphere?
A sphere, yes, I do. I do know what a sphere is. I do know shapes.
Great.
I'm not retarded.
Okay, let's take a basketball. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's put a small figure 1 centimeter on the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's put something on the side of that ball. Okay.
Yeah.
Can Ant see that object? What is on the? Let's say that figure of 1 centimeter. When we put another figure on the side, can we see that? Can that figure see that another figure?
You mean? You mean in like a one on the top side and one on the left side of the ball?
Yeah.
I mean, depends on how big the figure is, but probably 1 centimeter tall. No.
Figure is 1 millimeter.
Oh no, because the curvature. There's curvature in the way.
Great. The same thing it's with the Earth. When we go to the reality, and when we are now that small figure now me, and when I want to see, like let's say 10 miles, there should to be drop of 66 foot. That is something like 20 meters.
Okay.
On 18 kilometers, 16 kilometers, it must be 20 meters of drop. Then when we check that, there is no any drop. I can see the object what is on 16 kilometers.
I don't know the math you're saying, but like the reason you can see things on a flat, the horizon is the point where you can't see more, where you can't see stuff. Yeah. And if something is above if something is beyond the point of horizon where the curvature begins, but if something is there, then it's probably is above water, so you will be able to see it even though it's beyond the horizon because it's taking up above the curvature. Yeah. It won't be tilted. It's still gonna look straight, but that's because the Earth is so extremely large.
That extremely large. It's 25,000 miles, 40,000 kilometers.
That's big. That's very very big. If you're looking at yourself, compare yourself to the distance of the.
Listen, This is 40,000 miles. This is around all the sphere, you know?
Yeah.
That means that is the math. That is the numbers. Of course, maybe you don't know the math and geometry, but this is the math. On 18 kilometers, 16 kilometers, it must be that 20 meters of drop. What if distance is going more, the drop it will be more. It will be more drop. Do you understand it? Like the figures on the. If you put the figures on the basketball more further, it will be more drop. Is it?
I don't remember.
Isak, fattar du? Vänta, wait, my friend's in the beast. Isak, vad är det som händer? Jag fattar inte. Kan du DMa mig vad han menar? Jag har ingen aning vad fan han säger. Isak, hjälp. My friend Isken Fisken in the VC. I asked him to DM me what okay, he has no clue. He isn't. Bro, we do not speak this language good enough.
It's all good. Okay.
Horisonten är längre bort än oljeriggarna. Och vi kan se vattnet under oljeriggarna.
Do you see the chart that was put in the live stream voice text at 16 minutes after by Kiwi?
Yeah. You can see the water under the...
No, it's a chart.
No, 4-year-old dude. 16. Look at the clown emoji. Kiwi.
So the chart thingy.
I tried to help him a little bit on the black swans. That we see the water under the oil rigs and the horizon is further away than the oil rigs. And based on the globe dimensions, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. But
isn't the horizon
let me finish.
Let him finish, Billy Bob. Let him finish.
I was trying to help you out here, trying to simplify it. We see the water under the oil rigs. We see the horizon behind the furthest oil rig, which means the horizon is at least 10 miles away. But according to the globe dimensions, the globe numbers, we should only be the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. So this is over 10 times as far as the globe map is saying.
Yeah, that would make the globe 264,000 mile radius. What is your tolerance for error in the globe being a ball of 3,959 miles? Your tolerance for error? Because we have this is 10 times further than your ball.
My tolerance for Earth?
No, your tolerance for error. In your tolerance for mistake. Error. Yeah.
I'm pretty used to being wrong.
Okay, so like your tolerance for how much the Earth can be wrong as far as what we actually see contradicting the...
Well, I mean, I'm up for anything if I'm provided enough proof that I can physically understand.
Stop fucking interrupting. Okay, that'd be a good start. Listen. We're seeing 10 times further than your geometric limits of your ball Earth with the given dimensions that you're trying to defend. Now, do you have any explanation or reason why we would see at least 10 times further than the ball requires at their geometric limit line, which is the geometric curve edge of your ball Earth? So we have 10 times further, making your radius 264,000 miles. Is that okay with you, it being that far off? Because we also have islands in the same video, the same shot, which you can find in my setup film, my setup short little clip at 12 minutes after the hour. There's the setup of the camera showing it's 1 foot or less from the surface of the water. And you can see islands out beyond the oil rigs, which are mounted in the ground beneath the ocean in the sand. Mm-hmm. They're in known places. So we have islands that are also known distances from the shore. They're 30 miles minimum. That would make your radius more than 2 million miles. That's almost a 500,000 mile diameter Earth. Is that okay? That much error?
Is that okay?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, okay, so bro. I don't know. I'm just here to listen.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now listen, I'll finish with this. because what we're seeing out in nature is the Earth is flat. It's practically used as flat by navigators and aircraft flying level flight. No one is adjusting anywhere in any technology that is flying physical objects over the surface or under the sea level, where they're using any kind of Earth curvature.
Did you see that planes are flying level?
Somebody couldn't hang,
not
I
flying
guess.
downwards?
Yeah, it's known that they are. Yeah, all linear
Yeah, they're
models
flying. They can't fly downwards because then they would go back into Earth. There's gravity.
Okay, wait a minute. We're talking
Hang on,
about
something.
linear
Pilots are taught to fly a plane as if it's flat and stationary. That's what they told, literally.
We have over 35 government documents stating that they fly aircraft with a flat and stationary Earth. So why would they do this?
I think we are confusing him here.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's get back to the Black Swan. So we have this 10 times. Why are we seeing horizons 10 times further than your geometric limit, Billy Bob?
Huh?
Why are we seeing in the Black Swan where the oil rigs, why are we seeing a horizon 10 times further than your absolute geometric limit of the globe?
I don't know, bro. How do we know the oil rigs actually are? What's your source that the oil rigs are that far away from the camera or whatever?
Let's not question the information.
Yeah,
I'm just
actually,
looking at stuff like this.
That's public information. They're known distances because the manufacturers put them there. That's not a question here. That can be looked up. It's public information where those are. They don't move. They're not boats. They're in the ground, at the bottom of under the water, at the seafloor. They stay in the same place. They're known distances.
If you have doubt, that could be checked also.
Yeah. Also, the islands are there. No one's moving the islands.
A question I have. Let's say that everything we say to you here is correct, and you could double check it all. Doesn't it raise questions in your head that we are actually seeing this far when, according to the globe map or the globe numbers, dimensions, we should only be able to see, let's just say 2 miles, but we are seeing over 10 miles. Does that not raise questions with you, Billy?
Me.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
isn't it like kind of weird that we see that
Earth
far?
round or flat, it don't matter to me. I can live and breathe. That's really all that matters to me.
Oh, really?
Gas pressure.
Oh, really? That means if somebody, if it's,
it
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Of course.
Don't get triggered.
If the Earth is flat, then wow, okay.
But tomorrow,
why would it matter?
Why would it matter? For example, we will have kids maybe, and they will learn in school. Look at this. This is radius. Radius is treated an Earth sphere, and it will not change your life. But we are lying, Doesn't matter,
But Sasha, above all else, it mattered enough for him to walk in 20 minutes ago and make the accusation. Right? This is our point.
Guys, don't get triggered.
No. It's Tim.
No.
This isn't a question of getting triggered. It's a question of pointing out the obvious. This is all I'm doing.
But I mean, he's already explained that the English is not his strong side. So I mean, if we're monologuing about all these kind of reasons, we're just losing him at that point. And sure, he can think it doesn't matter, and that is why I said that, for example, when we started to talk about flight paths and stuff like that, and that we are confusing him. But the Black Swan is a very simple example. So that is why I ask, if we should only be able to see 2 miles, but we are seeing 10 miles, does that not raise questions? Putting the ball back in his court, that he answered with, I don't really care. That's just, to me, like, okay, then the conversation ends and we see if anyone else is there to talk with.
Let's come back to basketball. Let's say that you can see that figure from point A from point B. Is that basketball then? If you can see, if figure 1 can see the figure 2 on the side, is that a ball? No.
But anyway, we have two other new guys in the chat. We have Arul and we have Isken Fisken.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Isken Fisken is my friend. He's just here to listen.
Oh, okay. Arul, did you hear what we were saying about the picture with the two oil rigs on?
The picture with the what?
The two oil
Yeah,
rigs.
he's here. He's listening. He's asking how to speak. He's like, du är mutad.
Billy, vi
alla är force-mutade.
Billy, we are talking with Arul now. We kind of ended you. You weren't interested at all, so.
He's asking if he can
I
speak.
was here earlier when you were talking to the Swedish kid, and then I left. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what do you think about the reality we live in? Is it a globe?
I think it's
But
flat until proven otherwise. Even though I used to.
Can I ask something?
Billy, you're not the center of the entire world, and we kind of have been around you, and you do not seem interested at all. The last answer you gave was that you don't really care in the end. So why don't you just? Why don't you just?
For me as a person in my living, it doesn't matter.
Why don't you just mute yourself and listen? Maybe you can obtain some knowledge or information that you find interesting without interrupting everyone.
That's why. In my opinion, in my opinion, you're basically retarded. But I'm just trying to change my opinion. But I mean,
in my opinion, you're a LARPer. Do you know what a LARPer is?
Did someone move him, or because that was a good
these
move?
Fake people. Can't we get some real people in? Jeez.
I think he just spiraled.
Arul is still here.
I mean,
who else? I have a question about perspective, though, like visually speaking. Even though I lean towards flat Earth. No, I think it's flat until proven otherwise.
Okay.
But,
bro, I just make fun of the fucking VC. And in my opinion, you're all just pretty fucking dumb. I tried to listen, but I heard like.
Yeah, but you can't even understand the simple,
I don't see the purpose. I don't see the purpose to.
Yeah, look. You're in no position to be slagging people off about their intelligence here. You couldn't even answer a simple question about whether you could calculate a horizon distance. You don't know what a radius is. You're a fucking tard. So just keep quiet. Try to tune in and learn.
It'd be best if you just shut up if you're in places where there's much more intelligent people than you here, and you're calling us dumb. I mean, you don't have one single iota of evidence or proof for your spinning space monkey ball religion, and you're just mad because we just took your space blanket away from you, your comfort blanket. Like, we're sorry, you're an adult now. You graduated to the space camp, which is Santa 2.0. That's the adult fantasy version of Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny. So congratulations for graduating to the adult version. We're here to break the bubble for you. Yeah, Earth is flat, always has been. Everybody uses it, like the military's, as flat and stationary. We're sorry we had to be the ones to break it to you. Don't get mad at us.
Yeah, so what were you saying, Arul? Am I saying your name right?
Yeah. You're good. Yeah, perfect. So my question is basically like, suppose you were to subtract all the atmosphere away, right? And I understand when you're looking at ground level, or I suppose water level, when you're looking over the ocean, the ground, aka the water, is going to rise up to meet your eye level, and the stuff above you is going to come down. But suppose there was nothing there, like just you're looking straight up at the sky. How far can you see? Like before just the very optics of your eye can no longer see.
Well, you understand that things shrink. You get that, right? We can't see infinitely.
But here's the thing, right? So like, if there's something close to me and it moves away, yeah, at some point it's going to shrink to the point where I can't see it. But then there's stuff bigger than that behind that. For example, if there was a bird flying away from me, it's going to keep flying towards the sky. It's going to disappear because, like, whatever, it shrinks and it disappears. But there is stuff bigger than that, which I can see beyond that, like clouds and so on. But like, is there a absolute maximum range that even without atmosphere or anything else that I could see to? Like an absolute maximum?
Yes, there is. But somebody else who knows more about optics is probably better answering this question.
Well, I don't know. They gave the guy the Guinness record for making a photo with 275 miles. More than that, we didn't get it. I don't know. Maybe Tolan with the red infrared optics, he get more.
Well, I just meant I'm questioning this whole light travel situation and photons. I don't think we know the first thing about how light travels and this supposed photon that's traveling to our eyes. And I know it's not really popular on the server, so that's what I meant.
There is several factors that plays in terms of how far you can see. One is elevation, one is the angular size, one is perspective, and there is also precipitation in the atmosphere, in the air. And when you account for all these things, sure, there is a maximum that day or in that hour, but you can manipulate with this. For example, you can walk up a ladder and you can see a little bit further. You can go up to a hill, you can see further again. But then again, there will be a maximum, because at some point the medium you're looking through will be so dense that everything just gets blurred out, as you know.
I guess this is like not even a question. It's almost on the border between theory and like, I don't know, like practicality. But like, suppose you were to subtract all the atmosphere, and you're not looking at ground level, so there's nothing to rise up to your eye level, so there's no perspective issue. So there's no atmospheric perspective, there's no visual perspective. You're just looking straight up at the sky, but somehow there's no atmosphere to obscure your vision.
I mean, if you remove all factors, sure, we can see forever.
I mean,
there is these factors are in play. There is how our eyesight is built. These factors just play a role, and we cannot take them away.
No, because I'm not subtracting all factors.
Well,
I'm saying just take away the atmospheric perspective and the perspective. You still have the limitations of your eye lens, is what I'm saying. So I'm asking, like, what an average human eye lens, not someone who has some sort of problem with their retina or whatever. Just an average human eye lens, how far can that see? When you take away perspective and atmospheric perspective.
Oh, wait. So I just wanted to quickly say, in an actual vacuum, like the one you're describing, that would be hypothetical.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd see forever, because you'd still have the inverse square law.
Okay. Sorry, I know.
You'd be able to see things better, but you wouldn't see forever.
What is the inverse square law again? Sorry, I know I'm asking a dumb.
It basically just involves, light. As light travels, as you get twice as far away from a light source, it gets half as bright.
Okay. And how exactly do they measure that intensity? Because again, according to their, I know no one's a globe person here, but like according to the basic model that they have of light, is all this light is traveling from millions of miles away. I understand that there's no evidence for that or anything like that, but they must have some justification based on existing light physics, right?
I don't think that's. I don't think the inverse square law is something that just applies to like the sun, moon, and stars. I think it applies to everything, like even flashlight.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying, like, how do you measure that light intensity? Because I really don't understand how it works in their version of how light travels. Because, like, well, what is the scale by which you measure the intensity of light? Because apparently there is light that can travel from billions of miles away according to their model. So how do they justify that? Like, or how is it even just? I guess you understand what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're asking.
So I'm asking, like, okay, so given just as a caveat, I understand that the globe model and all has no evidence for it, but do they have a justification for how they say light travels from billions of miles away? And what is the scale on which this, because the light has to be pretty intense. If the inverse square law is in operation there, right? That light better be pretty intense for it to travel that distance. And how exactly do you measure the intensity of a light?
Well, I was just now a second ago saying the words, light travels, but to the best of my knowledge, it's a funny thing to say this. I actually don't think light travels technically anymore. I want to be really hyper specific.
Go on,
to the best of my
get out.
knowledge, it's two things. One, it'd be instantaneous, I guess, in a certain sense. It wouldn't be any like actual speed of light. It's just instantaneous. But not only that, there's some people that know a lot more about physics that were in here earlier speaking about this. But the way that they were describing it, they were talking about these funny things involving physics and people examining things in laboratories, that basically things that they were discovering that indicated that light is something that may actually be everywhere in every color at all times. It's just that there's other things in the physical universe we live in that activate their appearance, their existence, make them, appear, show themselves. This light in this area shows itself. It's a really strange thing to think about, but yeah, it may actually be the case that light is everywhere at all times, just that there's something in the physical world that activates their, activates light's ability to actually show itself where it is.
So tagging on to that, Ryan, I keep saying that the sun and we know that the sun and the moon are described as luminaries, right? So if we know that we're in a gas-filled environment, where gas, as you say, or light is all around us, is there, it just takes the igniter, which I would say is the sun and the moon, for them to become active, the different characteristics of that gas, including the light characteristics. It tags on to what you're saying, does it not?
I have no idea what that meant.
Okay.
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 Never mind. I withdraw.
So how do you measure the intensity of light anyway? Like, because it's not traveling, but there's some equation.
I think it's measured in lumens.
Yeah, but what is the actual? According to them, according to any physics really? What is the property by which light is more intense or less intense? Because if it's a certain color, it's a certain part of the spectrum, or whatever. What is the measurement? Like, what actually determines like how intense the light is? Is it the sheer amount? Like, what is it?
I play Guess Your Accent at some point. I love playing Guess the Accent, and I'm picking up some Indian, I'm picking up some Scottish. It's ever so fun.
How do you guess the Scottish?
I don't know. I'm playing the game. Just don't ruin it for me.
I thought it was Scottish too.
That's pretty funny, dude. Because I was in Scotland when I was a kid, but like, but yeah.
Well, there it is then.
That is very perceptive. As the first person who's picked out that mix.
It's a fun little game I like to play.
Yeah, but regardless, like, does someone have an answer to the question? Like, what actually is the physical property of light that bestows upon it intensity or the lack thereof?
Well, I was thinking about the etymology of language, so I wasn't really thinking about your question, sorry. But I do feel for all you people who try to speak this stupid language. Especially Tim. Tim speaks it really well.
Shut up. Anyway, it sounds like you're asking some questions about the mainstream narrative that you could probably get answers for in a Google search. Like, for example, how do they measure the light intensity? The first thing that came up was lighting professionals use a light meter, also called an illuminance meter or lux meter, to measure the amount of light in a space on a particular work surface.
I mean, you are right. I'm being a bit lazy, but at the same time, I'm just wondering whether there's an alternative explanation to the mainstream description of any of these things, any of these measurements, qualia, phenomena.
Yeah, you're in the wrong server. You need to be in Earth Awakenings.
I think the going consensus is not any explanation which requires the Earth to be a sphere.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's not like, oh, the Earth is flat, we have to throw out everything. You know, like, I mean, we only have to throw out what is attached to the globe. Like, yeah.
We can rule out the globe stories. We can do that much.
The mainstream definition isn't very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the mainstream narrative, there is answers for it everywhere. It's not really something we discuss a lot, but there is individuals that has like knowledge about these very specific things. But else, if you were to go out and test it, you would just take a flashlight, light it at you. You get a friend, light it at you 10 meters away, and then he travels 100 meters away, and you take pictures and you observe what you observe. I guess that was one of the first basic tests one could do about light intensity and the square law.
Yeah, fair enough.
Inverse square law, just to make it correct.
Anybody talk to Iskin Fiskin?
Iskin Fiskin is Billy Bob Bean's friend.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's an oval earther, I guess, he claims in the lobby. That doesn't really sound worth talking about.
Billy Bob kind of have like drawn the baseline. They're not here to learn. They are just here to have a bit of comedy on us.
Billy Bob was almost getting somewhere.
He was,
but he had a bit of a spiral, bit of a setback. But maybe he'll get back up and keep going.
Yeah, it was when we came to the point where he had to admit that either he just wanted to hand wave it away, or he had to admit that there were some questions being risen with what we proposed, And then it just spiraled into, we all retards, he don't care. And yeah, he lost my interest there.
Yeah, it's not productive.
I asked Central. I asked our friend Globe Dark or whatever that guy, what shape his heart is. I've been asking people this lately. What shape is your heart? And dude said, oval.
Oval shaped. I would say it's more heart shaped. Heart shaped box. Yeah. So the Earth then, is it Earth shaped?
Exactly. That is the only answer. Like, if people are starting to dog you on, well, what shape? It's like, dude, what shape is your friggin' heart? What shape is a lake? If you can't say what shape that is, then how the hell is someone going to tell you what shape the Earth is? Like, it doesn't have to be a heart doesn't have to be the heart emoji. Okay, so the Earth doesn't have to be a freaking globe emoji either. Them bitches kind of irregular, ain't it? So
yeah. Why does it have to be a specific geometric shape like that?
It has to be the shape I learned in kindergarten. Like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be any shape. What if it doesn't even have a shape, like that you could put a name to? So you don't know what shape the Earth is?
Don't need you to determine whether it's a certain specific shape that someone claimed.
Or you could let them know it's likely that it is a shape of some kind, but there's no way that you or anyone else is going to figure out what that is. So you better learn to get comfortable with it, or you're going to live the rest of your life uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, it has form. Like your heart has it's a shape or it's some form, but what are you going to name that? What are you going to call it?
They're just trying to reverse the burden on us. Like they're the ones with the shape claim.
Yeah. Give me a Hot Wheels that I can debunk.
I'm not making a shape claim. I'm just looking at your shape claim and seeing if that holds up or not, lad.
No, but you have to make one too.
Yeah.
You guys just think it's part of the psychology of what you eventually have to get over in order to ditch the ball Earth? I mean, there's all these problems that we have programming. They have a model, and when you take that model from somebody, there's an intrinsic need to kind of replace that. I'm not saying it's valid. I understand, you don't have to replace Santa Claus, but I'm saying that that's kind of a natural human inclination that we have, where we feel like you took this from me. I kind of needed something to replace it.
Go ahead.
Well, go outside and
I want to address that as well.
Reality should be a replacement. Yeah, go ahead.
That's perfect. No, that's really well said. This goes back to my shamanistic idea. I won't go over the neti things. You guys have heard this before, but imagine you take somebody with a big ego, and you as a shaman, you're trying to remove this ego from this person. You don't need to give them another ego to swap in there. Ego death, right? So it's like, yeah. So that's kind of the mentality. And you don't got to feed them a brochure. You don't need to give this ego head a new ego. Shatter the ego. Like, same thing with Santa Claus, like you said.
That's my. I mean, I'm no scholar, and Tim, I know he hates the Bible, but sorry, Tim.
I never said I hated it.
Shut up, Tim. I think that's the message of Jesus, isn't it? It's just an evolution of consciousness. That's the simplest way I can put it, and I don't think it's complicated at all. I think it's the simplest thing ever. But it might take a lot of words to convey, I guess. There's that about it, but yeah, it's just someone who had a colossal moment of consciousness, I guess, and then tried to explain it to people who were, say, at level 3, and while you were at level 12.
I dropped the expression in the chat there. Neti. Not this, not that. Neither this, nor that. So this is my attitude, man. What's the moon? Well, not that. Go ahead, Andy.
It's not that either.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, it's an explanation through negation. It's kind of similar to the way the Jews described God, wasn't it? Like the that which cannot be named sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's interesting.
Why are you saying I hate the Bible?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you know what I mean, Tim. I'm only messing.
I mean, I heard what you heard.
I'm messing with you, dude.
I mean, I could get a lot of enemies because of your statement.
Yeah, but you're Danish, so you expect that. You're going to get your axe out, and motherfuckers are going to run.
I mean, not my fault that my gods are stronger than their one god.
Oh, he's flexing. He's flexing, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's just summarised the intrinsic problem of religion right there, folks.
My dad can beat your dad.
Yeah, my dad's harder than your dad. Anyway, Arul, keep talking so I can guess your accent.
CB, what is that saying that you have? You said, if I'm thinking of it correctly, you say falsification doesn't necessitate replacement. Is that what you always say?
Yeah, that's not. I can't take credit for that, but yeah, falsification is independent of replacement. Once you debunk Santa, you don't gotta make a Santa 2.0.
It was Witsit that came up with that line, wasn't it?
I mean, that's like just. I feel like that's a. I don't think anyone can like claim that, but I think Witsit definitely brought. I mean, I've heard him bring it to the light for sure.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, what I was saying.
Yeah. No, go ahead, BK.
No, all I was saying is that idea is part of the puzzle or part of the maze that you have to overcome in order to leave the ball. That's an issue I think that everybody faces, and it's a struggle to varying degrees for every person. But I think it's a necessary hurdle that everybody eventually has to make. Or you have to leap into flat Earth and go, I'm just not going to have all the answers, and you have to be okay with that. And if you're not okay with that, I can't see how a person can really leave the ball.
Excellent point. And it's like you've made me think of how they want to sort of put us side by side, right? Let's look at a globe and a disc. You know, they do the side by side comparison. And then Sonny has a great point on what you said as well, BK, is that you don't need to have all the tools in your toolbox to start the project. But people do have this idea like, well, I need to have every single tool before I start. Go ahead, Aurora.
That's fine. I don't know why I moved.
Sorry, did you want to say something?
No, I just accidentally unmuted, and then I think my microphone caught some audio from the speaker.
Okay, no problem.
So, if the Earth is flat, why do we have pictures from space?
Bruh.
Pretty much.
He's right, though. I did see Superman going around that globe. It looked pretty convincing to me.
We had some trouble in our downtown last night. I shined a bat signal up there. Guys, it worked.
It works best on a cloudy day.
By the way, I know this has nothing to do with the physics, but like just as a matter of historical perspective, how long ago do you think the conscious propagandized pushing of the model began?
2,700 years ago.
Sorry, what?
2,700 years ago.
I'm saying with the Greeks.
Dude, someone might actually have like a real answer, but the way I think about it is, imagine you and I, Arul, we stumbled upon this like hot spring, some dope area no one's ever found before. So what am I going to do? Probably tell a few friends. But you think I'm going to go around telling everybody and their mama? Probably not. Because what happens when everybody and their mama hears about something? Things start to get ruined, right? Maybe your hot spring spot might turn into a spray-painted, kid-fisted, garbage-filled place. So I could imagine some people might steer people away from these hot springs. Don't go there. It's a bad place. You might burn yourself, type of thing. I mean, this is just speculation, but just a way to think about it is that, you know.
I'm genuinely curious. I wasn't like, I'm not doing that whole, why would they? I'm just literally genuinely curious. I in fact concede that it is large scale propaganda. I'm just wondering how far back it dates. I guess I know the Greeks came up with the initial idea of like balls and shit because they like geometry.
Yeah.
As far as I know, the first globe was about I would say 1500, but it's about 1490 something, I think. Could be wrong about
that. Eric Dubay has made a video called History of the Flat Earth. I feel like that's a good starting point. Don't take the video as, that's just how everything is, but it would lead you in a direction where you have to look if you are seeking the answer, you know? I can link it in the chat if you want to watch it one day.
Yeah, I saw the thumbnail of that video. I watched a bunch of his videos. So.
Well,
he's putting things in a timeline, you know, back from Eratosthenes, the Babylonians, all the way up to Tycho Brahe and the controversy with Kepler taking over his work, up to Copernicus and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, I know. I feel stupid because I know I could search a bunch of this stuff. So I guess this is more for people who are globe earthers who come here, and it's more like setting them straight, I suppose, not just like.
The real question is how much of the known quote unquote known history has been altered with. How much of this we can go out and search for is actually true events or true accounts. Like Eratosthenes, how will we ever be able to verify that those scrolls that is mentioning him or whatever is true, are legit?
I agree with that. Yeah.
That's the real question.
See, that's why you need to open your mic more. You see.
There's so much stuff, even in other parts of science, which is just completely just not even based on a shred of evidence that are shocking.
Yeah, you just have to look at the history of the 20th century alone and all the major events, because that's something we can look at and say, okay, that's what they said happened, but it's clearly not what happened. So it's probably a happy medium in between throughout the centuries, I would think.
That's
if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's with events again, which are the closer they are to us temporally, the more you can see how absurd the mainstream accounting for it is. But even with stuff like biology, almost everything that they tell people about biology is based on nothing, based on absolutely just pulled out of their ass, basically.
That's a good point. We actually had a conversation about this earlier today, where we were talking about, but how do we actually know that the DNA string is as they claim it is? Because what we know, most people, we know what we have encountered in biology class, where we take a drop of blood or a leaf and we look at the cell membrane of the leaf or the red blood cells moving around under a microscope. But that is as far as we actually know. Rest of it, beyond that, we have to take on faith, just like we have to take the globe model on faith,
There are absurdities. For example, if you look into, this is going to sound absurd, but I guess you guys shouldn't be too shocked by it, but given the server we're on, but for example, something as simple as a heart being a pump is actually quite as ludicrous as the Earth being a globe.
Yeah, that Thomas Cohen, is it? He did a whole video on that. I watched it. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I watched that, of course, but I watched a bunch of other things, and it's just there is no mainstream account for explaining any of that away. The same thing as it is with the globe. It's just as ridiculous.
Yeah, I often think about that sort of a framework, if you will, like atomism for a thing that's happening that's not actually happening, but just makes it easier for us to understand, like mathematics, for instance, which I know very little about, especially abstract math. But yeah, I think about that quite a bit. I don't know why, but it's difficult when we're trying to paint a picture of things, what happened. But the picture we're being given is totally different. It's it's tricky business.
Yeah, or even genetics. That just doesn't even make sense at face value. Really, if you just think about it, doesn't. And yeah, everyone is taught that that's the absolute end all and be all of biology, even though it's far. It's basically just as unempirical as anything else.
Yeah, and then you start to enter the realms of, was it done on purpose, though? Is it purposely done like this, or are they just naive? Or maybe that's a mix of both, too. I don't know.
I don't think any of this stuff can be naive, because there's a concerted maintaining of a certain story. How can it be naive?
Now you're talking our language.
Well, that does not need to have a nefarious background for everything. For example, what would be the nefarious background for using the conceptual model of electrons and atoms in, for example, chemistry, where we can take fat out of an object and separate it and stuff like that? What would be the nefarious background for something like that?
I don't know, keeping everyone thinking that stuff is ultimately still composed of particles.
Yeah, I get it. But then again, is that nefarious, or is it just a conceptual, easier way to map it out?
I think it's not. I mean, I've never understood that because, here's the thing: like, even as a naive child, you think of that. Okay, they're saying everything is empty space, and then there is tiny particles moving around. So, what's giving the macroscopic illusion of this this solidness? Doesn't really make sense in that model.
Yeah, but what is the smallest building stone then? Because things must be built up with something. Because if you take a stone, you apply pressure to it, you can crumble that stone, and it's now a ton of small stones. What kept that stone together, for example?
I think reality is the best explanation would be, if you just think metaphysically, would be reality is like it's got like an analog programming language, basically, and that merges into perception of conscious beings. Basically, it's like there's like some objective language or code which is out there, which at different levels of scale presents different phenomena to perception.
Interesting. I'm just not 100% sure where the line goes from when it's just made up stories and when it's actually work. Like, I mean, I don't know if these chemistry bonds and all these kind of things are actually what happens, but I do know that if I apply this substance to this substance, I'm detracting something like, I mean, there will be less, as I said before, fat in a potato chip because I've added this substance to it,
It's most likely a corruption of some previous, more accurate science, right? Most likely, but but I actually had that question, like, how actually did they discover the atomic structure of elements in the periodic table? Like, the last I heard is like, oh, some genius just came up with it in a dream or some shit. That's obviously not true. So what actually is the empirical test that they say that they've done to determine the atomic structure of elements?
Right now, I'm just thinking about how teachers will often say, "Hey, listen, I don't know, just teaching the curriculum." So I wonder how many people are like that when it comes to these other things, these experts that had a dream or whatever.
Because I remember when I was a kid, I remember like asking a very stupid, but it turns out reasonable question actually in hindsight. I'd be like, okay, they say everything's made of protons, electrons, and neutrons, just in different numbers and spin and whatever the fuck. And in the end, it's not really spin, it's just a probability club or whatever. Cool. Okay. There's no object that I know, and I can take the three of the same objects, arrange them in how many ever numbers, and they just give rise to radically different material. All I'm going to get is different arrangements of the same objects. Like, why exactly? What's so magical about protons, electrons, and neutrons that if you mix them about in one form, you get a metal with all of its macroscopic qualia, and then in the other you got hydrogen peroxide, hydrogen, or this gas or that gas with all these radically different emergent properties.
Yeah, you're making a very good point.
I'll tell you what it does, right? It pushes everything into infinitely more complexity when the real truth couldn't be more simpler, and to convince you that you are actually this bag of blood and bones and not a being of spirit, which you actually are.
But can we mix yellow and green together to make another color?
CP, can you make that example when some person going to make photo of one object, and then Nathan example? I cannot do that. What we are doing?
I got it for you.
Yeah, but let's say first the person. Let's say first thing, the person who wants to make photo of one object is going outside and making photo of one object. That's it. Now, that's the flat earther. That's the person. Even not flat earther. That's the person. Now the glober.
Well, the glober, what they have to say.
Slightly leaning
I'm waiting for you, CB.
Slightly non-standard refraction high in a holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified, now debunked sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
That's it. What is more simple?
Yeah, which one's more simple? This.
As a flat earther, I look at this picture and say, clock
at 20 miles. That's the end of my explanation. As a flat earther, I can make that statement. I'll say it again. Clock at 20 miles.
And then as a globe earther, you can't say that. It has to be a
Slightly looming non-standard refraction high in a holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified, now debunked sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, that's it. Now about complicity and simplicity.
I think I'll take the simple route. Sounds good.
Yeah, Occam's razor used to work, or seems to work in most cases.
Yeah, that's why I sometimes refer to the powers that shouldn't be as the hypermaterialists, you know?
If you see the clock on the 20 miles, can you imagine how many protons, electrons, and whatever it's moving during your observation?
Just calculate it.
I can't concentrate because of all those photons hitting my eyes. It's yeah.
Plus gravity, plus ether, plus whatever. Fog.
Whoa. Okay, I want to ask a basic question as well.
A small sphere has a curvature, but big, enormous spheres, they has no curvature.
That's a good point, Sasha.
Yeah.
Why do they say that? That's so weird. If it gets bigger, then no curve. Like, what? Still a ball, dude.
So I have just come up with the solution to everything. Things just is. That's the simplest way to put it. They just is.
I like that too. I second that.
It will be easier if we don't have dimensions, you know. If Earth has no dimensions, then we can say it's very large, it's big, and it's maybe really sphere, because we don't know the dimensions.
No, it's just locally flat, Sasha. What are you not getting about that?
No, it just is.
No, I'm asking why we have all these dimensions if we are not using them.
Hey, like Tim said,
it is what it is. It is what
But it's flat like a billiard ball, you know.
Yeah, and balls on billiard ball are level.
Yeah. How
No.
do you know that?
Earth, all of its mountains, valleys, hills, and shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than any cue ball ever machined. Really? Yes. Yes.
You need to clip Hoymar's one with the billiard ball.
Did he say? What did he say?
Billiard balls are level.
Oh God.
Yeah, concentric circles also are level. Hoymar.
Damn. So is Hoymar the new NDT or what?
Oh, he's old one.
What's his name? It's been changed to Professional Time Waster, I think. There's a few of them around. I think Forte's becoming one of them. I heard you arc up at him, Tim.
Huh?
Am I not coming through?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. My bad.
I was just talking about Professional Time Wasters. It's Hoymar, and then I think Forte's becoming one as well.
Yeah, but the thing about Forte is that he actually don't know anything. Hoymar at least has dedicated himself to the script, you know? Like Forte is just talking out of his ass. I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's towing the party line, isn't he?
So when he first came in, I was one of the first ones to speak to him. He actually studies sorry, I just woke up. I've lost my words.
Well,
I like I like you when you whisper, Timbo. I feel like you're going to slip me the secret any minute.
Well, I said this to Forty yesterday because people were making fun that he was stupid. That I said to him, I don't think he is stupid. I just don't think that he has applied himself to the topics that he says or claims that he is interested in. So when he says he's interested in 9/11, he has spoken with us for 15 hours. He has been shown a lot of evidence, a lot of sources, and he come back and it's just rinse repeat. That means that he has his idea of what happened, and no matter what anyone says about it, it will not matter. He will not look further into it. He will have the conversation, but he is not gonna take anything in. You know what I mean? He is not applying himself to any of these things. So I mean, we have spoken with him about flat Earth. We have to explain the same. We see too far. There is no rotation, gas pressure, all these kind of things, and we can go over with him for 100 times, and it will just be the same. Rinse, repeat. And it's not like he knows anything about the globe either. You know, he's just talking out of his ass.
Well, you know, we had a 3-hour argument about what a fucking container was. You know, like and he just keeps on going back to the same thing.
Yeah, but this is this. Everything is relative. Everything can be a container.
Gravity.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
That's what I say, man. That's my line. Like, it's perfect because anytime someone says, well, if the Earth is flat, it should be different. No.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
It doesn't need to change and morph into something else. It's like...
I still laugh. I think CB came up with one of the best ones. Your default is, if there was no gravity, you'd be floating.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It sounds so stupid, doesn't it?
They do think this, dude. They'll be like, well, because you're like, well, we debunk gravity. Well, why aren't I floating? So you're telling me that your like baseline for reality is that you should be floating, flying, but something's stopping you.
What do you mean by that?
I might send out another ping because I sent a ping to the VC Verified like maybe 2 weeks ago asking that question. Maybe I'll just send it again.
Since we all grew up with the world a sphere, if it was flat, it had to change. So there you go.
I was there talking and I couldn't be heard for some reason. Am I coming through now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was just saying when they say, you know, we'd float without gravity, then I mention that gravity's in the equation for buoyancy, which is floating. So will we float with gravity or will we float without it? What's the go?
we would float much harder.
Ah, right.
It's a bigger float.
It's a bigger float.
Seems like we have to change Ladies' Night tonight to Jenny's night.
Oh, yes, it's Jenny's night, and the feeling's right.
Holy cow, I forgot it's Friday, you guys.
It's not. It's Saturday morning.
Well, if it was, I wouldn't be here.
It's 7 a.m. here, so...
Yep, I'm just trying to be as productive as possible on my day off.
Get ready for ladies' night.
Hey, it can always be ladies' night, right?
Everybody invite a lady and come back.
Isn't the Ladies' Night starting hour, isn't that around dinner time, East Coast?
5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do believe.
It's kind of
45
weird.
minutes from now, that would be
Tim?
correct.
Tim?
Yeah.
Like a personal attack or something?
What?
Is that like a personal attack or something?
No, I'm just thinking it's a weird time to start it. You know, like
You're saying they're all in the kitchen.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I do understand that it has to start around there to also apply, so it also applies to EU people. But yeah.
What do you need?
So yeah, about that curve. Anyone see it recently? I feel like the curve is Pokeroo. Can't find it.
All as I hear on these argument sites and stuff now these days is ballers asking for a photo of the flat Earth and a working model.
Holy smokes!
Oh my God!
They want a
all I've
working
got.
model. We're standing on it.
My girlfriend? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking model? Like what?
Nicely done. Hey, Timbo. So actually, I want to ask you what you think about this. Hope your day is well, brother.
Just started.
Pardon me?
It just started.
Oh snap! Somebody showed me a catch this, a southern hemisphere compass yesterday.
What?
Listen to my words carefully. A southern hemisphere compass.
And how does that work?
Well, think about the title though, right? A northern hemisphere compass, a southern hemisphere compass. It's the same, like you'd be using the southern quote hemisphere compass because you're located in the southern hemisphere. I'd be using a northern hemisphere compass, right? Because I'm located in the northern hemisphere, right?
All you'd need to do, isn't it, is just swap the needle around to face south.
Not even.
But it's actually
not
pointing
even
to
that.
north.
Not even that. Remember, north is still the centrally observed point, right?
Yeah.
South is observed through circumnavigation of north. It's just the relationship of where you are in reference to the equator, right? It's the verbiage of hemisphere that throws everything off. Because if you are south of the hemisphere, or south of the equator line, i.e. yourself, by their definition, you would be in the southern hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like they will tongue tie you 50 different ways from Sunday. You gotta be careful. Listen to the titling. Southern hemisphere compass. Okay. It's still going to have 4 points, right? And it's still going to point to one being the magnetic north.
That's the only way it can point.
Exactly. A ruler is 12 inches because the numbers are laid out at scale to scale out 12 inches.
That's
Ruler
30 centimeters.
Exactly.
Don't all the compasses go a bit AY though, and Antarctica?
Yeah, they don't work. There's a good video on that from a Marine. Proves that they don't work in the south.
Yeah, if you post it, I'll watch it.
I'll have a look for it.
So I was thinking about this a little bit the other day, and I have a passing interest at best certain topics. And I was looking up the Sagnac effect on, with aeroplanes, because I was thinking about this north-south navigation, and obviously they can't use a regular compass. And I was thinking about a gyro compass. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's probably boring actually.
Hey, you guys. So I haven't been making it to ladies' night, so it looks like it starts in 39 minutes. I just sent a text with the ladies' night tag, so hopefully girls will see that and come in here in a bit. And but
DM them.
oh, I don't have a. Ooh.
That's for the boys. If you boys have any lady friends that are,
Yeah.
send them a
It's funny,
pic.
I did that today, actually, a group of them.
Good point. So until girls join, I thought I'd read that book that found me. But maybe I could read the whole thing this time, maybe. We'll see. But that was my thoughts. Till other girls come in, then they can just take over and we can have a ladies' night marathon, maybe.
Tim could be the bearded lady.
Is it the book with 32 pages?
Well, hey, Jen, we got to get this party started. Get them coming in here. Got to rile them up first. You don't want to. Can't tuck them in just yet. Eh? But we need to get them in here. Then they'll.
So yeah, a little more than a half an hour, folks. So have it out.
Countdown.
Let's go.
Woo!
So, yo, Timbo, playing back on the technical thing real quick. Check out the GIF. I posted that at 420. Shout out 420 blazing. That's what I'm talking about, right? Centrally observed point through circumnavigation, you by default paint south all around you as a ring. And the other interesting thing with a compass is you have to hold it flat in order for it to work, which tags on to Andy's point about gyroscope.
Gyrocompass don't use. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say a compass has to be level, right? If you try to use a compass like standing it up, like let's say 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock position, like hanging on a wall as an example, it's not going to work. It has to be on a level plane in order for a compass to work effectively.
How is that difficult for people to figure out? I don't know.
Yeah, I had this same argument with someone, and actually someone said that I was wrong, and it was a flat earther that said I was wrong. And if you're south and you're pointing north with the compass, then you're pointing out into space on a globe. So, do the magnetic lines wrap around the Earth, or what?
That's the thing. And when you start, if you take that one point and you start unpacking it, well, you've got the artificial horizon that works in the cockpit of the airplane, right? Mm-hmm. And we know that a captain of an airplane does not have to continually adjust the attitude of the plane, i.e. the nose and tail adjustment consistently for this downward observed trajectory. Nor does the cup of water sitting in the upright table in front of me observe anything but resting state. Unless we obviously are taking off, landing, or we are banking, or we hit turbulence. Other than that water in the cup is going to sit level in the container.
I heard that compass waves is bouncing off the ionosphere.
That was a pretty thorough explanation. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, Jen.
I know you talked to Kiwi.
Yeah. I'm like, wait, what?
It was a good bait and switch, Tim. High five. Well done. That was like Dini right there. It was just a ramble, but it's the whole idea is we keep observing level everywhere we go, right? It's like we're ants, literally. And here, let's break down their idea. So we're ants on a ball, and I'm an ant inside my house, and I'm hanging a TV on my wall, and I'm observing level as I hang the TV on my wall. Now, all these ants on the ball are all hanging their TVs on their wall, right, in their houses that are all constructed observing level with their level ceilings and level floors, right? But you're going to tell me at some point in time A curve shows up. What? Makes no sense. And if those ants on that ball decide to take a plane ride, that ant flying the plane, he's sitting in the cockpit, and when he doesn't have autopilot engaged, he's gonna constantly be dipping the nose of the plane to constantly avoid flying out into space because he's gliding over a ball.
I did the math, the numbers on that. If you're interested,
Numbers on what? How you know
on what you're talking about on bending down, how much you had to dip down.
I'll put my food in. Yo, I'm listening.
So yeah, so like if you have a beach ball, for example, you take a ruler, slide that ruler right across it. As you can see, you need to stay with that curve. You need to bend that ruler down, reorientating your angle down all the way around as you go around it. So you're going, like, let's say, from Chile to China, which is halfway around this supposed globe. You'd go all the way from the top to the bottom of the globe, or from one side to the other, 180 degrees, right? So you can take a ruler or a Lego or any kind of object, just take it around that curving sphere. You have to keep angling that tip of that down to keep altitude to stay with that sphere. Otherwise, you would go off in space, right? So if you look at the speed, if you go 500 miles an hour, divide that by, actually it's easier at 600 miles an hour. Divide that by 60 per minute. You're going 10 miles per minute in flight, in a commercial flight, right? So over 10 miles, there's 66 feet of curvature. We know that from a geometry. From every 10 miles, there's a physical curve of 66 feet. Infosphere 3959. Every 10 miles, there'd be 66 feet of physical curvature on a sphere with the radius 3959, correct? So if you reorientated your plane every minute, you'd have to go down 66 feet every minute on the minute for the whole flight. Now, granted, you're going left, right, up, down because of the wind, but mostly down. So something like that throttle that you push forward, go down and pull up to go up, that throttle would have to be, like you said, pointing downward the whole flight. Or the autopilot would have to do it. How's that sound?
Sorry, slow to get to the mic. It's sounds about right, man.
Now, if you didn't reorientate every minute, if you took longer to reorientate, then you would be going higher in altitude. If you took 2 minutes, for example, that'd be 20 miles. And then it'd be like 150 feet. It's like 3 times as much. Because it's like an exponential curve down from A to B. It goes more and more. Eventually, you get back to where you started on a circle.
Now, interesting, and Dubé, on his latest facts post, Julius was talking about it earlier. He talked about the fact that with the globe spin and plane travel at 500 kilometers an hour, 600 kilometers an hour even, how that equates to the location spinning in reference to how the plane would have to either ride with the spin or against the spin in order to catch up to the location, because the surface is also moving, including the plane, and the plane is also moving.
Yeah, that's a completely different problem. You know, if the Earth didn't spin, just was stationary, and you went around this globe, you'd have to dip your plane. You have to reorientate down. As far as the thing spinning, yeah, that's a whole nother argument. Whole nother argument. The Glober's going to say that, oh, we're in the car going down the street, so we're inside the car. You can't. All the air moves with the car, so the car is the world spinning, but instead it's spinning, it's just going down the street, and you can't tell anything inside. You can't tell the difference. That's their argument. So the Globers basically think we're in a car going down the street. That's their analogy.
We have a new guy, Birds of Heaven in its VC.
Suspiciously like a name somebody I would use.
What I look at is he made his Discord account today. He joined here today.
All right, I'm back. Well, we got somebody new?
Maybe. We have this Birds of Heaven. He just joined.
I might know who that is. But are they unmuted? Do you want to check in with Birds of Heaven? I will quickly take you off mute. Birds of Heaven, do you want to check in and say hello? I guess no.
Yeah, that was a hard no.
What else is going on, guys? We got 33 minutes past the hour. Uh-oh.
So, if gravity exists, why do I fart downwards, and why doesn't it all come out of my mouth?
I have no idea.
Did I get your ball kicker?
Like what it is? I don't know.
So if I jump out of an airplane and I vomit, is my puke going up or down?
It's relative, sir.
So puking is anti-gravity?
Yeah, so next time someone says, well, debunk gravity, just say, throw up.
That would be a funny argument to just bring up in a serious fashion with a Glober and start talking about barfing while you're skydiving. That'd be great.
You're in the sky. Hey, so if you think I barf right now, what do you think will happen? As you're free falling. I don't know, dude. Try it.
Hey, you might have a problem with that barf. Shoot, you may have a problem with that.
Got a problem with it if you talk about it too long, it starts making me sick. You guys noticing that Globers are starting to not like to use the word gravity? They're starting to actually avoid using the term.
Wow.
I
Yeah, that is an interesting phenomenon. They'll be like, well, you can call it whatever you want, but what force do you think is there? It's like, well,
Nah, gravity's. I can't. I'm speaking down. I'm speaking that calling down gravity is bullshit. 100%. I am so willing to take that soapbox. It's not even funny. Like, why is the concept so evil that we can't ignore it?
Isn't it due to backwards engineering? I mean, because they didn't discover it, they didn't Columbus gravity or anything, you know. So,
but
isn't
like,
that
all I'm getting at, Jenny, with the question, right, is it had to get there, right? The carriage doesn't just start rolling down the street, unless obviously but if we're gonna deal with flat land, the carriage can't just start rolling on its own. It needs an input of energy. So my question is, how do we observe gravity happening? We have to input energy into the object in order for gravity to happen. Is that not the case?
Yeah, kind of like how you would have to do that for somebody who's in water too. I mean, there has to be motion and or energy applied for things to move.
Exactly.
Yeah, and how do we observe this alleged energy? Because it's not a force. I don't know, it's just weird. It's kind of like, you know what it makes me think of, dude? Nobody talks about what it really is because they don't fucking know, for one. But the same thing goes for, and I'm not trying to pull us in the weeds or anything, but the Mandela effect. Everybody talks about the effects, but nobody talks about what the motherfuck it is in the first damn place. You know? It's weird, just like that. So I guess, I don't know. I'm not one on ME. I mean, sure, it's interesting and it's also irritating to hear people talk about it sometimes. But, you know, gravity, they don't know what it is. Why don't nobody talk about that? It just fits in. It plugs into an equation, is what that is. They're numbers. They're not measurements. Well, maybe there are measurements with whatever gravity is. You know, I'm not trying to, yeah, but yeah.
So my question becomes, let me just wrap this up real quick. I guess the ball kicker, because he posed the question. My question becomes, why do we even begin to identify gravity? Why do we give it life?
How is it that we can justify invoking gravity, is what you're meaning?
Well stated. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. If you're going to invoke something, you better well be able to explain it.
Well, it has to be.
But it has to be.
Haley, are you asking me that question?
I apologize. I didn't see my screen. Somebody, I don't know if it was you, but somebody said we've been attacking gravity or something to that effect. Was that yourself?
It wasn't me that said that. I don't think I did.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, BK. Yeah, no, I apologize, dude, profusely. I heard the voice. I thought it was you. I apologize for the confusion.
Yeah.
That's my question, ultimately.
What
do you say?
That's funny.
That's my question, is why do we give gravity life?
Usually, I mean, I've heard old conversations where we didn't put up with that. Yeah, I mean, I think people have been banned before because of that topic, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you're talking within the last 6 years. I'm almost certain a handful of people have been banned for that topic. Mm-hmm. It is a hot ticket topic. Somebody says it, and you're thinking in your head, man, them's fighting words. Trust the science. Trust the science.
What gravity is gravity is a story, and it's an explanation. It's an explanation of somebody picks up something and lets it fall back down. They call that gravity. But that's just an explanation of the effect of something falling down. You can't identify.
Wait, okay, so we say the effects of gravity. We should start referring that to where it is more representative we think is happening. So it should be like worded a little bit. The effects of gravity. No, gravity is the effect. How do we describe, and you know what I'm saying? Kind of like how we're saying flat earthers, like that term has been stigmatized, and some people choose not to use that because they don't want to trigger people. They really want to reach people. I don't know. But do you guys know what I'm trying to say? Because we can't say it how we've been saying it. Does that make sense to anybody? Please say maybe.
No one can hear me? Mike, sir?
Oh, it's horrible. I can't really hear you. Going in and out. Horrible.
Well, I don't know if you were asking this, Kiwi, but one of the reasons I like to bring up gravity is to point out its insufficiencies for what it's invoked for. It claims to be holding trillions of gallons of water around the outside of a ball. So I don't think asking for some type of experiment demonstrating gravitized water pressure is out of line. I don't know if you were asking that question or not, like why we even bring it up. But I think gravity is so neat and so necessary. It's fun to bring up.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Any better? Still bad? Hello.
What up?
So if you guys can hear me all right, then I'll keep talking. Otherwise, I'll just go on mute.
Well, you've got 17 minutes to talk freely, so you might want to do it now.
Okay. So gravity, the original word, right, gravitas, just means weight. It's just kind of simple. Because I was thinking about this the other day, and this same question came up. Why do we have this thing? Well, it was always around. It just represented something else. Now, it's been replaced as a cause, but we know it as an effect, and it's always been an effect. They tried to make it a cause because they needed something to always be going towards the center of a sphere. Everything, the Big Bang, all that stuff is predicated on spinning center of spheres.
Oh, you know what? You just need... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So anyway...
I was just trying to correct myself. Before you go on, I just want to correct myself. I think I used the wrong words. I was trying to say that, when I said gravity, the effect of, and how to describe it correctly. Do you know what I'm doing a horrible job of explaining myself, but did you know where I was coming from at all?
Yeah, you're exactly right. We only know it as an effect. They try to make it a cause.
Okay. Oh, all right. So that's double speak. They say it's an effect, but they apply it as a cause.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
And so they've got us kind of... Yeah, they're already got us chasing our own tails. We don't have to explain this. They do, and that's why we've always put it back on them. What is gravity? What is gravity? And they can't define it because they know it's not a cause. It's not a force. And so all we really need to do is kind of observe what we know. And we probably would never use gravity if it wasn't for the Big Bang, George Lemaitre, all that stuff, and the idea that the Earth is a ball. Since it's not a ball, we don't have to worry about it. They do. What we do observe, and I just had to think about it the other day, all we ever really observe is things trying to reach equilibrium. It's almost like this law of things trying to find their equilibrium. If things fall down, they eventually hit a solid object, solid things hit solid things. And they are at rest. They never move unless energy is input. So they're always at rest and equilibrium. we live in this very dynamic system where things are constantly trying to balance out. And that is what we experience every day. Some things go up, some things go down, always trying to find equilibrium. That's all we ever observed. It's like a law. We couldn't explain it because we haven't seen what puts all this energy in motion. So
Well, that happens in water as well. When you add components or whatever to water, it seeks its equilibrium. Those solid particles, they could quote unquote dissolve or what have you, but they seek equilibrium. And so,
it's all about balance.
Yeah, people can't understand it on a bigger scale, I guess.
No, they don't understand it on a bigger scale because we have, energy sources like the sun that seem to perpetually never run out. And so it constantly is adding energy into a system, and the system is taking the energy, circulating it, and then finding equilibrium by the way it's applied. And so just this constant balance is kind of going on all the time.
Energy from the sun, that's transmuted, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, however you want to describe it, but we have plants to grow, stuff eats the plants, we eat stuff, we eat the plants, there's just this constant, the energy is being used mostly by us, but nonetheless, the system continues. So I don't think it has to be terribly complicated. A system that is constantly trying to self-balance, and it's not that complicated.
No, it's not. It's self-sustaining, and people have replicated it actually in terrariums, enclosed terrariums for years on end. It grows. And so that's pretty amazing. It doesn't need to be watered or anything. It is pretty damn amazing. So we have that on our side. Whatever the barrier is, there is some sort of barrier. Not
we
saying
would need that enclosed system to keep the balance. Otherwise, there'd be nothing.
I don't think it's a glass dome. I think it's some sort of material that we are not familiar with in our understanding of what is considered science and whatnot. But it would have to be something like maybe semi-permeable or something. I've thought that for a long time. But that's just my own personal thoughts and stuff like that. So. But yeah. So, wouldn't you almost have to explain if you say that, yes, you do ascribe to the second law of thermodynamics, and so there has to be a dome? I mean, or do you think we live in a terrarium and it's a square? I mean,
the shape has always been contested, I think, within the early times of Flat Earth movement. But nobody can make a claim to a shape. There's a lot of people that might equate.
That's not what I meant, a shape. I wasn't talking about a shape. I was meaning referencing the dome.
Well, that is a shape.
Oh.
If you say dome, it's different than saying cube. So when you reference like what particular thing that you're talking about, then it brings to mind what kind of concept you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
we do say hemisphere. Maybe not in the correct way, but that is a word. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I do. If you want to elaborate more, that I'd appreciate you. But yeah,
it does put to concepts I think that people have been talking about. Like when people usually say the word dome in here, sometimes they auto-correct themselves. No, I didn't mean dome. I just meant like firmament. No, I didn't mean firmament. I meant just like the barrier. No, I didn't mean... So it's like an autocorrect, but people, what they're trying to say is that they're not ascribing a shape to what they're talking about. But yeah, like when we say certain words, they trigger a concept in our mind. So we start to think, we associate those names that we're using with something we can see in reality. You know what I mean? We try to anyways. So that association is where we start making the wrong mistakes. So first of all, dome does have like a particular concept. Like when you think about dome, you already think of what a dome looks like. So it's bringing to mind what that could be, enclosure could look like. You know what I mean?
Like a snow globe.
Yeah. So that already puts your mind into it's got a curved shape to it. So that's what you're thinking of when you think dome. But when you say there's a little bit terms that are a bit more ambiguous, or like firmament.
So what I was ultimately trying to get to was how do you describe the enclosure? I mean, there has to be enclosure for the second law of thermodynamics. I mean,
why can I use that word? Because it's a contained system. So
Right.
the system has to be contained. So if you say, just like what do you pour water in? It could be a container. But what kind of container? Well, it's a cup, right? So specifically, hyper-specific would be a cup, but it would have to be in a container, some type of container, in order for there to be volume and depth. And so for you to achieve that and pressure, you'd have to have a container, any type. But it could be a cup, it could be a bowl, it could be whatever it is, but it's still a container. Does that make sense?
you're saying, I appreciate that so much. Using the simple container is all we.
That's it.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Is it ladies' night?
That's better, Miggy, but we can't get to this container.
No, yeah. No, believe me, I don't know who said we can, because that would be a fallacious reasoning. Nobody would agree, I wouldn't, that we can get to the container. If somebody said they can get to a container, then you have issues with that person making that claim.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, system. Just like Bill Nye the Science Guy said.
Uh-oh.
Just like he said.
Yeah. You did say that.
Yeah, just always remember, in every instance we're talking about, if we're talking about air being held in a system, it would have to be contained. If we talk about water being held somewhere, it would have to be contained. In order for there to be depth and volume, in order for there to be gas pressure, you'd have to be inside of a container. That's the only way.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's gas pressure that's created in a terrarium because you can condensation, stuff like that. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's staying like. Here's the thing about flat Earth: we don't need to spice it up or change the words or kind of come up with something creative or try to be like more. Let's make this more colorful. Let's use you don't need to. Container sufficient. It's enough.
Well, I just using the word.
No, yeah, I usually say that because of the times that people like within the flat Earth, like it's really simple. The idea behind like what we're talking about, and it doesn't need to be complicated. It never does. But I think people get into like too much speculation, which makes it complicated, and it doesn't need to be. So,
I totally 100% agree with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, Jenny.
I've said that for years, that flat Earth is not complicated.
It's actually rather simple.
Yeah. Somehow we managed to make it complicated. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
What do you mean by
that? There's usually people trying to be on par with some of the statistics from the Globers, because they're using high dollar words. So we don't need to go up there and try to match them with the superior language. It's just because it doesn't need to be. It's just simple and it's easy to grasp onto as something that you could teach a young child. So that's the reason why it's like when we break it down to someone, we always have to break it down to like the most simple way that we can, because it always is. Like it doesn't need to be complicated. But like when people take it to the level where you have to challenge like someone in the pseudoscience realm, to try to, say terms that are like equating to what they're saying. It's like then you get into like where things are questionable,
I wonder what the age of the youngest flat earther is. I wish we could know that.
Everyone's a flat earther.
No. That they realize that they're a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
The youngest.
They're aware?
Yeah.
Yeah, I realized I was a flat earther like at the age of 4.
Well, we could have 6-year-olds out flat smacking in the public square maybe in the next decade. That'd be amazing. I would. Oh,
yeah. Drawing little pentagrams on the ground and shit.
I don't know about that. That wasn't okay.
So what was your understanding at 4?
Oh, dude, it was vast. It was a vast understanding of just everything. Huh?
Buckslayer, a new guy to the server? Or, sorry.
Oh no, I've been around for ages.
Ages.
Joined in July, in the service since.
Yep.
So yeah, give us one thing. What was your understanding at 4? What's something you knew at 4 years old?
At 4, you know, I was smoking weed and shit, and it's just, I had time before my fucking third eye calcified.
Hey, real quick, I know people, free to use whatever language, but let's tone it down on the F-bombs, man.
Oh, is there children in here? Or?
No, I'm just saying because when we have conversations, we have audiences of people that might have children. Let's just be kind of cautious. I'm not one to restrict much. You know what I mean? Just
yeah.
Anyway, but it's about to be ladies' night here in just a moment, so you can hang around, Buckslayer, if you want. And we have a lot of intelligent flat Earth women that are going to be in here. So
what's ladies' night entail?
Hello, everybody.
Just hang around. You'll find out. Mostly the guys.
I'm excited.
The guys from Flat Earth usually kind of take a step back because we're usually like when we come on, some of us are just really dominant on the conversation. So that's why we usually kind of take. Anyway, just hang around. Starts here, Nightboy.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm just
Hello, everybody.
All right, so if you're a flat earther right now, guys, I would say just be aware of that. On ladies' night, just take a step back. If they do call on you, then go ahead and speak. But otherwise, don't be into the conversation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that Clay?
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say hello.
Yeah, I hear you, but I was just
welcome to ladies' night. Glad to have you.
Wait, isn't that kind of sexist though?
No, it's not.
Because you're saying that women don't have the power to speak without men not speaking.
No, it's we're not gonna make it a thing and go through it, but it's no biggie, right? So but in 2 minutes now. So guys, if you're in Flat Earth, just remember that.
Yeah.
Shit's about to get empowered in here, eh? Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, man, I just can't help it. Damn.
You got Tourette's, my man.
Pretty much.
CB, now you got that song in my head, bro. Darn it.
Dude, that song's always as soon as I hit it, it's like for the next 2 hours. Dum, 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 dum.
We got KJ and Paula here. Hey, girls. Hey.
Y'all girls ready to get your freak on?
Oh my gosh, you need to stop. No.
I didn't see Missy Elliott join.
Hey, Standelion. Welcome.
Yay!
Thank you.
Hey, girl, hey!
Hi. I just sent you a message, Jenny, but you probably didn't see it because you were in here.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
It's nothing important. Actually, it's since I'm here, I guess you don't have to answer it. I was asking you if you were going to be here.
Oh, well, you might want to stay because I have something really cool to present to the girls. I've been kind of talking about it with the guys for the last week or so. But yeah, I'll give you more details, but I have this book in my hand from 1990, and I think it's geared towards 8-year-olds. And it's called How We Learned the Earth is Round. Yes. So there's a whole story behind this book, lady. So hopefully you can stick around for a little bit.
Yes, I would like to hear about it. That sounds great.
Yeah. But I half read through your message. Hold on here. All right. Have we had another lady or two join? Maybe, like in the last minute. Let me see what we got.
Yeah, Colors of Country just joined. She's a lady.
Yay! Welcome, Colors. Hello. Welcome to Ladies' Night, everybody.
My cat started meowing as soon as you said that.
We got Flo, we got Dandelion, KJ, we got Colors. You have to forgive me, girls. I'm eating food real quick.
What'd you make?
I would not buy this for myself, but in my sister's freezer is Japanese style fried rice with chicken. It's really good.
That sounds really good. I had fried rice yesterday. It was really yummy.
Oh. All right, so what do you got, KJ? What's new for you?
Let's see. I bought some new cat bowls today. That's my news.
Okay.
Yeah, my cat has one of them's got chin acne, so found out you're not supposed to use plastic bowls for your cats. So got some new ones.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chin that way.
All right, so is Dandelion still here?
Yes, I am here.
Did you need to speak on the side real quick before you head out or anything?
Well, I was going to say something, but my thing could be a downer, so you better do your thing first.
I'll pipe us back up. You go ahead and say what you got to say, honey.
Okay, it won't be that long. So first I was just making announcements, so I'll just make it really easy. Join us for Ladies' Night in the main live stream. All are welcome. I don't have to say anything else than that, right? So all I was going to say, because I felt like before participating in Ladies' Night, I just had a moral obligation to say this, and it kind of addresses the topic. People ask us, often like, why are there not so many ladies in this server in particular, Flat Earth, or like the Truth Movement in general? I think it's dominated by men in particular. So, in different times, I know I've talked to you about this, Jenny, and other people, like putting, a warning label for ladies on the server or Discord in general. I think most women know it's like a hazardous place.
You know what? This is an old topic. This is not something new. I'm glad you're bringing it up because it's an issue. Kind of. I don't like to make issues where they're not, but it's kind of a thing. I mean, in my opinion. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think it's worse than just like moving to Alaska where, you would be in the minority. But in particular, there's this book. I haven't actually read this book, so I'm not like endorsing everything about this book, The Dark Side of Cupid. I'm thinking about getting it, but anyway, I listened to this lady basically in an interview. So I actually don't agree with everything that she says because part of this has to do with, people have different ideas about, are there demons? Are the demons aliens? So on, all that, which I don't even want to get into that. I don't even care what you call them. Whatever you want to call like dark entities in the world. basically what this particular woman was talking about in this interview, which really resonated for me, was how they're just talking about the truth movement in general. In Flat Earth, I think it's even more accelerated because it's, as we've talked about before, an even more dangerous topic for the powers that shouldn't be in this world, because it's, objectively demonstrable, right? And so it's, and for many reasons, it's obviously the topic that they're most concerned about. So anyway, the thing that, really resonated with me with this lady's interview was she was just talking about how so many women that she's interviewed to hear about their experience were targeted, when they started getting vocal or involved in a truth type movement. And we know this because, that's fun. It's funny because when I first was joining the server, I had just started, I was listening to, it was right after Patricia Steer left, whatever you think about her, if she's front or whether her story was just predictive programming or, just she really is just an ordinary lady that had this thing happen to her, whatever you think about her, that was the story, right? And so it was yes, I'm a female, it's very hard to be here, so I'm going to delete my YouTube channel and so on and so forth. So nonetheless, I'm going to try to make this really short, Jenny. I'm not very good at that, you know that.
But the one thing before you go on, on it with the Steer drama, and that's on a topic that we definitely don't want to talk about on.
Yeah.
He wasn't just about being a woman. Yeah. For those that don't.
So that's why I said, whether you think she's genuine or not, is my voice coming through okay? Because I'm having trouble hearing, but my little bars say that it's working. But anyway, okay. So what I wanted to say was, just because something is supernatural doesn't mean that it's good. That's one thing I wanted to say, because sometimes I think people have wild experiences that happen, or coincidences or so on, or wonderful, you think it's affirmation because it's so wonderful. It's well, you know what? That might have been true, in the past before we're dealing with a situation where clearly some dark forces have gotten a hold of the matrix here. So whatever feedback you're getting is, of course, they can feed back something positive for something that they want to have happen, to deter people who they determine are going to be able to clearly articulate the truth and so on. So
they're called outliers. They're called outliers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, anyway, I just, in general, if a female, okay, so here's the thing, if you're a woman who's just starting to get involved in this, just beware that you might be targeted, because women have come and gone. Sometimes, this isn't even me being theoretical. It's some of them I know were targeted by a person who I know, because I heard it with my own voice, is, possessed, obviously, or channeling some dark entity. Because I've been in a room before channels. I hear when the person changes their personality and their voice, obviously they're channeling a dark entity. The person who suggested or encouraged Ladies' Night is a person who not only myself but many others have witnessed, has obviously is a portal, and been taken over in some way, whatever you want to call that. So nonetheless, and because that person stayed on the server for 2 years before they got kicked off. So they they learn from those situations, and then they're going to make their next portal, whatever you want to call it, even more deceptive and even more hard
just want to
detect what they actually are. So my warning to the women is, just be very careful on Discord, because 90% of the targets in this situation are women, for obvious reasons. It might happen to men sometimes, but it more often happens to women. So please, just everyone be careful. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to some of the ladies that used to be in here. The first one I think of is Becky K from Australia. Love you, girl, if you happen to be listening. Can you guys all think of a few? Bambi, she doesn't come in here too much anymore, if at all. She used to be in here a lot. We used to have Crystal. Shout out to Crystal. And
Shines and Damsel.
what?
Shines and Damsel.
Well, they kind of haven't been gone for too long. Sassy, I remember Sassy. She was fun. I don't remember what happened with her, but yeah, she used to be on Ladies' Night, and so yeah, ladies have come and gone before our very eyes. So this.
Oh yeah, let me say something else, Jenny. I got to respond to what they're saying here. Men are predators. Be aware is what Tim says, and it's a good one. Says most are predators. Yes, no, that is not what I'm trying to say. I would say like a very small number are, but they are, very good at what they do, and so they, can cause a lot of destruction and can cause good men to then, be painted with a broad brush. Because it's funny, because the interview I'm particularly talking about with this author, she had a guy on there that was like, oh, and, women are the usual man complaint, like, oh, they're just, programmed to go for the alpha male and the bad boy and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and they're like, saying, oh, they just go for those assertive ones and don't notice the quiet good ones. I'm like, what are you talking about? I mean, that you can see it that way, but like, opposite is even more true. The men go for these women that like put themselves out there, like lure them in with deception, and are like obvious tricksters, and then they complain like, oh, the women are such sluts and horrible, and they're like, oh my gosh. It's the same as what this dude's saying. It's like you aren't even noticing the quiet women who are just honest, nice people, not putting themselves out there, not like searching for attention. And then you're sitting there saying those women are going for alpha males and aren't noticing me. It's like, yeah, because the second one of these little harlots comes along, you're just like right out the door. Sorry.
Oh man, there's a song for that, honey. It's from 1993, Salt and Pepper. It's called Summertime Man. I like to make it simple and just say, no, you ain't getting no play. It's like, next. But yeah, what does a woman who is somewhat assertive in real life, but on the internet it's totally different. So how does a woman to be assertive on the internet? I mean, I don't know. I guess they just have to have something.
Well, women have nothing to assert.
Yeah, if the woman is asserting, I mean, guys, come on, like, maybe guys here know that, but it's like, obviously, if the woman is like out there advertising, she probably isn't someone you want to get, mess around with. A woman who like really has it going on, like, has no need to advertise. I don't know how else to put it. Like, is that not obvious? I guess not, apparently.
This whole thing is so bad that I hate it when women call other women whores because a man cheats in a marriage. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm not.
Oh, did you not like my use of the term harlot? I'm sorry. I meant tart. How about tart? Do you like that better?
Well, no, I'm not offended, but I'm just saying we need to call the original whore out, not the woman. So why are women calling each other that? You know what I'm saying? I just don't agree with it. Is kind of what I'm saying. So. But yeah,
I mean,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, women can be and do whatever they want. Like some women, like obviously enjoy like getting tons of attention from men. Yeah, and I don't care if they do that. But then the men aren't allowed to then complain and say there's no good women if they're going to be distracted by this type. It's like if you're going to go for that type, then don't be surprised when you're like, just one of a long line. I don't know. I don't get it.
Oh God.
But, yeah.
But
yeah, if the woman wants to do that, that's perfectly fine. I know it's perfectly fine, but it's their choice. Let's put it that way. I think it's very unhealthy, for them, but it's their choice for sure.
So I guess women have to be better at wedging themselves in and prepared on paper what they were meant to say 5 minutes ago. That's kind of how you have to do it on the internet.
That could be. Because now we've gotten into a whole other area, which was not at all what I intended to get into. I didn't know how we did. But anyway, I think I gave the warning I needed to give. But it doesn't matter because new people will come and whatever. And what I've been told by a wise person on this server is, if that person is so deceived by this obviously deceptive situation and goes down that road, then maybe there's lessons they have to learn from that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't warn everyone about every situation. Like, sometimes people have things they have to learn. It might wake them up and, you know, set them on a spiritual path that they need to go on. You know, it's totally possible. So, yeah.
So,
all right, but yeah, I want to hear about this children's book that you brought up.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so bizarre. So many synchronicities had to happen for me to come about this book. Okay. It's really amazing. Okay. So I had some family stuff that going on to where I had to move. All right. So I've moved back, to make a really long story, to Illinois, and I'm living with my sister. The next day I got here, I went out and I had a job in 5 minutes. And it's really odd because the job that I meant to go apply for, I didn't. And in a second, I went to this other job, and it's a doggy daycare. So I work with. So I think that's a whole nother synchronicity, if you ask me. But anyway, so smoke break behind the facility. And the place I was going to apply to next door was actually the Salvation Army. But so all the Salvation Armies are probably like this. People dump shit behind the building or in front of the door, wherever, depending on, you know. But so I was just bored. I'm smoking my cigarette and I'm just strolling over there and I'm just looking at what rich people throw away and shit like that, right? So I kind of stroll down to the very end, and there's this big plastic shopping bag, and it's obviously filled with children's books, so you can just kind of tell. But I just kind of just picked up this one book on the top, and I looked at it, and it was this book. And the name of the book is called How We Learned the Earth is Round. And this apparently was published in 1990 in a series of books. The series is called Let's Read and Find Out Science. So I just, because the front, it has a picture of the globe and then a Greek person with some scrolls and I don't know what the instrument's called. It's a triangle thing. What is that called, you guys?
It's called a triangle. You're just talking about a triangle?
No, that's what it, I think I got a picture. Let me take a picture of it. Hold on.
Okay.
I plan on taking pictures of this whole book, so yeah, I just haven't done it yet for whatever reason. Okay, so waiting on my phone. There we go. That's the book I found.
Yeah, it's just a triangle.
I didn't have to dig through this bag. It was right there.
An instrument, right? It's like a math. That looks more like a math triangle, doesn't it? Like the triangle you use in math. Like
triangle.
They call it a triangle. Yeah. I thought you meant the instrument. Oh, instrument, like instrument of math. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way I'm looking at this is crazy. It may sound IDGAF. This book found me. So basically, this is a book by Beliefs of Scientism. This is a career for young children to believe in the globe. Okay? So I wish I had pictures to show. I don't know. I guess I could take like maybe 5-10 minutes and do that. But I guess I could just describe the pictures and such. But I do have one of the... let me see the first couple, like the first page. Wait till you see this page and then the introductory text. And it's just like a little bit jaw-dropping to me. Because I read the first page when I was standing there. And I was like, holy shit, what did I just find? So there's the picture. It says, today, nearly everybody knows that the earth is round. But long ago, people were sure the earth was flat. They thought it was flat because it looked flat. It still does. This is for 8-year-old children in 1990. I was graduating. I was already graduated high school for a year. So yeah. And then on the next page, you see a prairie, and it says stand out on a prairie. The next page is an ocean. Sail onto the ocean. You can see for miles, and the earth looks flat. And then on the next 2 pages, they kind of go together with a illustration. It's a, topography of valley, and it says, climb a mountain. Now the earth looks rough and bumpy, but it doesn't seem to curve. It doesn't look round. The earth looks flat because it is big and we are small. We see only a tiny piece at one time. The tiny piece is not curved, but the curve is too slight for our eyes to see. And that is why, for thousands of years, people thought the earth was flat. And then you turn the page, and then there's a picture of an ocean trying to show how ships go over the horizon. Okay, so it says, the Earth's real shape was discovered about 25,000 years ago. The people who discovered it were the Greeks. At first, Greeks too believed the earth was flat, but certain Greeks were great thinkers. They thought hard about things they saw and tried to explain them. They asked themselves questions. Why? What if? And then they thought some more. Everybody knew that a strange thing happened when a ship left harbor. As it sailed away, it appeared to sink. First the hull disappeared, then the bottom of the sail, and then the top. As the ship returned, it seemed to rise out of the sea. First the sail appeared, then the hull. The Greeks wondered why. Okay, so I have to show one more image. And this one is just, you got to be kidding me. So
I can't wait to see this.
Why didn't the whole ship get smaller and smaller, bigger, bigger? That's what should happen on a flat Earth, but it didn't happen. Why didn't it? Perhaps the answer had to do with the shape of the Earth. Perhaps the Earth wasn't flat after all. Perhaps it had some other shape. What if the Earth had a curved surface? What would happen to a ship then? And then you got the picture I just put up here. You can see what happens yourself. Use a big ball and a ship made from a razor, a toothpick, and a piece of paper. With one hand, hold a ball in front of you at eye level. Use the other hand to move the ship. When the ship sails away over a curved surface, the bottom disappears first. When it returns, the top appears. Sorry. So then the book goes on. The Greeks decided the earth must have a curved surface. That would explain why ships seem to sink and rise. They also saw the same thing happen no matter which way a ship was heading, east, west, north, or south. The earth must curve in all directions. Was it round? They found the answer in the night sky. So I'm just going to pause here. Is that not a bunch of foolishness?
Wait, what are we talking about?
This whole thing is complete and utter foolishness. Absolute foolishness. With
Buxleer is asking what you're talking. I don't know if he heard your beginning of what it is that you were reading. Buxleer is new. I don't know. Buxleer.
Oh, I remember now.
Well, yeah, we're having a ladies' night event right now, actually. And so what I've been reading from is a book called How We Learned the Earth is Round. That's what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt. I was just interested.
Yeah, of course. All right, so the Greeks decided the Earth must have a curved surface. Wait, okay, sorry. The Greeks had studied the skies for many years. They knew that the sun made its own light and the moon did not. The moon shone because it reflected light from the sun. That just makes me roll my eyes right there, those two sentences. All right.
They just said they knew it already.
They knew that the sun made its own light and the moon did not. Say what? All right, so this is going to children, y'all. Okay. So they also knew that the moon traveled around the earth. As it did so, different parts of it were lit up by the sun. That was why the moon seemed to change its shape, why they might see a sliver of a moon, a bigger piece, or a full moon. They saw a full moon whenever the moon was on the far side of the earth from the sun. But sometimes a shadow dimmed the light of a full moon. Oh man, I haven't really looked at this picture. Let me take a picture of this. This is, cringy. Hold on.
Isn't the title of the book like How We Learned the Earth was a Globe? But I'm just saying we already knew, apparently. Basically.
How we learned the earth is round.
Answer, we just knew it already.
Yeah. Okay, so talking about an eclipse, the shadow seemed to sweep across the face of the moon. The edge of the shadow was curved. It was like part of a circle. The Greeks knew that the shadow was Earth's. Oh my God. The Greeks knew that this shadow was Earth's, period. It was the shadow that the Earth cast in space. When the moon moved through the shadow, an eclipse took place. Sometimes the moon was high in the sky during an eclipse. Sometimes it was low, yet as long as the sun, earth, and moon were lined up, an eclipse took place, and the edge of the shadow was always the same curve. There is only one shape that always casts the same shadow. That shape is round. A ball, for example, always casts the same shadow no matter how it is turned. It casts the same shadow no matter where the light is coming from. All right, so I've got another photo already. I'd taken this previously. Let me find it. This is just really kind of cringy to me. And I have to say, I kind of... sorry, everyone. Yep, I'll just have to take a photo real quick. Because this is worth looking at here. All right, so it says, and that is how the Greeks found out that the earth is round. You can test the discovery for yourself. Shine a bright light on a plate, a can, and a ball. You can make each one cast a circle-shaped shadow on a wall in front of you, but only the ball casts this shadow. So this is another science experiment for children to do to prove that we live on a ball. That's what you're looking at. So, the Greeks made many other discoveries. One even worked out the size of the earth. He made it measure 25,000 miles around the middle. We know he was right, but some Greeks thought he was wrong. These Greeks who wrote geography books. They drew maps of the world as they knew it. They did not know about the Americas, so maps showed Europe, Africa, Asia, and an ocean. This world did not look as if it could be 25,000 miles around. Geographers said it was smaller. Early maps showed nothing but an ocean between Europe and Asia. If a ship sailed west, it should come to Japan and China. But ships were small. They could not carry much food or water, and maps showed nowhere to stop for supplies. No one set sail for Asia. No one needed to. What kind of shit is that, you guys? What is that? Girls, can you... I think I'm almost done with the book, but can anybody have some thoughts about how infuriating this is?
Well, it's all infuriating. There's so many things to be infuriated about these days because of all the propaganda on every topic, but I don't know. I just become like, just look for the people who are open about it, and don't worry about, the whole school system needs to go down.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, it's like to me, it's like a house that's been overrun with termites. I mean, you can try and pick a few off in the flat Earth corner, but it's not what needs to happen,
So yeah, I don't know. They're talking about circumnavigation, kind of in the next couple of pages. Let me finish up real quick. Okay, so for hundreds of years, traders carried goods overland from Asia to Europe. But during the 1400s, wars broke out and land routes were closed. Now people wanted to find a sea route to the lands of silks and spices they called the Indies, to India, China, Japan, and Spice Islands. This is so interesting. I don't know if I can get a picture of, if you guys can see this good enough, but let me see here a second. Because I'm not really much on maps and everything, but maybe you guys can see what they're ultimately trying to say. It says maps showed two routes. One led to Africa, then east to the Indies. The other led west across the unknown ocean. So Christopher Columbus wanted to sail west to the Indies. He read what the Greek geographers had said. He studied maps. The ones he liked best showed the ocean as quite small. The Indies seemed to be only a few thousand miles away. Columbus felt sure he could reach them. On his first trip, Columbus found land just where he expected to. He thought it was the Indies, but it was not. Columbus never reached the Indies. Other explorers soon discovered why. Columbus had reached a place that did not appear on their maps. He had reached a new world, which was later named the Americas. Beyond the Americas was another ocean, which must assuredly lead to the Indies. And I think this is about the last page, yes. Ferdinand Magellan also believed the Earth was smaller than it really is. He planned to sail around it to find a way past the Americas and around the second ocean to the Indies. Then he would sail home around Africa. It was a terrible trip that lasted 3 years. Many men lost their lives. One of them was Magellan. But when the survivors reached home, they had proved that the Earth was really round and that the ships could sail around it. And the very last page, well, almost last page, takes up 2 pages. It's a picture of a satellite going around the Earth, and it's not the whole Earth, it's just a corner of it, but we see all of the satellite. Today we have spaceships and satellites in space. They take photos of the Earth. People everywhere can see for themselves. And the very last page is a picture of a globe, probably from 1972 or something, and it says, "The Earth is round, period." That's the last page. The end. I mean,
it's crazy.
So, a lot of time to explain circumnavigation.
Yeah, I mean, what strikes me about that is when people are new to this topic,
like an 8-year-old
level they're at, like the adults that come in here, they're stuck at that level. The Globers that have been around here a long time, I mean, they kind of realize like ships disappearing bottom up is a bad argument. Perspective can account for that as well as many other possible explanations. They realize circumnavigation's a bad argument. Like, they've gotten fancier. I'm not saying that they're great with their arguments, but, like that book doesn't talk about refraction. It doesn't talk about, all these other crazy things they've trotted out here. Still bad arguments, but like more sophisticatedly bad, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But sadly, that this is what they're teaching the children, so like this is the best they got. Like, I mean, all of those arguments are so like patently horrible, but of course a poor child, innocent child, like just thinks, oh, sounds good to me. Yeah, words definitely, even though it seems flat and stationary, must be all these people figured all this stuff out and they don't get any other, feedback. So just go along with it, and then they become 18-year-old children who still don't know what's going on,
Okay, so if an 8-year-old was reading this book in 1990, they would be, what, 48 now, right? No. I'm horrible with math. That's why I don't talk.
Well, 32, right? 1990, you said? Right?
I think she's talking about, somebody who was born in 1982. Is that what you're saying?
82.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's about 40 years.
40 years old. I know a 40-year-old. I happen to work with one. I'll have to take him this book maybe and ask him what he thinks of it. I'm just playing around, but yeah, so this is just like stuff they read, and with the pictures and everything, that goes into their brain and it stays there. Right?
Well, I think most people don't pay attention in school. What they get drilled into is in the media and games and things like that, movies.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying.
Chewy Booty, did you have any Chewy Booty's in the VC in the voice text defending the globe? So I just wondered if you had any response to the book that Jenny just read. Are you there, Chewy Booty?
Chewy Booty, come on.
He's saying in the text that it hurts to talk.
Oh wow, that sounds unfortunate.
And did you see that? I think it was Chris V posted all the images from the book in the chat and then the live stream text.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Let me check this out.
Oh wow! Yeah, he put them all together, as one book. Oh, good for him! Wow, impressive.
So, well, dude, that is amazeballs. Where'd you find that? That just makes everything so much simpler. It looks like there's a page 2 to it.
Well, I'm seeing all the pages of the book.
Well,
24 pages?
It's not all the pages. Wait.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at 24 pages.
Well, there's 32 pages.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was really disappointed there wasn't 33 pages.
That's funny. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just throw another one in there. Oh yeah, seriously, we need to debunk this. Yeah, just have.
Maybe you should count them. Sometimes they misnumber things on purpose. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, Jackie. Yeah, you were saying maybe there actually are 33. They just didn't number them right.
Yeah, I've seen that before. In books where they misnumber things to make numbers off or add the number to make it
Whoa! I can look at every page. I did not know that.
Yeah. Shakespeare, a lot of Shakespeare's pages are misnumbered to, kind of make things read into the Rosicrucian whole Masonic stuff. But I actually find it really disturbing that they legitimately tell you in that book, they're telling these kids, yeah, I know it seems level, I know it feels like I'm just ignore your own senses and just trust us because we know.
Okay, so the biggest jaw-dropping thing for me really is, and maybe, I don't know, so where it says the Earth is big and we are small, and then on the next page it talks about ships going over the horizon. And then all with the little sailboat experiment, that perception is not to scale. That's just totally crazy. So you would have to hold that ball away, like a lot farther away. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure. I don't know what you guys think about that one. Like, I try and keep it real simple, and this is kind of almost making it too complicated. Because I guess they didn't use, like, their telescopes when they were, like, sailing over the horizon. Because if they did, they wouldn't be talking about what they were talking about in this book. So, yeah, they're just kind of, like, conveniently out on purpose. That's what it seems like to me. And, like...
That's the way it always is.
I guess so. I guess
Cherry
it's
pick. Yeah.
us. Oh, cherry picking. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but the best part, one of the other top, I'd have a few top three, but, you know, where it says that, was it round? They found the answer in the night sky. It's like, you found the answer that makes sense according to the heliocentric theory, but it's pretty simple if you think about it for a moment. How is it that you look up to figure out what you're standing on? You know, they didn't teach us critical thinking in school for a reason. Right. So we're told and just repeat and trust the science.
That's the whole thing, is not how to think. This is your pablum. Just take it. Open your mouth and take it. This is what is going to make you feel happy and make sense of the world. Whether it's true or not, nobody cares. It's just, this is what we all believe, right? And we all believe it, and we'll use peer pressure to make sure everybody believes it.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, what you just said, you know, about how how this book just explicitly says, yeah, this is what you see and experience, flat stationary, but really it's this whole other way. For this to be, you know, come right out and put in print is interesting. I mean, I think we've all had that experience. I think that is normally the way it's explained to children, and then after they become adults, you know, at some point they probably encounter the concept that the Earth actually is flat and stationary. Especially these days, I hope that that's becoming easier for people to encounter in some ways, and then it's just a matter at that point if they are capable of putting aside all of the assumptions and conditioning, you know, and really investigate that and really ask that question, really look at the math and geometry involved and so on, you know. But, you know, some people, as we've seen, are just not capable of looking outside of the mainstream programming. Like, they just get their information from mainstream society, from their television, and they are, you know, just never going to question that in any area, or maybe in one safe little comfortable area, but not in any other ones, you know. So I think it's interesting that you could, you know, if children weren't ever indoctrinated with this globe propaganda, they would never even, you know, question it. They'd never, like, think they were living on a spinning ball. Like, no way would that ever even cross anybody's mind. That's just an absurd concept. And, you know, especially these days, that it's just, it's very, because they trust that the scientists and the media and the government and so on are, like, not on their side, you know, on a side, that they're like, that they actually know what they're talking about. And so they actually think that there's some kind of common good stuff going on here. Like, they just can't even conceive or even look beyond what they're being told, to just trust themselves to determine things about their own world where they live. I find it very sad, but you know, we all have investigated it. We know why it's happening. It's just hard to witness.
Yep. Yeah, these are the arguments they haven't gone beyond for the most part. In this fifth grade book, it's still the same for most people.
Yeah, and they assume it's funny because they assume that science actually does what it claims that it does, whereas, because the real scientists, the amateurs, who have gone out there, I mean, some are professionals, I'm not saying they're all amateurs, but the persons who have done real investigative work, such as launched weather balloons, up to over 100,000 feet and seen that indeed amateur weather balloons that have filmed that high see that the horizon's totally flat everywhere you look, and anyone who cared enough could save up their McDonald's money and buy one for themselves, or if you don't want to spend that much, you can just go do a long distance observation for yourself. I mean, the independent scientists who have followed what is traditional science, which is to actually go out and make a natural observation yourself, have come back with the answer, whether they like it or not, because if you set aside what you want to have happen and just accept the Earth the way it is, then you obviously discard the globe model because it's a complete failure. But it's like, many other situations, like, for example, unborn children, for a while it was like, oh yeah, we'll just kill them, take herbs to get rid of them, stick a coat hanger up there and kill them, whatever. It's just a blob. Or, I mean, even that argument, though, it's just kind of ridiculous. I mean, now that we have ultrasound, you can see the beating heart. But even back then, it's like, yeah, you kill the baby, it comes out, and you see a little baby. Like anyone, who's had a miscarriage or premature birth knows that there's a baby in there. Like, to say that anyone in the past thought that that wasn't a baby is absurd to start with. But now it's like, with the modern science, you can't even make that argument, because not only beyond just the ultrasound, you've got DNA research showing, the moment of conception, the two DNA strands are separate and become a new combination that's never been seen before, never will be seen again. So it's just these situations where people want science to be whatever they want it to be. They're not scientific. They just use that word. It's the same thing with the Earth. Like, modern science has shown us the Earth is flat. Math shows us the Earth is flat. Your NASA science fiction or your government fairy tales don't change what real scientists who go out on the ground and test things have found out. So, if you want them to be people with letters after their name. I mean, I've got some letters after my name. I went and did a long-distance observation. Dr. John Diaz, letters after his name. He's done laser tests, long-distance observation. I mean, if that's all you want is letters after your name, you got that, So it's just, it's just a matter of whether people want to believe the fairy tale or want to face reality.
Well, today people are taught to just believe whatever the party line is, even if they can be proved wrong, they still deny it, and they still will, just make up whatever reality they want and call it reality, and everything that to do with reason and responsibility and consequences is somehow racist now or something, and you can't reason with irrational people. I don't even try.
Exactly. Yeah. Why even try? That's my new thing. I mean, I don't know if it's new. I feel like I've been like this for a while. Like, I do talk to the Globers just because it's entertaining to hear their, about their fantasies, but I'm not going to sit there and try to convince someone. It's like so obvious, like to anyone who has a brain, like there's so much out there. Just, those people just pick it up easily. And the other people are just kind of like entertaining to talk to. Like if you went to visit, a mental home and talk to the patients. So speaking of which, we got MMN3 demo. Miggy says is in the VC and doesn't have a role. Maybe he's a globe believer, maybe he's not. Maybe he's not even a he. We could unmute him and find out. Do you think we should?
Up to you.
All right, MMN3. Dayton, are you there? You can unmute yourself if you are available. also have Chris 3D. Oh, MMN3 is, yeah, you don't have to run away just because we unmute you and you don't want to talk. It's like you don't actually have to talk. Like we have no power over you. Just do what you want. Chris 3D, would you like to say hello? You run away too. You can just stay here and keep listening. It's fine. We're not requiring you to talk. We're just giving you the opportunity. But apparently, that's just too scary. Of English Flat Dragon. Have you guys ladies ever talked to English Flat Dragon before?
Don't think so.
VC Verified, Colors of Country, VC Verified. Would any of you like to say hello to us? I haven't talked to any of these people before. Bong Zoinet. Bong Zonet. Hey, say hello, Uber. You don't even have to go on and on. You could just say hello, be polite, when people are saying hello to you.
Hello.
Hi, I just wanted to say hi. This is Colors of Country. Can you hear me?
Yes, Colors of Country. Hello.
Hey there. How are you?
Welcome to Ladies' Night.
Thank you.
Have you been to Ladies' Night before?
Yeah, I was at Ladies' Night last week, and that ended kind of quickly, but yes, I have been to Ladies' Night before.
Oh, glad you came back. Do you want me to give you the Ladies' Night role?
I mean, sure.
Okay. Because then sometimes people tag the people of Ladies' Night, and then you would get a message. Did you happen to, when you were here last time, well, first of all, I want to know, what's your position on the globe?
Well, I joined about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago? I can't exactly remember, but I joined as a on-the-fence person, and I still kind of am, but I'm seeing more and more evidence where I'm leaning more towards the flat earth, so.
Cool. Well, it takes time. I mean, and yeah, even though my little speech was like, oh yeah, you either see it or you don't. I mean, I'm just talking off the cuff, I don't think it necessarily has to be a quick process. I mean, it takes longer sometimes for people to kind of sort out all the evidence. I guess for me, it's more like, even if you haven't figured it out, people who automatically are sure they're right, definitely on the globe, going to make fun of flat earthers, no matter what, without even examining the evidence. That's more what I'm talking about. Like some people, they're just not even going to really take it seriously. You know what I mean? But even when I was, I hadn't actually seen the measurements. I hadn't seen the 8 inches per mile squared. I hadn't seen the long distance observations. I hadn't even seen the laser tests until I came to this server, because I'd mostly read older books about it when I was making up my mind. And so, but as soon as I even knew it was like a serious question, I'm like, oh my, I don't even know what's going on here, but I'm not going to be dismissing flat earth anymore. I'm not going to be thinking those people are in the dark ages, because it's that I did believe that at first. I'm like, oh, how could anybody still think that? Obviously it's been proven. But then when I walked into it, I'm like, oh my goodness, there's serious questions about this. And so being on the fence, is, I think, an honest position. So that's cool. You don't have to feel pressured about it. I sometimes use hyperbole. So when I said all globers, it's like talking to a mental patient. I don't really think that. That's more like the hardcore people who are going to sit there and make fun of something that they don't even understand. That's really what kind of grinds my gears, is when people haven't even really examined the evidence and they're already making fun of people. But those are just, psychological people who are probably were bullied when they were young or something, and then they're just looking for someone else to bully maybe, and that makes them feel better. I don't know why people are bullies, but some people are. So yeah, that's cool. So what is it? Do you have any questions for us of stuff that doesn't make sense to you or anything like that?
Well, you know, I have family, specifically my dad, who is a flat earther, and so I hear a lot from him. I really just enjoy listening a lot of the time. I haven't really, honestly, the people on here do explain things pretty well, and I haven't had a lot of questions that have really sparked my, um, I don't know. I just haven't had a lot of super important questions. When I was first on, I asked about fallacies, and I'm just continuing to learn more about those. And as for the flat Earth, everything has been pretty decently explained to me. So, not at the moment. I do not have any questions.
We did a presentation here about fallacies, particularly related to globe. We have a YouTube video of it somewhere, but I don't actually know where it is. I'll see if I can find it. Did anybody refer you to that?
Fallacies, 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 fallacies.
Try to
Sorry,
find
I had
it.
to.
Oh no, that was cute. That was cute. Who is that saying that?
That was from Breaking Bad, actually. There was a little scene where Jesse was like, "Oh, let's play our song from back in the day," and it's
fallacies, 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 fallacies.
That's really funny.
I've never actually seen Breaking Bad. I don't actually. Is that like a mafia thing?
No.
Okay, I don't know what it is. But yeah, thank you for playing it.
Breaking Bad is a family drama.
Okay.
True, yeah.
It's
Science teacher turns bad. Science teacher starts to sell drugs.
Okay, I have heard of that show. Yes, I just didn't know what it was called. Yeah, I've heard of that show.
But he has to pay for it.
Okay. Colors of Country, did you say that your dad understands that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So how do you know, like, led him to that conclusion?
He's just always been a digger for truth. Like, he's always curious, he's always looking into things, and he just always wants to know the truth. And so he'll search and search and search and search and search until he finds the truth. So, just watching him and his journey was really, really cool. And I don't exactly remember how long it took for him to realize, but it was definitely very interesting watching him go through that.
That is very interesting for me to hear that, because I had this experience this week, actually, with my son. My teenage son, whose driver's ed instructor started talking to him about 9/11 truth, and I was like so excited because he came back and he told me, yeah, guess what? He brought up 9/11 truth, and everybody in the car agreed with that the government's lying about the official story and all that. And then they just went into a long discussion about it. I said, oh, what did you contribute to the discussion? And he said, oh, I talked about, how jet fuel can't melt steel beams, and how Building 7 collapsed even though nothing allegedly ran into it, and how, even Donald Trump at the time, eyewitness reports said it looked like a controlled demolition, so on and so forth. I'm like, oh my gosh. My life is complete. Like, my children actually listen occasionally to something that I say, and can not only listen, but can have an adult conversation with someone else about it. I mean, two things, Colors of the Country, that he actually listened, talked to this other person about it, and then could tell me what he said to him. And other thing, that some driver's education teacher driving around here in the boondocks felt comfortable enough to bring up 9/11 truth to these random students that they just met. This was his first day of the on the road training. It was very exciting to me.
Yeah, that is super interesting. You adults are I'm sure you realize this, some of you, or maybe none of you, but you guys are a large role model to us. We're always watching you. Well, that sounds creepy, but we are paying attention to what you're doing.
I hear you. Yeah, because surprisingly, like, not all parents realize that.
I think we
That's what this is
forget
all about.
to assume that all of our kids think that we're jerks and idiots and just ignore us all the time, right?
Yes, Jackie, that's exactly what I thought. I mean, just like, because I'll say stuff to them, like telling my children about 9/11. I mainly say it because I'm like, if I drop dead tomorrow, my kids better at least have some concept of what's going on here. You know what I mean? So, like, half the time they don't even say anything in response. You know, I'm just like, here's the things. You know, don't let anybody tell you that 19 box cutters brought down the American military. That's the ridiculous conspiracy theory. Like, that never happened and never will happen. It's absurd. I mean, that story is laughable. I mean, in history books in 100 years, they'll be like, people actually thought 19 men with box cutters brought down the American military. Ha ha ha. Wasn't that funny? How could they have ever thought that? I mean, that's just so obviously going to be laughable. I mean, it already is. In Europe, it's already laughable. In the Middle East, it's already laughable, obviously. Now it's becoming laughable in America. I mean, great news, you know. Yeah, but that's interesting that you say that because, yeah, like Jackie just said, like, we say stuff because, I mean, at least for me, like, I feel an obligation to be like, okay, well, here's the stuff that I know and what I've learned from hard experience, but you don't know, like, because some of it, especially in my case, you know, and many of us here, goes against, like, stuff they might hear other places. You wonder, like, which thing are they going to believe, you know? But it's kind of like, which thing's more believable, especially if you're a person who's younger, who, you know, is still able to kind of make up their own mind. It doesn't have these pathways solidified, you know.
That's the beautiful thing, right? It's like there seems to be this certain age where it's like if you can talk to them before this age, their ears are open, right? Their hearts open, their brains open, they're listening, they're soaking up the information, and they don't, again, probably know if you're true, or probably might be thinking in the moment, this person's a nutcase, but they have the internet at the palm of their hands now all the time, right? So they're going to go start looking, searching, TikToking, whatever like you guys do, you know. And now there's stuff out there, and there's legit, and there's stuff that can catch your attention to keep looking deeper and deeper. And I find that to be really cool because, like, you know, in our age, we would have had to go to the library and spend hours and hours researching.
And there's someone, Uber, who has to go pretty soon, who isn't VC verified, but they are saying they're a flat earther and that they can't have the role though until they talk to somebody. So maybe should we go ahead and do that, or?
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, it looks like they've been here since September 17th, so almost a month. There's some kind of guideline about how long they're supposed to be here before they can get the role, which I thought it was just like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I feel like that's true. But somebody can always take it back off if we do the wrong thing, right? So might as well try it. Yeah, so Uber, would you like to tell us your best 3 reasons why Globe is a complete fantasy?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I have been seeing the arguments presented in the channels below. I think the biggest one that I've seen, or the 2 biggest ones, was the FE core experiment with the lasers over the Hungarian lake. That kind of that's pretty much evidence that this model is not true. I've seen the picture with that infrared picture that shows the 255 miles with the mountains in the background when you're not supposed to see it. According to the curvature calculator, you're only supposed to see 116. That, to me, kind of just like sold it. And I saw one of Eric Dubé's videos, The History of Flat Earth, showing how that one dude, I forget his name, I've seen other YouTubers try to recreate it, where the man places the flags every 6 miles in the river.
Is that Robotham?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the flags deviate in height, and that's supposed to indicate a globe Earth. But that experiment has been done before that guy with more flags. I forget his name again, but he saw all the flags line up, and when Dubé described that this man was just fraudulent, and he brought him to court, and he won over this guy. That's insane to me, because I see so many YouTubers trying to like praise this guy, saying, "Oh, this is how you can verify the globe Earth yourself," when it's complete fucking horseshit.
Nice.
And I mean, there's more, but I guess those are the 3 quick reasons.
Okay, I just wrote them down because I just to take notes on what people bring up here. So, yeah, I'm not familiar with that last thing that you're talking about, but you said that was in a Eric Dubé video?
Yes.
Okay. And what Level Up said that was Robotham?
I was maybe misunderstood what he was saying at first. Robotham was the one who did the, at first I think thought he was going near, did the observation in a long canal, and that it should, there should have been certain things changing over distance, and they weren't. He put some little boats on the water and stuff like that. But
right, he was the first
more I listened to
who actually proved the flat Earth, that it didn't.
Right.
But
there may be
was one
a couple
dude
things
after that tried to do it. I forget his name, but he's the one that's peddled by the basically the science YouTubers today, and the Reddit crowd that's basically says this is how you can prove it yourself, the globe Earth.
Right.
It turned out to be a farce.
As always.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's what you notice if you see a lot of these so-called debunking is they just the thing that they show, doesn't hold up. It's usually not an experiment, and even if it's a demonstration, it usually works perfectly fine on either flat or globe Earth, or there's many different problems with them. It's just because they have this formula where nerdy sounding guy has math instruments and a lot of pictures of the globe, does his thing, says it proves it, and fans of nerds say, oh yeah, that's great, somebody smart says it's a globe still, good, I can go back to sleep, thank you very much. But it's if you actually look into it, you realize no, that didn't prove anything at all. So that's cool. I haven't actually seen that. Is that from what is that from, like one of these documentaries that Eric Dubé did?
Yeah, that was the History of Flat Earth, I think it was called. It was like an hour and a half.
Okay. I don't actually think
Did you say fans and nerds? That was funny.
Fans of nerds, yeah. I mean, there's nerds, yeah. And then there's fans of nerds, right, who are actually nerds, but they assume that the nerds of the world are taking care of business so they can just, whatever they feel like doing, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I've never heard that. That's good.
I just made it up. That's why you never heard it before. Okay, cool. So I am going to give Uber the flat earther role unless there are any objections. Or maybe we should have a second. So I'm going to propose that Uber be given the flat earth role. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Or
Oh, we've got a third. All right. Objections? Any objections?
Let me play baller against him for a second.
Okay, good idea. Yeah, go ahead and do that. That'll be a fun addition.
All right, who should go first?
Let's see. The baller. Who's going to do that? CB?
Yeah, I'll do.
Okay, yeah. So CB, believes that he lives on a globe. Uber. So you're going to respond to him as you would on the live stream. So so here's CB. He's believes he lives on a globe. Welcome to the server.
Yeah, thank you so much. Glad to be here.
So you guys believe in a flat Earth? Or
Yep.
okay. So where should I start? Well, why would people lie about this?
Well, it really doesn't matter, the motive behind what they do. I really only care about what we can observe and verify ourselves.
Okay. Well, we all know that the Earth moves, right?
No, we don't.
I'm sorry. Well, why do we have day and night?
The sun comes and the sun goes.
Oh, okay. Well, why do boats disappear over the curve?
Well, you said curve. You got to be more accurate. They disappear through an illusion. It's just right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. But what about outer space? Pictures from space.
Those are not even pictures; they're composites. Because the man who made them, I think it was Zimmerman, something like that. Zimmer. He said that what he did was just essentially wrap the stitched images of a flat map of the satellite images, molded them over a ball, and he touched it up and basically made it like that and presented it as is. When his original thing was just right. Thank you, Dandelion. That one right there.
Dang.
The flat map around a ball. There you go.
Okay. Well, what if that was just one guy? What about the satellites?
Well, satellites. What about the satellites?
The satellites are the I can't even say with a straight face. People, satellites are the reason we have technology and internet and everything. But satellites allow us to see the Earth and measure the Earth and everything, right?
Well, there are supposedly 3,000 satellites in space, so they say. Yet they can't. One of them take one whole picture of the Earth. Isn't that a little bit strange?
Maybe they have the images in a separate internet for the experts, possibly.
Then that's unverifiable.
This is so hard, dude.
You did well. Yeah,
I think he's doing great. He did great. Yeah.
He's got, I think Uber's, he's, I think that's cool because, that's the reason, I should say, I'm going to go ahead and give him the role, but I think, I should say that's the reason why, or one reason why we try not to give out the flat earther role like candy, because there's two reasons. One is, obviously, there's people come in here and just faking it, for various weird reasons. But the other reason is because here, people expect you to be able to answer the questions of other people, which can be more challenging than just figuring it out on your own. Like having to talk about it with someone else is much more challenging than just looking at it by yourself. So that's cool. You did great. Thank you, Uber.
Thank you guys so much.
So, Jenny, did you have anything else you wanted to say, Jenny? Oh.
Right quick, I just want to say, Uber, congratulations, man. Welcome to the flatness. Hey!
Hell yeah.
Dandelion does the rolling, so yeah, we appreciate you, Dandelion. And again, Uber, welcome.
I think that is the best interaction on Ladies' Night I've ever heard, Dandelion. Because you know how crazy it can get.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I just didn't know if you ever, I guess you finished your topic before about the book. We kind of, I didn't even know how we moved on from that, but we did at some point. But I think I just wanted to say, because I didn't get to say earlier, I appreciated you bringing that because, as a mother, I've never actually seen that book, but yeah, I would be appalled by it if I saw it. I'm sure there's got to be lots of copies still floating around.
Well, I kind of am thinking need to take my own pictures of it for myself or whatever if I'm talking with somebody on the internet. And then make notes in the book. Because it's all a mess. I don't even think there's one right thing in that book.
That would be cool. Yeah, you could like if you could make copy or just like write on your copy of it or something, or like if you took the picture, I guess you could just use like text boxes or something and make annotations or I think that's a great idea.
And it's not like this is a rare book or anything. If I really wanted a pristine copy, I'm sure I could get one. I don't know.
I mean, you could use that. What I used to do when I homeschooled so long ago, I would get to save money. I would just get used textbooks online, and then we would go over it and ask the questions, and say, well, how do they know this? Did they say, explain such and such? And
oh my God,
get them to question what they're reading. And so you can do that with this book.
I just thought of something. This is something CB was talking about yesterday and days prior, us having a game night. We could use this book for game night. We could, in some form or fashion, I just bet you.
Yeah, I mean, you can go page by page and go, okay, what are they leaving out? What are they telling you that's outright not true?
Right.
And just ask the questions. And that's, when I do I'm doing a bunch of Bible lessons on my channel, and I say that the key is to ask questions. Don't just read stuff.
Right.
Stop every now and then and say, what are they talking about? What are they claiming? What are they basing it on? And why should we agree with it? Or, is there a way to test this?
Right.
And so you can use bad material.
Oh, but Paula, the book told us that the Greeks already asked all the questions already. It's already been done. Yes.
And then I'd remind them that in the 1800s or so, they wanted to shut down the patent office because everything had been invented. So.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah.
And. But yeah,
seriously.
Pick is not done. That's just for tonight. I just wanted to, read it in its entirety. And it's something that, maybe we can use it as a jumping off point for people who come in here brand new to the topic. I mean, do you really think that this is a correct science experiment? The one with the ball and the little tiny ship on it, and you bring it to eye level? That one? And that's supposed to be a representation? Yeah, just insanity. It's insanity.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Jenny.
I could probably talk for a month solid on that damn book.
You could probably use it to, even to teach people how to dispute what they're talking about on the page. Each page, go through the first page and just round robin it. Let everyone come up with a way to dispute what they're saying in the page, and then the first person that can't come up with something, out.
Yeah.
And not just refute it. Not just refute it, but say, okay, here's a claim. How would you?
Come up with exactly. Yeah. Come up with some, or come up with, bring an actual reference point or, a video or something that completely, blows whatever that page says out of.
It just boggles my mind, how it calls out flat Earth from the very beginning. Why is that even necessary? It looks flat, but it's round because the Greeks said so. Is basically what the book says.
Basically, because we say so, it should just say.
Oh my God! I mean,
because we tell it is.
Yeah, they say the Earth looks flat, and it's just so patronizing. It's it's just I can't get over it.
Part I find the most disturbing, it's telling you to lie to yourself. It's just saying. Don't listen to what you think or feel. Just trust what we say.
Yes, it is very scary. I mean, it just teaches teaches young children, don't bother asking any questions because the Greeks asked all the questions already. Just like in the Truman Show, when Truman said he wanted to go explore, he said everything's already been discovered. There's no need to leave. Basically.
Yeah, Jenny, I was
Pretty
thinking that
much.
too.
Yeah.
The cover of the book says, "How do we know?" Answer: we just already knew.
Yeah, we just already knew all that. It's like, yeah. But on the first page where it has that. Yeah, the book. Oh, I'm upstairs and the book's downstairs. But the very first page where the last phrase, it says, "It still does," meaning that it looks flat. When I read that first page, I gasped, y'all. I was like totally flabbergasted. I really was. Not really surprised, but just like flabbergasted at the gall to just bring. Okay, you're talking about how we know the Earth is round, but what does that have to do with talking about how it looks flat? Why do you have to flat?
I actually thought you were reading from an earth science book from when I was in school. Like that's what it sounded like to me. I was like, is she reading from my third grade earth science book? Because that's
no. I wouldn't doubt it if they did use this actually in school. It was a series of books. It's like little kid encyclopedia books. In fact, Helio was looking at other books that this author did for this series, and I think there's one about something bizarre about space or something, and I'm like, oh my effing God. He ordered the book, so hopefully he should have it in a day or two if he doesn't have it already. But that one was like, oh, wow. It's like, what? What are you saying?
Is it like a little kid in a rocket ship or something?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. All I know was even more flabbergasting than the how we learned the Earth is round one. It was more bombastic. Let's just shall we say. So yeah, this to me this is not the end because this is something we're going to have to correct with our grandchildren. This type of shit that we're reading.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. If we know what they've been indoctrinated with, we know we're indoctrinating them. That's why I think it's an important topic. Because once you get unindoctrinated, you cannot get re-indoctrinated. I mean, unless there's drugs involved or something, then possibly. If you're hardcore being manipulated. But unfortunately for us, it's not that bad. But maybe one day it will be if people don't wake the F up. There's already talk about, not to steer off in the weeds, but I've heard it said that there's residue or worse of medications in higher populated areas because people throw their medications down the sink. And then, you can't filter that out in the water system with the city and stuff. And
yes, that's why Alex Jones says the frogs,
Turning the frogs gay. They're turning the frogs gay, everyone. Good old Alex.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I love it that he has that one. Oh my gosh, that's great.
My God, CB's soundboard is the best ever. I wish I had more time on my hands. I should, and I had a PC. It would help too. I mean, you could do it on a phone, but not as easily, I'd say. But yes, it's endless. It's endless. But yeah, I don't think the world would quite be the same if we didn't have Alex Jones, you guys. Alex Jones almost had me going with the election with Trump. I honestly, this is when I first started waking up. And I almost went to register to vote. It was damn close. But somehow I managed to, I don't know, it's like I kind of, not to say that I'm all the way out of the matrix or anything, but I don't know what you call that. People that believe in Alex Jones, are they on their way, down the journey of truth? Does it start with Alex Jones with some people?
I'm going to be honest with you.
It's a stepping stone.
I'm kind of retarded.
It's like a step-by-step process. I think some people have to go at it slow, right? Like a little bit at a time. Like, and you just keep going and going, and then it's like you get to a certain point where it's almost like you circle back and then start realizing that a lot of the people that you were actually listening to were crocs of, BS too. And so then you start chopping them off and keep on going until you get to flat Earth.
Yeah, because my mom was really she was in love with Bernie Sanders. I don't know if she still is, maybe, but
they may be necessary to be able to like be that open-minded to it, right? I think you kind of have to go through all of the other, I'm sure, of course, it's not there's always exceptions to the rule, but I think for most people, I mean, I know I had to go down the conspiracy road. If I would have started with flat Earth first, then my head probably would have exploded and I would never be here.
Oh my gosh, I know, right? I mean, it's just so everybody all knows this. It's different for every person. So, and we also all know that you can't shove information down people's throat because they won't accept it. They'll just throw it up.
Can you unmute someone named Maka? They want to say something. They're asking to be unmuted.
I don't see any roles, though. They got to go up to VC check-in. Unless one of the ladies want to take that one. I'm on a phone. I can't mute quickly.
I'd be happy to give them a quick debrief in the check-in.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just move them over there. Yeah, and stuff like this makes me miss having a PC. I can't be really fast on the phone.
It's hard on the phone with the muting and the unmuting. Gary is echoing. I don't know if he's trying to say something. Gary, hello, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
You're a globe skeptic.
Hang a second. I just tuned in to listen to what you guys were talking about. I'm a flat earther.
Okay.
You're a flat earther?
I don't know what happened to the other person. He seems.
Did you say he's a flat earther?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay, but you're new to our server.
No, I've been here a while. I just don't tune in very often, and I don't think I've even talked on here. No, I thought I was on mute. I didn't know it was my mic was open. Sorry about that.
What was your final straw that brought you to the flat Earth that really made you think, "Oh my God, it's not a globe"?
Oh gosh, it was years ago when just the stars moving across the sky, always in the same path.
Nice.
Well, that definitely sounds you would become a skeptic of the heliocentric model for sure. What is that?
I'm more than a skeptic about it.
Well, no, I mean, but then you didn't look up at the sky and say, "Oh God, the Earth's flat."
No, but even growing up, because I grew up in the church, and I remember reading. I would get in trouble by my mom all the time in church for reading the Bible instead of listening to the pastor. So I was always reading Genesis, and I always thought it doesn't match what we're told in school. So
right.
That's all. But I didn't really think much about it, because you just thought, the way it was explained was you just didn't understand, and that now science has figured it out, and those were all just cavemen basically, and didn't know what they were talking about, and they just described it as they saw it. So anyhow, I never thought about it again for years, and then but then I've always been fascinated with the night sky, so it's just not like I'm an astronomer or anything. I just like to look up at the stars, and I always thought, how come I see the same stars following the same path across the sky?
Facts.
Not quite every 24 hours. It's like it's a sidereal day, 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.1 seconds, or whatever. But you see them, they follow. They never change that path, right? Like now, I can sit in my backyard here. Huh?
I'm like, yeah, I follow you, man. How does that happen if we're shooting through space at ungodly speeds and these things are moving all over the place in different directions? How is it that we can see the exact same stars, which have been used for celestial navigation since all of mankind has been known? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just ridiculous.
So that
and then I just started looking at other things, and then it just went.
Yeah, once you resonate with, something just don't seem right. I get it. But can you recall, like, what brought you into your mindset that, oh, God, it's flat? Like, do you remember anything in particular?
You know what? It was kind of a progression. I don't even know how, to be honest with you. It just, I just started looking at other things, and I didn't even know flat Earth was a thing. One day I just Googled, why do I see the same? Because I think in my head, we're flying around space and we're on the other side of the sun. Shouldn't we be looking out to the other side of the stars?
Much for you once you started putting it into question and scrutiny. Basically, is what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, and then you hear the thing about boats going over the horizon, right? And then you'd see the guys with the P900s, and they can't pull back all boats, but what they can do is, if it's within the capabilities of the camera, within the angle available by the observer, they can pull it back, because you can. There can be stuff out there on the horizon you can't see with your physical eyes, right? But they can zoom in and pull it back. But then you get the globe guy saying, well, what about the one that they can't pull all the way back? It's like, well, because it's even further out into the angle. It's just the camera isn't capable. That you would have to have a focal length that was super long and focusing on like a 5-foot space of the water or whatever, and in order to see anything in that space. So, and we don't have those capabilities. So. But then I started watching, they zoom in and out, and I was watching what would happen at the surface, at the horizon, when they zoomed in on something, and then when they backed off the zoom. And you literally could see all this information when they back off the zoom. All this information just goes towards that center and just gets compressed into it and becomes where you can't see it, right? So I figured out from there that has to all be optical. There's no curve involved, otherwise they would have to say, when you do pull up a boat, that it came up from beyond the curvature somehow, when it didn't. It was just not resolvable by your human eyes, right? So I just went from there. I made a bunch of videos on all that stuff, and I got a small channel. I don't have a big channel, but
that's all right.
So anyhow, I went from there. Then I started going on. I get on. You know who's Jose JG Gonzalez is?
Yeah, kind of. Mm-hmm.
I started going on his show, and so I was on there today arguing with him. But I go on there occasionally. I was just on McToon recently. It was just a show that it wasn't specifically on me. It was just but I typed in and he gave me a link, and I came on the show for a while. And so I just get more involved in that. But the more you look at everything, the more you realize how ridiculous their thing is. So there's just too many unexplainable things.
There is. I call them the army of black swans, because there's so many anomalies. There's so many anomalies with the heliocentric theory.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's like the closer you look at everything, is you start to see it,
That's why they have to cherry pick. They have no other choice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, I can be argumentative by nature, so I kind of enjoy getting in little debates here and there. So.
I wish I was more.
I think I could hold my own in these debates. There's questions I don't know the answer to, but it's like, for the most part, I can give an explanation that's perfectly valid on our side. I think what happened is that many, many, many years ago, they didn't reverse engineer. That's kind of a bad word to use. They re-engineered or reimagined. And they took I believe the Earth is actually a circle, and they took you can make that math work on a ball, right? Just by changing the angles. And so they came up with the math, and then they made the Earth tilt and spin and have an elliptical orbit around the sun in order to match all the sun angles we would get just by having the sun moving in a circle, an elliptical circle, because it's closing in and going out from tropic to tropic. Those angles will do the same thing as their model with the tilt and the rotation and the elliptical orbit around the sun. You have to have all those things to match the angles of just a simple sun rotating around the Earth. So
Yeah,
they just reimagined and made a new model.
Yeah, they hijacked flat Earth information and made it work in the model.
Yeah, well, they made a model that it could fit it, right? But they had to change all these things to get the same kind of angles we get from the sun, just with the circling sun. So they reimagined it, is what they did. And I'm a Christian, but I believe it's a. I know it sounds maybe dumb to some people, but I believe it's just a satanic hijacking or changing the model into something that wouldn't look like a god did it, so they could have their crazy non-belief, whatever, so.
Yeah, sure.
Same with evolution. I think evolution was all part of that. It's all a hijacking of the real truth and changing it and reimagining it into a different truth.
It's all information. Look at the Big Bang Theory, something out of nothing. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Now the trouble is you get people in the church who say, well, the Big Bang, that sounds almost like the God saying, and it came out of nothing. I'm like, no, it's not the same thing.
I wish I still had connections with my old church friends. Ooh, I have half a mind to go visit them now that I'm back in Illinois. Ooh, boy, I could black smack all over the effing place. Oh, man, that's a good thought. I'd have to put one of those body cams on me with the mic and shit. Ooh. And I could, for their protection of their identity, unless I got their permission afterwards, I put like the little box across their eyes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. That sounds like awesome. Because when I was really green, I was still going to church at the time. And I wasn't familiar enough with the globe model in order to, ask people questions. Well, how is it we can have gas pressure without a container? That kind of stuff. I wasn't that sharp, when you're brand new to it. So maybe it was meant to be that way. I don't know.
So you stopped going to church because of flat Earth?
What?
You stopped going to church because of flat Earth? No,
absolutely not. I just came to my own realization that I didn't want to go along with organized religion any longer. And I didn't want to leave the church because I loved all the people in the church. So it was kind of a hard decision for me to go with. It's not like I disavow the Bible or anything. I value the text that it's comprised of and such. But so far as going to church, not really my thing, because there's some things I really don't believe in anymore. And I don't know, this probably isn't the place to say that, but I'm not really sure I believe in sin. Because that means that the Creator created us knowing that was going to happen, if that's how it's supposed to be. I don't know.
We'll have to talk sometime.
I know, Paul, we should do it right now because we've said that to each other before. I believe in a Creator, but some of the things I hear, I'm not sure if I jive with and everything. But yeah, Paula, if you want to have a questions time, I'm not against that idea at all. Like right now, I mean, you know me, I'm a fly by the seat of my pants kind of girl.
Well,
in the mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a logical problem at the first to say that, because if there's bad things, if there's sin, then that means God created it. I think that's a non sequitur, because it doesn't include the concept of free will. which is key to the whole thing. And if God,
I'm not sure if I believe in that either, Paula. I'm not sure if I drive.
Well, the thing is, if God was not allowed to create a world unless everybody decided to be on good terms with him and not sin, then is that really free will? You know? And so
I think I've had conversations of this topic before with my church friends. Yeah, so I like this.
I'm just saying that I don't think it's unnecessary. I think it's a false dichotomy to say that if sin happens, or however you worded, I forget, but I don't think there's a logical conclusion to draw from that if you don't believe in sin because you don't think God would allow
Excuse
that.
me, sir. This is ladies' night.
So anyway, I don't really. I remember hearing the term in my church life. We were born into sin, the sins of our father.
I don't believe that.
Else, I think that means something else. If you want my opinion.
Yeah, they're talking about original sin, which I don't believe in because I don't think the Bible teaches it. To be held guilty for someone else's sin.
I think they redefined words somewhere along the lines. You know how that they, whoever they are, like to change words.
Lots of people do, and I have some pretty technical rebuttals for original sin claims, but we're obviously not going to do that right now.
All right, so wait. What is the difference? Go between the two. What you thought I was talking about, and then you said original sin.
Well, original sin says, well, because Adam sinned and you were born from Adam, therefore you were born in sin. I think there's levels wrong with that. I mean, on multiple levels. Because.
But what did you think? Is that what you thought I was? Is that what you thought I was talking about a few moments ago?
Well, before that, originally, no. If you could restate that, you were saying something about that you don't believe in sin or something. Could you restate that?
Yeah, that we were born into sin, so that our nature is sinful. I've heard that in church before.
I don't believe that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't like organized religion anymore, Paula. I always like talking or whatever, and I just don't, I think I've said this to you before, Paula, like the idea of invoking Jesus' name for the power in his name. I think the Creator gave us the power, and it's kind of like diluted using Jesus' name, but our intention is what makes it happen.
I would disagree with that.
But this is what I kind of struggle with, and I'm not trying to get into like some satanic thing or anything. I'm talking about something we can do of our own accord, no ritual or anything. Once you get into rituals, that's when it's a problem.
Well,
I'm never do a ritual. I would never do a ritual.
I'm not into rituals either.
No.
Because people don't understand what in Jesus' name means. It means you belong to him, you bear his name, therefore you're speaking on his behalf. That's all it means.
You 100% believe in Jesus. Yes.
Right. You belong to him, you're his child, you bear the name. And that's all it is. It's not like I have to say this incantation. And I agree when, the term organized religion is problematic on its own, but most religious organizations, or I would say gatherings of people, get a lot of things wrong. Because most people, it's just like with Earthshape, most people don't care about the details or how much things contradict that they're being told. They just want to get together, and there's nothing wrong with getting together and having a community of support. Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, even I've gone to church all my life, and I'm about to leave my last one, I think, because I want the fellowship, but there are lines I won't cross.
The last church I belonged to, they had a pastor retire seemingly early to me, but whatever. I guess they gathered enough money for his retirement and whatnot. But So the new pastor was the son of a lovely lady who I loved with all my heart. She was the dearest, sweetest lady, or is. And so anyway, but I don't think he went to seminary school, and he started running the church. So
Well, I don't have a high opinion of seminaries in general. But I mean, it's one thing to study history and study languages and study theological works. That's great. But on the other hand, they also teach you a lot of baloney.
Okay, I remember one time listening to one of his sermons, and he compared, I think, Jesus to LeBron James or some shit. And I was like, in my head, I wanted to stand up. I'm like, are you effing kidding me? And walk
Yeah,
out.
that's bizarre.
That's what I wanted to do. I wish I could remember all the details of the conversation, which scripture he used and all that, but to integrate sports into religious conversation, to me, that's extremely cringy, and that's, I don't know. I'm not saying it hasn't been done effectively before, but to me it did not sound effective.
Yeah, and then the thing is that this topic on religion is the same as on Earthshape, because it's the same logical errors, it's the same mentalities of people who want to control or people who want to be spoon-fed, and every organization of people, even if it's not formally organized. I mean, like I said about the term organized religion, you could call just about any group of people an organized religion. It doesn't say anything about their spirituality, but the point is that there are common logical errors and attitudes between the two.
Yeah. So that would be really easy for someone to be steered down the wrong path. I get that. Is that what
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I'm probably not even going to go to a church anymore, because you can't find one that isn't doing something cringy. You know?
Oh my God, I got a question. I got a question for you. What is your favorite scripture that indicates we are on a flat earth?
Oh, to pick one,